Reparations are lineage based, not your image erased. No different than carrot comes, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry together. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader. We gatekeeping the culture from these gate-seeking vultures. Drop the color so someone gotta hold the line, and somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight, they got spirit. Delta, US Airlines, messed up hairline. There's no soul. Say it with me, family. There's no soul. There's no soul. There's no soul. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drive together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm not ashamed of being black. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black power, Black love, Black man, Black woman, the Black dollar, Black love. I'm not African, I've never been to Africa. I'm never going to Africa, no ancestor from Africa. we're Black American, but don't forget the foundation of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, whittling in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, whittling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You showed us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You showed us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget. I'll Freddie Douglas, Rosa Parks, say Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code, that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code, that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed.
Grand Rising family. Let me get this Jamaican sister on the screen real quick. My screen. All right, screen froze. Hold on.
No.
Wait. You gotta wait.
Fusion.
Okay, here we go. What do you think about this?
African Americans, you are your own people now. And that should be enough. That should be enough. Over 246 years of enslavement on this soil. And as Martin Luther King Jr. said, before the Pilgrims came to Plymouth, you all were here before. That should be enough. You don't need any other hyphen to go along with you. You are an American. This is a soil that you were born. You're native to this place because you were born here. This is your nationality. The funniest thing about it is that you are the only group, I'm telling you this in a loving way, you are the only group of people, the only group of people that call themselves African Americans. Do you see or hear Jamaicans call themselves African Jamaicans? Or do you ever hear African Trinidadians or African Barbadians or whatever the terminology is? So why is it that you are the only one that's running around with that narrative as though you have the keys to Africa?
Just to give a history for people that don't know, that term came about during the 1980s with Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition. They started.
So matter of fact, why not? Let's finish it up. Why not?
Saying African American. History for people that don't know, that term came about during the 1980s with Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition. They started saying African American. We are African American. Now, the reason why a lot of people, you got to go back to that time period and understand how black people was feeling at the time. See, now there's more so a patriotic renaissance for black Americans now versus back then. A lot of black Americans didn't feel like they were American. They wasn't happy about being in America.
Yeah, but all right, he's going somewhere else. Yeah, but we never felt like we were African. Like that's just that's an impossibility. To feel like you're from Africa, you need to be in Africa, or you need to directly come from Africa. Like that's like feeling like we're Arabs, or feeling like we're Italian. North Centralese, you dig? North Central, wherever those guys are called. How can you feel like that? You gotta somewhat been there, experienced it. The only thing we ever knew was this country. So it don't matter. So there's no way not to feel like something. Like you could not feel loved, you could not feel appreciated, but there's no way not to feel like I'm a Harrison. There's no way possible not to feel like a Harrison, even though if I'm being marginalized, excommunicated from the Harrison, from the Harrisons. If that's all I ever known, how I'm not going to feel like it. Don't matter what somebody say and how I'm rejected, I'm going to always be that. Okay, so we're not going to go with that narrative. However, let's get into some Tariq Nasheed and Andrew Schultz. So Andrew, Charlemagne, the guy, we know he's a coon. to even have a friend like this that thinks like this, like, come on. For what?
It was. I'm listening and I'm like, I'm going, okay. I wonder, and I mean this when I say you are a gifted fucking communicator, and I wonder if you suffer from a lack of competition. I wonder if, you know how like Jordan needed the Pistons to reach peak Jordan?
My screen froze again.
All greats need somebody to push them to expose their greatness. And I wonder if you're so good at making arguments seem completely understandable, completely believable, that the person that you're arguing with isn't challenging you enough. And I felt like, and I remember thinking in certain ways, like when you were talking about white supremacy, I was like, how do I explain it? Are you blinded by white supremacy in terms? Like where you're missing maybe the actual root cause of an issue?
Well, blinded, that's interesting. Blinded by white supremacy.
Meaning like you're so committed to proving white supremacy, which we can absolutely acknowledge.
Right.
In certain instances is the indicator is the root cause. In certain.
Okay.
But I think in other ones it might not be.
Okay. Now let's.
So what do you mean by in other ones? Like it's our fault for whatever condition we're in.
Define what white supremacy is.
Yeah, that's important.
That's very important.
What is white supremacy,
white supremacy
to you, or how do you see it?
Right. Well, just the basic definition to the people who implemented the system of white supremacy. It's groups of people classified as white who dominate, control, and mistreat groups of people classified as non-white.
Gotcha.
Right. So that's the working definition. That's always pretty much been the definition of what white supremacy is. It's a group phenomenon.
Right.
And what happens a lot of times, people put black folks in token positions and say, hey, there's a black guy right there, so there's no white supremacy. Right. There's two black kids going to that school, so it's not segregated. No white supremacy. It's integrated because there's two black people right there.
When would that school become integrated?
See, I don't even use the word integration.
Or what word you would like to use?
We have white supremacy or we don't. And the
when would it not be at 12% when the population?
You can't quantify white supremacy by little intangible numbers. Because,
no, I picked 12% because black people are 12% of the American population. So if it reflected the American population of blacks, would that be considered, we don't have to use integrated, but not white supremacy?
Well, see, the problem was not black people being in a certain capacity. That wasn't the issue. Because black people, we've always lived around white people. Even slavery, we lived right in the homes of white people, right in the back of them. So was that integration? You see, integration is a trick word. It's white supremacy.
No, I'm saying you said if there's one or two, it's a token. So I'm going.
All right. So let me just first address that the fact that Andrew Schultz was willing to acknowledge that white supremacy as the root cause in some cases, but not as a blanket explanation, like in all cases, as he said, systemic racism, right? And this was Tariq was trying to explain to my white supremacy. But when you define systemic racism, that's why a lot of times I like to choose systemic racism over saying white supremacy, because the definition is like it fits more, right? So systemic racism by definition operates across institutions. You see, systemic racism. You don't have to see the word whites only for the system to still be producing disparities. Courts, policing, schools, credit markets, and hiring shows consistent race-based outcomes even when controlling for income, education, and crime, e.g. redlining, lending, discrimination, school funding formulas, sentencing disparities. That's why I like to argue the word systemic racism over white supremacy.
And what percent of representation does it become not a token, but in fact the exact representation that it should reflect of the population?
When there's equal treatment and equal resources for the group. You got it?
But if there's only 12% black people, should there be 50% of the, should there be 70% of the resources going to 12% of the black people because there's 70% white people? You see how it's confusing? Like, shouldn't your resources be dictated by the percentage of your population? If there's 2% Indians in America, they shouldn't get 50% of the education budget.
Well,
They should get 2%.
Well,
of the
you
education
have
budget.
you can have a white school on one side of town and
Right.
a black school on one side of town. The white school is getting all the resources, all the
Right.
money, and all the funding, and the black school that's 100% black is getting almost 75% less than that. So that's not
So here's my
integration
question.
or segregation. That's just white supremacy.
But is that white supremacy, or is that how we divide up education dollars based on taxes?
Taxes, okay.
Taxation.
Let's look at the taxation.
Right.
So it's not about race; it's about taxation.
I'm saying is that, like, here's an example where we could be blind and we could make something a race issue when it's actually a taxation issue. If we take a wealthy black neighborhood or a wealthy black area in America that has a very high tax bracket, I bet that public school in that area would have all the spoils of a wealthy white school strictly because it's based on a tax bracket, not because it's based on the
So
race.
why are there not more wealthy black neighborhoods with the same tax bracket as white neighborhoods?
So, I mean, clearly there's more wealth. Actually, I can't even say that if there's more wealth. I mean, on a whole, there's more poor white people in America just
Right.
because there's more white people.
Right.
But percentage-wise, there's more
You go to whole numbers verse per capita. He's confused on how to use it right now.
wealth in the white community than there is in the black community. And that is because, obviously, if we're going to talk about just the people who have been here in America, a legacy of slavery.
So white supremacy. We're going right back to white supremacy again.
But we also have to look at, recent immigrants that have come in.
Wait. Before we do that. So Andrew Schultz argues that if Black Americans are 12% of the population, that we shouldn't expect 50 to 70% of resources. So he frames underfunded Black schools as a taxation issue, not a lineage-based issue. Okay. But property tax funding itself is a legacy of residential segregation. I'll say it again. Property tax funding itself is a legacy of residential segregation created by racist policy. So redlining, racially restrictive covenants that replaced the zoning laws that was shot down in 1917 as seen as unconstitutional, and white flight suppressed Black home values. White flight suppressed Black home values. So even equally valued homes paid higher effective taxes, but still got lower per pupil spending. Wealth gaps produced by discrimination continue to depress Black school districts' revenue regardless of current tax rates. Andrew.
Have been here in America, a legacy of slavery.
So white supremacy. We're going right back to white supremacy again.
But we also have to look at recent immigrants that have come in from.
He about to do the whole hyper selection argument. This is a white supremacist argument. So 100%.
From Africa and the West Indies. We also have
so white supremacy. We're going right back to white supremacy again.
But we also have to look at recent immigrants that have come in from Africa and the West Indies in America who haven't sustained the same legacy of slavery and had incredible success in America. I mean, Nigerians out earn and out succeed white males in America, Asian males in America.
Even education wise, they outperform.
And not only education. I mean, we're talking about wealth.
Yeah.
Like the amount of money that they're bringing in average household exceeds everybody. So is that a function of white supremacy that they're doing so well here? How is
because they're allowed to. Other people are allowed by the white supremacists to prosper over Black Americans here because
where are these meetings I'm missing?
Well, see, that's the thing. There's meetings all over. There's all over, and y'all won't tell us. So
I gotta go.
This is why we have to suspect certain
I want
people.
some of that Nigerian money.
Yes, that's why we have to suspect certain people of being white supremacists. These meetings are all over. Y'all not telling us. So,
who's y'all? I'm not being told.
You're not.
I need to get CC on the email.
You know somebody who knows what a meeting is.
I don't know. I just know these Nigerians are rich. I keep going to Nigerian doctors and dentists.
But
I'm trying to get some
allowed.
money.
That's the thing. They're allowed. They're allowed.
Why would a white supremacist allow a Black Nigerian to receive such wealth and privilege?
Because they can.
Okay, let me answer that. Right. That's more of what I researched. Okay, it's called hyper selectivity. So he cites Nigerians and other Africans immigrants who out earn whites to argue that slavery legacy can't explain current outcomes. So they'll say, well, look, it can't be race based because these black people are over here doing well, and white supremacy isn't necessarily stopping them, trying to block them. And you're right. So it ain't about racism. Okay, it's about lineagism, right? And that's where I'm going, family. I'm saying lineageism. Lineageism. It's the word I made up, but it's about the lineage over race, and about all black people, all people who are of color, I should say, or they're melanated. It's about the lineage. It's about ADOS, about FBA, particular melanated people. That's why Nigerians and other Africans can come over here and thrive without many obstacles. But more of a sophisticated way to explain that is immigrants are a self-selected elite. They're highly selected. What do I mean? They are college-educated professionals with visas. So these Nigerians, these other African immigrants, Indians, Chinese people, these aren't the everyday median workers, hard-working people coming from their country. These are their elite. Okay, these are not random. These are not a random sample of their home countries, right? These ain't the Mees. These ain't the who else in the chat? This ain't the Marvin Royals, Cashmere Wealth, Telvin Jones, Lucida Marie's. These are the top of the top of the top. That's being allowed to come over here. They're being selected to come over here, like Tariq Nasheed said. So now these people coming over here, right? These melanated people, they didn't inherit centuries of U.S. discrimination, right? So they don't have that lack of self-worth coming over here. They didn't experience dispossession. No Black Wall Street happened with them. There's no recollection of that. They're numb to that. They're immune to that. And exclusion from federal benefits, Homestead Act, FHA loans, GI Bill. So if whatever they're coming from, whatever their background they're coming from, that's a background that's separate from us. Okay. So even highly educated Black immigrants, African immigrants, experience downward mobility in the second generation. So when they come over here right after the boat, they're highly favored, highly selected. But when they start to water down a bit, then they start to phase a little bit of what we've been talking about. But nevertheless, allowing a few high achievers does not disprove a system, Andrew. So just as one woman CEO doesn't mean sexism is gone. Like Tarina, she said, that's tokenism. Okay? Tokenism. That's tokenism. But highly selected Africans from it's the United States government who's highly selecting these people. They're making sure they come over here, high educations, a bag, some money in their pockets, right? So they're definitely being filtered. These ain't random Nigerians applying for a visa and being allowed into the country to somehow be great. No. If you see any immigrants come over here that are not highly selected, then that means they came over here as an asylee, okay, refugee, or an illegal. And when you come as one of those three groups, you're broke and poor, and you're not outperforming us.
Take that wealth and privilege right away if they want to.
How?
Anytime. They can deport them. They can send them back over to Nigeria.
For what?
Back
You
to
can't
their
deport
village.
anybody for nothing.
The hell you can't.
You absolutely can't.
If you're a black person,
Dr. Umar make this joke.
If you're from another country, now we're talking about immigrants here, they can find a reason to deport you. They can say,
my mom's an immigrant.
Well, from where?
From Scotland.
Okay, well, she's white. That's different.
So
but a black
you
person
can only deport black immigrants.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. But
okay, but where in the legislation does it say that you can deport them?
With black people, well, they're doing that now with Syrians. All they have to do is say you're a terrorist. You're connected to ISIS. They can make up anything. You're connected with Boko Haram. They can make that up, and you have no proof. You have Ebola from Nigeria, so you're going to have to go back
because they're connected to Boko Haram. And for people who aren't familiar with Boko Haram is a terrorist organization with links to ISIS that is operating in Nigeria right now, and it's displaced thousands of people. Really scary shit. But who have they sent back because of Boko Haram? As far as my understanding, they've sent back nobody.
Ebola. With the Ebola thing,
Ebola isn't Boko Haram.
But the thing is, I'm giving you an example.
And they've never sent anybody back because of Ebola.
I'm getting. They won't let people over. They'll say, "Well, he can't come over here."
Let people over is different than send back, Tariq. We have
but
to
I'm just
make
giving you an.
distinctions
I'm just giving you an example of what they can do. They can do anything.
This is why you're good.
I'm giving you an example.
Won't question you on your shit when they question you on your shit.
I'm giving you an example of what they can do. I'm giving you an example of what they can do.
But you're not. You're not giving me an example of something that's actually happened. Because I've heard Umar make this statement, and they can't kick someone back who is a citizen and they can't kick someone back who was born here. So Nigerians come here, their kids are born here, and they have this incredible success in America.
But they're allowed to.
But
they're allowed.
They're allowed
by the white supremacists.
By the white supremacists, right? So,
and also when the before the Nigerian,
seems very weird.
Before
like
the
other
Nigerian,
white supremacists would probably look at that, and be like, guys, this white supremacy isn't really up to par. I've seen better.
No.
Okay, so that's him trolling. All right, so Andrew Schultz said he used his mother as an example. My mom's an immigrant. Like Tariq said, man, your mom ain't seen as an immigrant. Your mom is seen as a white woman. Okay, but Tariq is right. So these deportable African immigrants, yes, they're faced with that threat. We will deport you. Yeah, you ain't gonna be screaming Black Lives Matter, and we highly selected you to not do that. Okay, y'all gotta listen. They were highly selected not to do that, not to line themselves up with what FBAs are fighting for and fighting against. They were highly selected to not do that. And there were some Nigerians that they could selected that would have done that because they feel like they feel a certain way, right? But they got the Nigerians in this country who were highly selected to not do that. So when they do that, like, oh hell no, man, you gotta go. That's not what we got you over here. So immigration enforcement does disproportionately target Black Blacks. All right. So white immigrants have historically been granted faster paths to citizenship, and we can go all the way back to the Naturalization Act of 1790, 1952, which favored free white persons, right? The real free white person, not the Moors package.
No. They don't mind that. They don't mind letting one or two Black people prosper, a very small group. Hell, in Nazi Germany,
Black people are a small group. There's only 12%
in Nazi
Black
Germany,
people.
there were rich Jews who got put in the oven. Like Abraham Tuchinski, he was a rich Jewish businessman. He went right in that oven.
All the Jews went in the oven.
Exactly.
That was the thing about it.
Exactly.
So
all of us are treated the same. So certain Black people are allowed to have a certain amount of money. Some are allowed to not.
If all Black people are treated the same, why are you saying in the next sentence that certain Black people are allowed to be pulled into the white supremacy umbrella?
Because they can be controlled. They can be controlled, and their little wealth that they get should not or will not be allowed to affect the masses of Black people. That's the thing. They don't mind one or two token Black people having certain positions. We'll even let you make $500 million like Bill Cosby, but we can destroy Bill Cosby anytime we want by bringing out these poor white women who said that he touched their breast.
Well, I mean,
that's a perfect example.
It wasn't only white women,
no. The couple of token Black women sprinkled in there didn't even count. That's how they hide their racism, by putting token Black women.
I've seen you make this argument as well, that, which I think is an argument of convenience. This is what I'm talking about, where you need more competition, because I think it's just a convenient argument where you get into this thing like, okay, if you disagree with me, then you're a token Black dude. You're a coon if you disagree with me.
These are facts.
But they're not facts. You can't prove tokenism of somebody.
You can.
How?
You can prove that Black people, name Black people in certain positions, and there are two rules for Black people who are put in positions by people in the dominant society. There's two rules.
Right.
Rule number one, you cannot help Black people collectively.
Yeah.
Rule number two, you cannot punish white people. Name Black people in these positions who have done one of those two.
Okay, so I remember you made this point on tax when you were talking about Marilyn Mosby.
Yes. And
you said that, and this is another one where I think you're blinded by race.
Just name them, brother.
But Marilyn Mosby is the mayor of, is the prosecutor, district attorney in Baltimore for the Freddie Gray case.
So you can't name them, Schultz, right?
We're going to go off of Marilyn Mosby, right?
Okay.
So you said that Marilyn Mosby tried to punish white cops, and they got her out of there.
They're getting her out of there right now.
Or they're getting her out of there right now.
Right.
Now, let's just talk about Baltimore for a second. This is a majority black city. There's a black mayor, black police chief, minority police force is majority minority police force, black district attorney.
That's not answering the question.
Majority black city council, black attorney general, black president. Who is they that's getting her out of there? I mean, I can tell you who's getting her out of there. Stephanie Rawlings Blake is getting her out of there because her career is potentially ruined by this Freddie Gray situation. So what you had, and Stephanie Rawlings Blake is the mayor, the black mayor of Baltimore.
Right, they
the
get
black
her up out of
mayor
there
of Baltimore
too.
threw under the bus for her own career.
But why did she throw under the bus? Because Stephanie's
her
about to get her career is about to be thrown under the bus. By who? The white supremacists.
What white supremacists?
Right. The ones who run the police unions there. This the police unions.
The police are minority black. They run their own unions.
Don't.
Absolutely.
The police out there in Baltimore don't run
listen, Tariq.
Man, the police unions. Are you telling me the police unions in Baltimore are run by black people?
Sure.
That's not true.
Absolutely. They represent minority.
That's not true.
So here's the thing, Tariq.
That's not true.
Tariq, this is why Baltimore is such a bad example. I'm telling you, that's not true. You can make better examples for this, but for this argument you're making, it's the worst example because this is a black city.
But it's a black city that is controlled by white tax dollars.
People.
It's not controlled by black people.
It absolutely is.
Then why are black people
majority
allowed to be
black
killed
city
out there
council,
and nothing happens?
9 out of the 15 people.
If black people controlled it, why can white cops go into black neighborhoods and kill black people?
Right. He can't answer that question. So, family, that was a great example, actually, because that shows that representation is not equivalent to control. Federal consent decrees show Baltimore PD's unconstitutional policing, like Tariq just pointed out, persisted under black leadership because budgets, union contracts, state laws, and federal funding formulas still flow from white-controlled institutions. Like Tariq Nasheed said, if you peel back the onion, these black faces start to disappear. You start to see white people there. All right. The police union there is overwhelmingly white. Andrew, the police union there is overwhelmingly white. And state prosecutors answer to laws written in a racially skewed system. So black faces in high places doesn't erase structural power. It just shows black faces in high places. And the show must continue. Systemic racism must continue. All right. So the laws are written in a racially skewed system. The laws, we always talk about policies. Policies got to change. Putting a black face in to narrate a white systemic racist policy, just gonna black face just pushing the needle.
Are black people allowed
majority
to be
black
killed
city
out there
council,
and nothing happens?
9 out of the 15 people.
If black people controlled it, why can white cops go into black neighborhoods and kill black people?
Are they going into neighborhoods and killing black people? Is that something that's happening, or that's something that happened?
Why can they go into a black neighborhood and kill a black person and nothing happens to them?
Can white people do that, or can cops do that?
No, white people. White police officers can do that. Black people, you cannot.
And here's the question.
Black people cannot kill unarmed white people.
So here's the question I ask you.
So let me finish.
Here's the question I ask you.
Okay, let me finish. Go. Black people, even a cop, you cannot kill unarmed white people and not get punished. If it happens, it's so extremely rare, it's ridiculous. I can think about 1 or 2
Actually,
cases
it happens
at
a higher percentage than it does to black people.
No,
you should check out 2 studies. The Washington Post did a study, and I think Johns Hopkins University did a study.
Black cops killing whites. Now I can deal with
black
what you're
cops
saying
ain't
too.
Black cops ain't
black
killing
cops
whites.
are not killing unarmed white people. Schultz. That's not happening.
Matter of fact, well, cops in general.
We're talking about
let's stay on this issue.
Right,
let's stay on this issue.
But also, let me deal with what you just said.
Real quick, and then we'll get back to that. I promise you.
Right.
I promise we'll get back to that. But real quick with this issue. So we have a situation where I think you're blinded by the race issue, right? And I think that there is cop privilege in that a cop.
If you're a white.
No, I think if you're black, white doesn't matter.
Then name
right?
black cops who are killing unarmed white people.
Right.
Name them.
Name black cops.
I can name
that are-
Pantaleo,
not
Darren
facing
Wilson.
charges.
I can name the cops who killed Freddie Gray. I can name a whole bunch of them.
There was
Name
a
them.
black cop at a university in, I think, Texas that shot a white kid because he thought he was on drugs.
The naked
There
white
was-
guy. Yeah, people always point. Yeah, the naked. That's the only
Sure.
one that I can think of. And there was
There
a
was
white guy
the-
who was flipping out on drugs, and he shot him.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So that's one. You said to name one.
Okay, but I mentioned that earlier. So you're going to
No,
have.
you
a
never
few-
mentioned that.
I
That
did.
was
I
in a
said.
different
I said there's
interview.
about one or two.
Well, you
cases,
just said
but he's
name
a white-
one. You said name one. I named one.
Well, he's a white
and I'm sure if I
sacrifice.
just Google cops that have
if it's-
killed whatever. But you
there's
have to
always going to be a
understand-
white sacrifice. But when it's systematic,
Again, here goes back to your
when it's
argument, which
system-
is
but
there's
when
a
it's-
Yeah, so that's bad for Andrew Schultz to actually name one, and under those circumstances, the rare circumstance, a guy that's like completely out of his mind on drugs, like there's no way to justify that and charge that black cop. All right. But I named one. Yeah, but you named one. That's the problem. You named just one. When we could come off the top and freestyle about 40, 50, 100. And you're naming one and you're proud. He's a proud boy. He's a proud boy.
systematic, when
There's
it's
a token- You're a
systematic.
coon if you disagree with me, and there's a white sacrifice.
But having a white
It's
sacrifice
too
doesn't negate the
convenient.
fact that
you
it is
can make
systematic.
better arguments.
No,
This is what I'm saying. You're a smart dude.
Right.
You're a great communicator, and you
So-
communicate in digestible. I'm listening to this tax
So-
interview. Very digestible.
You are a white supremacy denier.
No. I've already acknowledged that white supremacy exists.
But-
what I think
but-
that you do is
but-
I think that you conflate certain situations with white supremacy, which aren't. And I think what's dangerous about that is, let me finish,
okay.
is what's dangerous about that is we actually don't get to the solution that we want because we're blinded by this white supremacy idea, or we're blinded by race baiting, and we miss the actual issue here at hand, which is not white supremacy. In this situation, it is maybe a cop privilege where a cop can get away with certain things regardless of race that a white person or a black person cannot get away
Now,
with.
name any area of activity
Yep.
that is not dominated by systematic white supremacy.
What do you mean?
Any area of activity between people. There's about 9 areas:
Don't
labor,
fall for that,
law,
Andrew. You
education,
can't name
religion,
one, so
sex,
don't fall for
war,
that.
Religion.
entertainment,
Cookie.
religion. Okay,
Yeah.
so religion is not dominated by white supremacy.
No.
It is. It's completely dominated
How
by
so?
white supremacy because, number one, we're taught to relish and worship white gods. When you go to a black church, there should not even be a black church. The reason why there's a black church is
Right.
because there is a white church, and there's a
Right.
white
Be
church
taught.
because of white supremacy.
So here's-
all of you're supposed to be Christians.
Yeah.
There should not be any segregation in a church.
Right.
The white supremacists determine that. So white supremacy dominates all that.
So here's a perfect example of where I think that you again are clouded by your view of white supremacy. You want to prove white supremacy so bad, you're just ignoring thousands of years of history. For example, idols in religion always reflect what the people look like who they're trying to attract to the religion. So when Christianity was invented 2,000 years ago, and it was spread across Europe, which is white, they created a Jesus that was reflective of the population. Very similar to Buddha. Buddha, if you look at the Indian Buddha, is this fat, obese Buddha. Now,
But Jesus isn't from Europe.
as Buddhism,
But Jesus isn't from Europe. How you?
can you listen?
I'm listening.
As
How you-
Buddhism
you're not from
traveled
Europe, you're
from
right.
India
Right.
to Asia, what happened to Buddha? Buddha became this slender, tight, slanted-eyed Buddha. So we go from fat Indian Buddha to slanted-eyed Asian Buddha because why? People want something that looks just like them. That's why you see black Jesus in certain churches.
But you,
this
for the most
concept
part,
of
you see
black
the white Jesus.
This black
For the
Jesus,
most part,
this
look.
black concept of black Jesus came about because in certain parts of the world, in order to attract them to Jesus, they created a black idol. So you're looking at this like literally 2,000 years ago when in Rome or wherever the fuck they are, they're not even considering black people. Like, you know what? In 1,600 years, we want to preserve the white supremacy legacy. So when the transatlantic slave trade happens, let's make sure that white God, Jesus, looks white so that we can disenfranchise and marginalize these black people that we tell to be Christian. It had
Right.
nothing to do with it. They're 1,600 years apart. These people aren't thinking about it at all. They're thinking, how do I get that white guy right there who's a pagan to believe in Christianity?
But sir, they've been
make this guy
practice-
kind of
they
look like him?
practice- They practice
Done. Boom.
Christianity in Ethiopia for thousands of years. They have like one of the oldest symbols of Christianity in Ethiopia and Africa. So
and
African
if you follow
people,
the art, and I guarantee if you follow the art,
so
like you
now,
follow with any religion, if
so
you
now,
follow the art,
now when you go
then
to,
you'll see
when
the
you
similarities.
Go to all the places where there are dark people, they've been programmed and beaten into submission to worship Christianity. I've been all over the world. You go to Samoa, there's a Christian, white Christian church all over the place.
Sure.
Even in Africa, they're worshiping white Jesus all over the place.
Yeah, worshiping Islam all over the place as well.
Right.
What's your point?
Well, the thing is, Islam is dominated by the white supremacists because now they can.
Islam
is dominated. It's dominated.
Islam is dominated by the white
supremacists. You're dominated. Yeah, because
so there's 2 billion tokens.
Yeah, no, they're not
2 billion
tokens. They're dominated by the white supremacists because they can blow up any Muslim anytime they want to. The white supremacists can say, "Okay, that's a terrorist. I'm burning and blowing up your whole country." So they're dominated by the white supremacy. Muslim is a code.
Make that point again.
I'm saying that the so-called Muslims, any Muslim on this planet, the white supremacist dominates them, especially over in the Middle East. The white supremacists run the Middle East. They go over there and pick and choose which Muslim country they want to dominate and destroy.
You're talking about Western oil influences are now synonymous with white supremacy.
Yeah.
So here's another perfect example of you being blinded by white supremacy. You're just taking the umbrella of white supremacy and putting it on top of whatever issue it is you want to discuss, and then making some loose connection.
Not a loose connection. They dominate them totally, sir.
You can make these
do they dominate them or
so
not?
Much better.
Do they dominate them or not?
No, I will not say that white supremacy dominates them.
It doesn't matter how much.
I will say Western capitalism dominates.
That is white supremacy. Who controls Western capitalism?
I mean, it depends. It depends. I mean, I think Oprah is in control of her own network.
Oprah couldn't even handle the damn food industry. They almost destroyed Oprah's career. That's why she had to get Dr. Phil. Oprah got on television and said, "I'm never eating beef again." Hillbilly white men almost destroyed Oprah. She had to go get hillbilly Dr. Phil to save her. That's why I
don't think you give Oprah enough. The food industry that she does, but what she did for television was unprecedented.
Nobody's questioning that.
Magazine industry was
nobody's questioning that.
It seems that you're questioning it, and it seems that you're belittling her efforts.
I'm not. See, that's a trick. No trick.
Let me make the point before you say trick.
Let me make the point.
Hey, by the way, family, if y'all watched Phil Donahue when they would have, like, let's say the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on there, or the late great Dr. Khalid Muhammad on there, or attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, whoever they would have representing like the lineage, they would do that. They would try to turn them against Dr. King, Jesse Jackson. You know, they will always try to make it a black on black fight. And now you have Tethers doing that. Tethers would bring up Malcolm X. They'll bring up somebody of the lineage so we can go to war with, while they just sit back and hide. So Andrew Schultz says, "Oh, you're picking on Oprah Winfrey. Okay, good. You know, you're no longer attacking white supremacy. I'm safe." So you got to be aware of that. That's why I say, hey, don't let them get you guys arguing in the chat. That's what the Tethers want. Or once you're debating an FBA person who had good intentions but fell short of the mission. No. That doesn't work with me. I stay focused on white supremacy and Tetherism. You're not gonna get me off that. Or Pan-Africanism. Nope. I'm focused. I'm laser sharp to focus.
It seems like I'm dumping on Oprah. I love Oprah.
Let me explain
why.
Oprah,
like me and other people, are still victims of white supremacy.
Let me explain why I think that they are unknowingly dumping on Oprah.
I'm not.
Because you're acting as if Oprah didn't earn that.
I never said that.
You said you're acting like she was allowed to have it.
She earned it. A lot of us earn things, but we're still under the system of white
because
supremacy.
These Nigerians are allowed.
They are allowed.
So,
that doesn't say that they're not thorough.
Or did she claw away and get that herself?
That doesn't say that they're not thorough. Let's be very clear.
Did she claw away and get it herself, or did she allow it?
It doesn't matter how qualified you are in the system of white supremacy.
To go at Oprah.
No, I love Oprah. I
so
love
you
Oprah
either got to be consistent with your argument. Do the white supremacists allow Oprah to have it?
Yes.
Or does she claw away at it?
No, you can still be thorough, but they allow you to do certain things.
So Oprah didn't earn that herself?
She did earn it herself.
See, I think Oprah earned it all herself, and I think she might have had to work harder than someone else in her position.
Now, why would she have to work harder?
Obviously because of racial issues.
There you go. Thank you, Sean Ford. Thank you. We're on the same page.
Yeah, he was mad as hell that he said that. He said, yeah, she had to work harder, and we all was like, uh-oh, gotcha.
No. Honestly,
You admit it.
in a lot of
That's
ways,
all white
in a lot of
supremacy.
ways, we are on the same page. I just think that you're confusing, or maybe purposely putting this idea of white supremacy because it's something you want to prove so bad.
So we just proved that white supremacy dominates religion. What other areas of activity?
We actually disproved that entirely.
No, we did not.
You completely agreed with me that these idols reflect the people that they want to bring on.
White supremacy dominates all. You're talking about thousands of years ago, there wasn't white supremacy.
If you
within
look
the last 500 years, that's when white supremacy rose.
Islam, which
and
is
we're talking
really
thousands of
interesting.
years ago. You know there wasn't white supremacy then. Now there is white supremacy, and it dominates all areas
That's
of
very
activity.
convenient, isn't it?
No, it's not convenient. That's just history.
Right, when you have an argument that all of a sudden that's just what happens.
I mean, that's what happens historically.
This is why. So you're upset that now okay, so your argument is now white supremacy dominates religion.
It does
now,
in all areas.
Thousands of years ago, it didn't.
No, it didn't, because there was no white supremacy.
Right.
Because African people were ruling all over the place.
When did they decide that Jesus was white? Now or thousands of years ago?
No, about 500 years ago. About 500 years ago, that's when they started to promote the white Jesus
500 years
ideology.
ago, Islam was popping. We're talking about 500
years ago when Columbus and all these people started sailing around the world. They started to Christianize everybody.
Before that, Jesus was white. You just have to look at the art.
There's images of black. The original images of Jesus is black.
No, I think he was Middle Eastern.
There's paintings in the Middle Eastern. They were black, basically. The original ones, they were black.
Now everybody's black. Now everybody's changing colors. Now everybody's doing
what are you? What are you? Jewish? What are you? Jewish? Italian? What are you?
I'm my mother's Scottish and my dad is Irish and German.
Okay, because
white guy.
Some of the original Irish were even black. Go get a book by David McRitchie, Ancient and Modern Britons.
The original humans were black. We can go back as far as that. Right. Obviously, everybody's black, but no, the original Irish were not black. There were black Irish.
Let me skip past.
Prophet.
God damn, I didn't click that shit, man.
World. I mean, the largest Islamic population in the world is Indonesia. You go to Indonesia, they can imagine that Muhammad looks just like them in Indonesian. So it's an effective tool for spread.
It's a the whole world crime, as far as I'm concerned. But as far as Islam,
yes,
yeah, I'm trying to get back to this topic, white supremacy. Andrew Schultz would love to sit here and debate religion. Okay.
Why is that?
Because the white supremacists are the ones you're talking about. When you're talking about all these different groups, it's like a corporation. And you're talking, there's a corporation called white supremacy, and you're just talking about the different floors in the same corporation.
So is there a difference if white supremacy looks out for white people so much, why are white people in America suffering?
Well, you have white sacrifices, and also it's
we're sacrificing the majority of white people?
Okay, well, let me give a better description of that, right? So white people always been suffering in this country. They never been on some old they got it made type shit. They always been suffering. They been getting bailed out. So now let me explain systemic racism. Matter of fact, let's get a working definition. All right. So systemic racism refers to the ways in which a society's institution, policies, and practices create and reinforce racial inequalities. So family, that's what it creates, racial inequalities. That don't mean every last white person will be above every last black person in, let's say, finances. All right. And that doesn't mean every last black person will be below every last white person in finances. It just creates racial inequalities large enough where a majority of white people are above the majority of black folks in finances. Okay, so it results in continued unfair advantage for white people. What is unfair advantage for white people? That means they're getting set aside, they're getting welfare, they're getting HOLC, they're getting the New Deal, GI Bill. They're getting all these unfair advantages, right? And then what we get the unfair disadvantages. So not only do we don't qualify for the HOLC, FHA, the New Deal, GI Bill, Homestead Act, not that we don't just qualify for that, they then take what we have or they burn down our community. So it's one thing to block us out, right? And white folks are going to be ahead. But then they will take what we already have, burn it down, or force us out of that location. All right. So this is OD. So systemic racism is OD. It's just not favoring white folks with undeserved gifts and programs and welfare. It's also taking whatever we have in our hands, the little bit of resources we actually accumulated over 30, 40, 50, 100 years, they will take that and destroy it and keep starting us from ground zero. Okay, that's what systemic racism is to keep us from having anything and keep us bootstrapping all over again, while white folks are getting just set asides and benefits and monies. It's where they're able to stack it. That's what systemic racism is. All right.
Also, it's like military. You have generals,
Poorly
captains,
run corporation. This
Right.
building needs some
and even the look
renovations.
So you saying that poor white people, they're not white supremacists?
Well, I think poor white people will want to be white supremacists more than anything else because they actually value it. They actually benefit from it. But it serves because if I'm poor but I'm better than you and you're a rich black guy, then I of course want to align myself with this white supremacy. That makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
Now, why
Exactly.
isn't the white supremacy elite that you're talking about that are making all these decisions, that are oppressing the Middle East, that are controlling the entire world, the white empire? Why aren't those white people taking care of these poor white people if there's this agenda? Or is it maybe those white elite aren't really white elite, they're just rich people and they don't give a fuck about what color your skin is. They just want to keep all their money.
Oh boy, here go the rich elite argument. It's the rich and the poor is innocent.
To themselves. It has nothing to do with white supremacy, but rich supremacy and the top 1%. And if you're part of that group, then you get to play with us and you get the spoils and fuck all the poor people, regardless if they're black, regardless if they're white, regardless if they're Asian,
So
regardless if they're Puerto Rican. It doesn't matter.
And the thing is, the problem with that argument, some of the worst and biggest white supremacists are dirt poor white people.
Right.
They are some of the biggest white supremacists you ever want to meet because that's all they have.
That's all they have,
They can say, I live in a trailer, I'm on meth, I got head lice, but I'm doing better than that rich black guy because I will not be killed walking around unarmed. Well, and my constitutional rights will be protected.
Lyndon B. Johnson said that. He goes,
he said,
if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the highest black man, you won't need to rob him. He'll hand his money to you.
That's why they gave all their money to Trump.
But listen, well, we can get into Trump in a second, but I think that they gave their money to Trump. I think some people gave their money to Trump for racial motives.
Hold on. Let's tackle that rich supremacy lie. All right. So Andrew Schultz, this is what a lot of white people do. Oh no, it's the top 1%. It's not a race thing. Rich elites don't care about color. I think that is more like a liberal argument. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. That's more of a liberal argument. No, all poor people are one. It's the rich. They don't care if you're black poor, white poor. It's the rich one. All of you subjected and enslaved. But let me just say this though. Wealth and race are intertwined. Wealth in this country, wealth and race are intertwined. White households hold 6 to 8 times the median wealth of black households. That ain't just the rich. That ain't the 1%. That's the average. Okay. So that gap was created by government policy, land grants, FHA, GI Bill. Okay. The things I mentioned earlier. That built white wealth that excluded blacks. So class can't be separated from race when the class hierarchy was built on racial exclusion, lineage exclusion. So no, that's not going to work. Again, systemic racism isn't designed to make every last person rich. Systemic racism is not designed to make every black person, FBA person, poor. It's a net. It's a filtering system. It's to cause enough white people to be rich or wealthy and cause enough black people to be poor, where there's a clear wealth gap. There's a clear racial disparity. That's all. It's to lopside us, where there's no catching up. 6 to 8 times the median wealth white folks of black households. That's what systemic racism does. So it's not designed to make all of us poor, but it's designed to make a lot of us poor where we can't catch up to white people. It's not designed to make every last white person wealthy or rich, but it's designed to make enough of them wealthy and rich, where the gap is so lopsided that you can't catch up without reparations or seesawing the other way for about 100 years. But they'll say, no, color blindness, you can't do that.
But I don't
Reverse racism is terrible.
All them, but in terms of that stigma right there, he's saying they'll hand their money to you. What Lyndon B. Johnson is saying with that quote is, you can manipulate them so you can rob them. It's not this, hey, you got white skin, I want to take care of you. It's, hey, you're an idiot and you're poor, well, I'm going to take advantage of you. I'm going to sell you this lie, not so all of us white people can enjoy the spoils.
So the thing is, what's interesting is when you hear white people argue that they're not a racist and they want to argue racism isn't a big thing, white supremacy ain't a big thing, they will use white supremacist arguments to prove that point. They'll use Charlie Kirk arguments. It's like, well, Andrew, you're not a white supremacist, right? No, of course not. I'm a Christian. Yeah, but you just use all talking points from Charlie Kirk, who's a white supremacist.
Of America,
which makes you a white supremacist.
So I can rob your fucking ass and you can think you're better than somebody, so you'll let me fucking rob you. So I think that these wealthy people, I think that the step that you're kind of missing is that there's a level of wealth in this country where they don't give a fuck about anybody's skin color, nothing. They give a fuck about promoting their business, promoting their agenda. And I think if we look at this through the guise of white supremacy, we just continue allowing them to rob everyone.
But the thing is, nobody's doing anything about white supremacy. See, the thing is,
of course we're doing something about white supremacy.
You're not. Nobody's doing anything about white supremacy.
I heard you say that on the tax season podcast. You said America is more racist than ever.
Yeah. Yes.
You believe that?
Not believe. I know.
America is more racist than ever.
Yeah.
So right now
it's gotten worse. White supremacy has gotten worse. So you agree with
Donald Trump? We have to make America great again, then?
Yeah, but he's not going to do it. How's he going to do it?
But I'm just saying, you.
Super chat, Lineage Love in the building. SLLE44, long time brother, haven't seen in a while, but super chat is always appreciated. Lineage Love in the building. Let's get back to this white supremacist who's that, and he's a liberal, by the way. He's a liberal, and this is unless you know, no matter liberal, conservative, all white supremacists, just different tactics on how they express their white supremacy. Liberals like to do benign and neglect. Redirect.
Would like to go back to another point in time. What point in time you think?
Let's just make America great.
But
again, let's make it great.
Well, apparently it was greater before, according to you. What time period would you like to go back to?
I'm just saying.
1863.
No, there's
Emancipation Proclamation. Like when was America? Like you're telling me America used to be better in terms of racism.
That. Well, no,
you said
used to be
verbatim.
Better.
You said verbatim. It's
worse.
Never been more racist.
Right. So
you
saying, are you flipping that to say that I'm saying that it was better racial? Because
that's what never been. No. Implies
no, because you cannot have better racism. That's the thing. We live in this. I've always said we live in a system of white supremacy.
Sure.
That's what I said.
Sure.
We live in a and there is no progressive white supremacy. There's no better white supremacy. It's just white supremacy.
So
y'all haven't killed each other yet?
No.
Good conversation.
We're talking great.
Good dialogue.
Absolutely great. And I'm so happy you came. Welcome, Charlemagne. My point is that clearly white supremacy was more intact when black people weren't humans. When they were considered livestock,
or the 2/3,
then when a black person, well, even before there was two-thirds was progress.
Yeah.
They got to 2/3 just so they could get votes.
So you trying to say that there's racial progress
in America?
Yeah.
You go from owning livestock, humans as livestock, to having a black president. I think that's racial progress.
There's no such thing. That's like progressive.
It is racial progress.
Of course, it's racial progress.
Rape. If you rape somebody, do you have progressive rape? There were rapists back then, but there's just a few rapists now. They're not as brutal as the rape. Is that progressive rape?
There's definitely levels to rape.
Tariq is a brilliant
Really?
idiot.
Of course, there's levels to rape.
There's a level to rape?
Of course, there's levels to rape. Of course. Are you out of your mind? Okay, if you had to, okay, I'm going to ask you right now. If you had to, okay, ready? Here's a level of rape. If you had to get raped,
am I sitting here with?
If you had to get raped by wax, right? You know Charlemagne's buddy. Wax.
Okay.
Or
like he couldn't wait to say some homo.
Slavery means
what would you rather?
Have you dominated,
What would you
and
rather?
You can't do anything about it.
Would you rather live in a time where know if you're a millionaire, made millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Or would you rather be living in a shed, eating horrible food, and being whipped every single day and being chained? Which is better for you? Which would you rather?
Well, the thing is, I
That's a
still
hard-
live in a system where they can shoot me and get away with it. Right
Which would
now,
you rather?
2017.
Just answer the
Right
question.
now, I'm telling you now, it's no difference. It's no difference.
There's
There's
no
no difference. I can be killed now. They can be killed then. I can be killed now.
I can be killed now. Anybody can be killed.
You're not
A
going to be
white
killed with
infant can be
impunity.
shot by cops in the car.
No, well, they went right to jail, so that's going to deter anybody
that
from
doesn't
doing
stop
that
you from
shit.
being killed.
But the thing is, you have people out here who are allowed and being rewarded to kill black people out here. They're not
I
rewarded
can't
to kill
believe you
you.
think that you live the exact same life
No,
as a
we've
slave.
made a lot.
Nothing is
Listen, we can do
29.
better, but we have made so much racial
we
progress in
made-
America.
People
How was
lose
racial-
respect
how was
from your
racial progress,
arguments.
brother?
People
I mean-
lose respect for your arguments
No,
if you don't have
listen.
intellectual consistency.
Let's talk
this
the
is not
truth.
intellectually consistent.
It's very consistent.
No, it's
How
not.
have we
You know
changed?
damn well
We
you
just
rather
have
the
to-
Asian
we
dick.
just-
Tariq, talk
we
when you
just-
talk shows. Go, Tariq.
We just have technology, but the technology is basically
You have freedom.
really enforce
You
more
have
white
freedom.
supremacy.
You have freedom.
Well, no,
You can
don't.
vote. You can choose your destiny of your life. You
Vote
can
for
choose
who?
to. You can choose to leave
Vote for
America.
who?
Vote for Barack Obama.
And Barack Obama is controlled by the white supremacists.
And I remember you
See,
said
we're
that.
still under the thumb of white supremacy. It's like a prison, brother.
I think
it's
you
like
need
a
to do
prison.
some
You
more
say you can do
research.
stuff in the prison.
I think you need to
I
do
don't
more
want to be in the
research
prison. We need to
terms
get rid of the
of
prison.
what Barack Obama has done specifically
No,
for black
Barack,
people.
we know that Barack Obama, he wasn't allowed to do anything. And if he did something, they would have blew him up in the White House and the whole nine.
But Barack
he wasn't
Obama
allowed
did a
to do
lot.
anything, not for black people. No,
He
didn't.
absolutely did.
No,
I
he
mean, I
didn't.
can go through a
Okay,
list
here
of
we
it
go.
because I looked at it last night. Obviously, he
Okay,
had two
here we
black
go.
attorney generals.
That means nothing. They were powerless tokens too, who couldn't punish none of these race soldiers killing black people. They were powerless tokens.
The Jobs Act.
That's that token thing.
Everything's a token if you disagree with it, I guess.
There's two
You have
black
to come
people.
up with
There's two
arguments.
black people
You
there.
have no
so
arguments.
that's
No, this is a good
progress.
conversation. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I think you need to think about an argument. Okay, so
What
the
else?
Jobs Act, it made money available for minority-owned business owners.
What's a minority?
Anything
Schultz.
that's not white supremacy,
That bullshit.
except Nigerians because they're white supremacy to you.
Most minorities are white.
Nigerians are white. by the
Most
way.
most minorities are white. See, watch these trick words. Most minorities are white.
In terms of, you're saying women are a minority? Is that what you're
White
That's
saying?
true what
women,
he's saying.
Right.
Most minorities
Hispanics
are white.
who are classified as white.
Well, it depends what
Gay,
type of Hispanic.
white men, they're
Depends-
classified as minorities.
Not all Hispanics are white. Okay.
I know over here about 80% of them are white.
Okay, so he
over
cut
here they are.
black unemployment in half. It went from 18.6% to 8.3%. That is specifically something that he did for black people. The Ready for Work Partnership, $170 million for back to long-term work programs that disproportionately help black people. So 25% of the black recipients were black. 12% of the population, they were reflected double the recipients of this specific program for black people.
What
So that's
was the
another
name of
thing
that program?
The Ready for Work Partnership. And what it did is
Okay, so he's about to lie. But can you imagine if Tariq was aware of tethers then? Can you imagine if he was aware of tethers then? Oh, and he's talking about black, making everybody black. But look at this bullshit he's about to say.
is it prepared 12% of the population, they were reflected double the recipients of this specific program for black people.
What
that's
was the
another
name of
thing
that program?
The Ready for Work Partnership. And what it did is it prepared people for long-term work ethics. So it's not like I'm going to get you a job and then you're going to be out of this work in 2 years, but it not only prepared people for the jobs, but it trained them for the jobs and connected them with the jobs that they could
Now, I
actually
haven't
have
heard
for
of that
long-term.
program, and most black people haven't heard of that program. So I don't
Well,
think that
25%
that
of the people in the program for black.
thing,
Small
I don't know
business-
nobody. I don't know one black
Just
person
'cause
who has
well,
heard of that
listen,
program.
you also didn't know
I didn't
How
know
many
that.
people did it affect?
How many
black
people did it help? Because they watch,
directly?
they say this stuff like 25% of the unemployed. See, they work these little numbers.
Yeah, how many
and,
black
and it don't
people did it
really
affect?
affect
I
a
didn't
large
get the
numbers.
statistic of how many people. All I can tell you is the 170 million black people got 25% of that. The small business.
And I got to verify that because
Please
that
do,
sounds real
please
funny
do,
style.
please do. Small Business Association loans. The fee for those loans went to zero. They targeted blacks by partnering with the U.S. Black
See,
Chambers.
targeting.
Yeah, family. The words he's using, targeting blacks. Tariq is catching them. And don't worry, we're gonna fact check these numbers.
Blacks, watch these terms.
I'm
Are you saying
telling
they
you-
targeting blacks? Those are not
I'm gonna tell you
specifically
how
for
they
black
targeted.
people.
I'm going to tell you how they targeted black. So they partnered with the U.S. Black Chambers and the 100 Black Men of America to make sure that these loans were targeted to blacks. The fair
But did they
Sen-
get them
the
though?
loan,
Did they
though?
get them? Exactly.
Oh my
Did they
God.
get them?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
you don't know if they did
Well, you
that.
don't
So
know that they did
you're
it.
watching these words like
See, he just lied and said yes. And he didn't know. Targeting, and then he says yes. Yeah, he sound like a yeah. If you really think about it, he sounds just like a tether. They got the same arguments, same tactics, same lies.
Targeted.
You don't know if they didn't.
Right.
So there it is. So until you can tell me they didn't, then they did.
Those are weak reaches, man.
The Fair
That's a
Sentencing
weak
Act.
reach.
Fair Sentencing Act. This narrowed the gaps in sentencing between crack and cocaine. Okay, this is something specifically that I'm sure that you were referencing when you talked about the institutionalized racism and institutionalized imprisonment of black people. So he specifically targeted the difference in time served.
Then
for cocaine and
why
crack.
are so many black people still disproportionately in jail for
they were already in
nonviolent
jail.
drug crime?
Well, Barack
Fine,
can't
so-
change that in 8 years.
All right,
Yeah.
but let's be real. Let's not throw all these little.
Well, you think that's because of
these
racism?
little symbolic things.
What do you think?
Now, notice every time Charlemagne steps in, is to defend or sharpen Andrew Schultz's points. It's never to like side with Tariq or sharpen his points.
That's because of
What,
racism.
because brothers in jail like
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
So here's a question: 95% of the people in jail are male. Is that because the justice system is sexist?
No. But the justice system is dominated by white supremacy. You know why? Because
Well, no. Let's just
listen,
attack on that.
listen.
So it's not. So I gave you a statistic, right? That is the same statistic that you gave me, but you
Oh,
said
no.
immediately no and discredited it. Now, this is a perfect example of where you're blinded by race.
Right.
You see a race statistic, you believe it, right? Because
Yeah,
we don't
based
question
on
the
numbers.
things. We don't question. And I gave you a gender statistic, and you believe it, and you and you completely disregarded it.
you
I'm what?
going off from what I'm saying.
What was
Listen
your
what I'm
point?
saying.
No,
What my
it's-
point?
you're
I don't know.
responding to what I'm saying. My point
I'm asking
is,
you.
just because
I'm
a
asking
statistic
you.
exists
You're
doesn't
deflecting,
mean
Schultz.
there's reason.
Schultz, you're
You gotta let him
deflecting.
talk.
You're
Schultz.
deflecting, Schultz. So
He's a grown man. Will you
Schultz
let
is
that man have a
deflecting.
No,
conversation?
we gotta
He's
have
not
a
a baby.
conversation. You gotta think about people listening. Like,
So,
go
do you
on,
think,
go
so
on,
you're
Tariq.
saying that
95% of people in
the
male.
disproportionate number of black men in jail
Yeah.
is not because of race, not because of white supremacy.
Not necessarily.
Most black men are in
Not
jail.
necessarily.
Most black men are in jail
Yeah.
for nonviolent drug offenses. Our sister Michelle Alexander, she broke that down in her book. But the number one drug in the country, crystal meth, heroin,
Yep.
that stuff, and 90% of the people who use and sell are white.
Are you familiar with the punishment for crystal meth? Are you familiar with the how long you have to do in jail if you're caught with that?
How long? What does that have to do with
same
them
as
going to
crack.
jail, period? Because
Exactly the same amount of time for crack. Now,
so how
meth-
come the jails are not filled
meth,
with
Tariq,
white meth and heroin users
Actually,
and
they're
sellers?
increasingly becoming that way.
Increasingly? Well, how come they're not now? Why
Because
not
meth
now?
is a newer drug. And
Meth has
crack
been around
happened
for
in the
a
80s.
long
No, it
time.
hasn't. Meth is a much newer
Meth has
drug.
been around for a
Heroin.
long time.
Meth been around for a long time, but the epidemic was only 10 years after the crack epidemic. This is where Tariq's going to crush him, and the debate is pretty much over this right here.
Heroin's
Heroin's
an
been
older
around.
drug, but meth is a much newer drug, and they're increasingly so inside these jails. The numbers
So
are
you're
shocking.
just saying they haven't gotten them yet? That's what
Shocking.
you're saying?
It's happening. I think in the next 10 years, you're going to see a similar epidemic with meth as we saw with crack.
No.
How
no,
new
no,
is
no,
meth?
no.
Okay, so he just messed up. You heard that right. He said you're going to see this. So we did see an epidemic with meth, but the result was different, drastically different, which proves Tariq that she point by systemic racism. It's about favoring one race and disfavoring the other race. So mass incarceration through crack, the war on drugs, that disproportionately affected us, FBAs. So Andrew Schultz said, well, meth is just as dangerous as crack, and you'll see that happen with white people. Never happened. They didn't get locked up. They got resources. They got rehabilitation centers, and they had commercials sympathizing with them. But our commercials was dare say no to drugs. They need to be thrown in prison, and so it was a night and day approach. The way they handle crack addicts, crack users, crack dealers, and the way they handle meth addicts, meth users, meth dealers. Okay, they got rehabilitation centers. They got sympathy from the media, commercials, and oh my God, they need a second chance. These poor people. This is a issue. This ain't a crime issue. This is a issue with what they called it. I forgot the proper term they use for it. But no, my God, this is a social issue. Oh, man, they need help. Get them into these centers. They need treatment, but with us, they need to be in jail. It was a whole night and day approach. So Tariq cooked them on that.
I thought meth been around.
Meth has been around for a long time. Meth has been around for a long. That's not true, show.
It absolutely is true. You can look it up.
Meth has been around for a long time.
So now let's look at the 95%.
That's going to be that's being disingenuous, but that's okay.
Let's look at the 95% statistic. So 95% of the people in jail are male. Is that because jail is sexist? You said that jail is racist because the majority of people in jail are black, or a disproportionate amount of blacks are in jail. So that means that was enough proof for you to say it's racist. So I'm saying 95% of people in jail are male. That is disproportionately male to female. Is that, by your logic, because jail is sexist?
No, that's just a deflective argument, Schultz. That's nothing but a deflection. It has nothing
just
to do with it has nothing to do with the price.
Doesn't mean it's deflective.
It's no answer. It's a deflective argument that has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. The reason why there's so many people, and even let's go to black women, more black women in jail than white women, and there's more white women who are meth users and drug users there. So it always goes back to systematic white supremacy.
There's also more black women in college and more black women in graduate school.
Not than white women.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, obviously there's more white women in the country, but percentage-wise, black women are the most educated people in the country. So is that because education system is racist?
So we're going by the percentage thing.
That's how you look at a demographic.
No, you look at raw numbers.
Okay, well,
you look at raw numbers.
White people are 5 times the population of black people. Clearly, there's going to be more than.
And if there's 5 times % of the population, why are so many more black people in jail? And you're 5 times % of the population, these black men are in jail.
We could also look at the same statistic and say, why are there so many black
but
people?
No. We can also answer that question.
Okay, what is your question?
The question is...
methamphetamine has been around since 1887, by the way.
I'm not saying they haven't been around, but the meth... It's like saying crack. Yeah, you could make crack.
So the meth epidemic, or you said meth is a newer drug?
Right.
The meth epidemic is a new drug, yeah. The meth epidemic is
newer.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. But back to your question. You had a question.
But the question is, because there's 5 times more white people in the country, shouldn't they be in jail 5 times more?
Absolutely.
Then why are they not?
You would think.
Right. So this is Tariq Nasheed got him. He said, right, you would think, but why aren't they? See, he cooked him with his own argument. If there are more white people than black people, this is obvious to us, and they commit crimes at the same rate, then at the same rate they should be locked up at the same rate as us. But because there's more of them, they should fill the prison sentence more than us.
Then why are they not?
Because in what the justice system believes is they aren't committing the crime at that rate.
Why do they think that?
I don't know. Why do you think that?
White supremacy?
I wouldn't chalk it up to just white supremacy. I would chalk it up to the lasting effects of slavery, and I would talk about
which is white supremacy.
Which is
white supremacy. You keep bringing different words for white supremacy.
That mass incarceration is a race issue, though.
Yeah,
it's been proven.
Yes. There are.
We agree on a lot of stuff. You prove a lot of stuff, right?
Absolutely. There are certain aspects I can't deny that, and I absolutely would deny. But I think that it is more detailed and nuanced than you give it credit for. So, for example, when we look at the numbers that we see. I guess you chalk up everything that has happened to black people in America to the history of black people in America.
Well, I chop up everything that happens now. Everything, especially everything negative that happens to black society, is completely orchestrated by white supremacy, and I mean that with no exception.
I mean, President Obama said that in his farewell speech the other day. He said that white people need to stop dismissing the fact that the after effects of slavery and Jim Crow are very much affecting us as a society.
And he also said stop looking at everything as a race thing.
He did, but it works both ways.
Yeah.
You don't look at everything as a race thing, but you have to deal with the reality of the situation.
Absolutely, I've never denied that. I've been a very, very strong proponent of the effects of Jim Crow and slavery, and I think it's one of the reasons why blacks that come here from Africa and the West Indies are so successful in this country is because they don't have that lasting legacy and they don't have that victimology mentality that the blacks that are raised in America have.
They have it. But the thing is, they're allowed over here. See, especially in their country, their countries are dominated by white supremacy. That's why they had to bring their asses over here.
But they grew up with their own leaders, right? They grew up they
grew up with puppet leaders.
Black presidents. They grew up looking at black people in office. They grew up looking at black business.
Nelson Mandela was a real leader.
They go look at all these. Many of them were real leaders.
I've been to Africa. When a white person steps out, I've been to Ethiopia, I've been to Egypt, I've been to Tanzania, I've been to South Africa, been to Zanzibar. And one thing I've noticed, whenever a white person steps out somewhere, black people there surround them. Because they know that we live in a global system of white supremacy, and those are the people with the resources. And that's who I need to be around.
Surround them? What do you mean?
So literally, surround them. Like begging, surround them. Like, hey, who are you? What do you do? You got food, medicine, and this is why African people are getting on ships and boats floating over to Europe, because those are the people who have all the resources.
Is that okay? Just like you just said it right there. You just said it. Is that because they're white, or is that because they have resources?
Ah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
They want resources. So if a rich black guy is walking through the streets of Zanzibar, I guarantee some black people are going to surround him going, hey, do you have some resources for me? I'd love some resources. That'd be great.
Right. So the resource thing, why do white people have so many resources globally? Well,
not white people. White people don't. I mean, if we look at America, we see the intense poverty across America, the intense welfare state that America has become.
Who has the majority of the resources?
There are white people that have
Who
resources.
have the majority of the global resources?
A very small percentage of 1% of the population. That is not reflective of if I blamed, or you or anybody blamed all black people for the actions of 1% of black people, right? You would call that racist or prejudice. But you have no problem blaming all white people for the actions of 1% of whites.
No. I've never said that. Let's be very clear. I've always said all white people are not white supremacists. I never said that. No, I didn't. No, I never said that. All white people are not white supremacists.
I don't know if you know what you're saying.
The white supremacists are the most powerful people on the planet.
That's what we were talking about with Tariq earlier, because whenever he goes on Tucker's show, I always tell him I think that's dangerous, because they try to paint him as a racist instead of a person who's against white supremacy. I think it's a difference.
Right, but they just twist your words and use the "I'm white, not say so" narrative. So no matter what I say, they're going to flip it and just say something else anyway. So that's "I'm white, not say so." I'm used to that.
All right. Let's pause this conversation with Tariq Nasheed to tell you that this episode of Brilliant Idiots is brought to you by Squarespace. Whatever your next move might be, get it started on a good foot by using Squarespace. Squarespace provides simple, intuitive tools that allow you to build the web.
All right, so we're at the 46-minute mark, 22 seconds in, and I want to take you back down to memory lane real quick. Got to do some fact checking. That's the whole point of this live reactions. It's to fact check the data, right? Okay, so hold on. So your boy said this. Your boy Andrew Schultz said this. Let's run that back turbo.
Go ahead.
I mean, I think you need to think about an argument. So the Jobs Act, it made money available for minority-owned business owners.
What's a minority?
Anything that's not white supremacy.
Bullshit.
Except Nigerians, because they're white supremacy to you.
Most minorities are white.
Nigerians are white.
Most minorities are white. See, watch these trick words. Most minorities are white.
In terms of, you're saying women are a minority? Is that what you're trying to say?
White women,
right?
Hispanics who are classified as white.
Well, it depends.
Gay,
what type of Hispanic.
white men. They're classified as minorities.
Not all Hispanic. Black unemployment in half. It went from 18.6% to 8.3%. Okay, so he cut black unemployment in half. It went from 18.6% to 8.3%. That is specifically something that he did for black people. The Ready for Work Partnership, $170 million for back to long-term work programs. The disproportionate
$170 million for back to long work programs. He's saying Obama did and was successful in the FBA community. We'll see.
Partnership, $170 million for back to long-term work programs that disproportionately help black people. So 25% of the black recipients were black. 12% of the population.
25% were black.
They were reflected double the recipients of this specific program for black people.
What was the name of that program?
The Ready for Work Partnership. And what it did is it prepared people for long-term work ethics. So it's not like I'm going to get you a job and then you're going to be out of this work in 2 years. But it not only prepared people for the jobs, but it trained them for the jobs and connected them with the jobs that they could
I haven't heard of that program, and most black people haven't heard of that program. So I don't think that
25% of the people in the program for black. Small
I don't know nobody. I don't know one black person who has heard of that program.
Listen, you also didn't know.
How many people did it affect?
How many people didn't help because they say this stuff like 25% of the unemployed. See, they work these little numbers.
Yeah, how many black
it don't really affect a large number.
I didn't get the statistic of how many people. All I can tell you is the 170 million black people got 25% of that. The small business.
Okay, wait. Let's unpack that. Let's fact check that. Okay, so the Jobs Act and minority business loans. He claimed the Jobs Act made money available for minority-owned businesses. Again, the word minority is the issue. And therefore, that's not white supremacy. It cut black employment in half. Small business loans targeted blacks. Okay, the reality is that the American Jobs Act and later SBA loans initiative did not uniquely or exclusively fund black businesses. Another white supremacist lie. They were minority programs with Tariq. Now, she was correct in challenging that word minority, which in federal legal language includes white women, Hispanics classified as white for many purposes, some Asian groups. Foundation Black Americans are just one group among many. So this means money is diluted. The vast majority of the dollars went to groups other than Foundation Black Americans. Andrew, even with SBA data, Black-owned businesses received only 2 to 3% of federal small business loans, far below our population share. 2 to 3%. We make up 12% of the population, Andrew, and we got only 2 to 3% of the federal small business loans. So cutting Black unemployment from 18% to 8%, which happened briefly after the Great Recession, was not due to one program, but due to the general economic recovery. The disparity in wealth and job security stayed the same or widened. Okay, so calling something a minority program doesn't mean it meaningfully benefits Foundation Black Americans. The data show Black-owned firms consistently get the smallest share of loans and contracts, while white women and non-Black minorities benefit disproportionately. So temporary dips in unemployment don't equal closing the wealth gap. Now, he said the Ready for Work partnership. He said 170 million long-term training program that disproportionately helped Blacks. 25% of recipients were Black versus 12% of population share. Okay, so workforce readiness or reentry grants are usually short-term pilot programs that reach tiny fractions of the unemployed, and they are short-term pilot programs. So being 25% of recipients doesn't mean that most Black people benefit. It usually just means a small number of trainees offered a few thousand nationwide out of 43 million, mostly in urban pilot cities. No long-term guaranteed job placement, liar. Government Accountability Office, GAO, audits of job training programs have found mixed to weak evidence that participants have lasting wage gains or job stability, liar. So in practice, the people most likely to hear about and apply to these programs are those already networked with nonprofit or workforce centers, which many Black Americans are not. So Tariq Nasheed was correct. He said, the average Black person never heard of that. So a program reaching a few thousand people isn't proof systemic barriers are gone. What was the point of mentioning that? What was the point of mentioning a program to reach a few thousand people out of 43 million? So 25% of a small pilot is still a tiny slice of the Black workforce, and GAO audits show most of these programs don't produce long-term gains. So he lied about that, which they do.
I got to verify that because that sounds real funny style.
Please do. Small Business Association loans. The fee for those loans went to zero. They targeted Blacks by partnering with the U.S. Black Chambers.
Targeting Blacks. Watch these terms. Are you saying they targeting Blacks? Those are not specifically for Black people.
I'm going to tell you how they targeted Black. So they partnered with the U.S. Black Chambers and the 100 Black Men of America to make sure that these loans were targeted to Blacks.
Did they get them though? Did they get them? Exactly. Did they get them?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you don't know if they did that. So you're watching these words like targeted.
He asked him, did he get them? He said, yes, we got the loans.
No, they didn't. Right. So there it is. So until you can tell me they didn't, then they did.
So those are weak reaches, man.
All right. Well, I did the research. I'll tell you. So the claim is SBA fees went to zero. They targeted Blacks by partnering with U.S. Black Chambers and 100 Black Men of America. Eliminating fees slightly easier. No. How about I set the alarm for one day, and this thing been going crazy every morning. All right, anyway, so he says eliminating fees, right, equals slightly easier terms on already hard to qualify loans. Okay, so FBA's own data show Black businesses loan approvals are lower than any other minority group. Okay, so now all these minorities he's talking about is a bunch of minorities. Why are we on the bottom of the minorities? We should be on top, right? Aren't we the top minority? We're in the bottom, and it's mostly because lower collateral and credit scores, structural, not personal. Okay, it's the system that makes it like that. Banks still discriminate despite fee waivers. So even though they don't get fees, they're waiving the fees for some of these banks. We still get discriminated. So partnering with a black advocacy group doesn't force banks to lend. Just like if you get a voucher for a home, they don't have to sell you that home. Okay, you get an FHA loan voucher and you go buy a home, they can say no. Just because you qualify with your bad credit and your low down payment doesn't mean the homeowner has to sell you that home. So partnering with a black advocacy group doesn't force banks to lend or ensure money flows to black-owned businesses. It's mostly PR, unless paired with enforcement, right? It's PR for people like Andrew Schultz to promote on the show. All right. So even targeted outreach is not the same as targeting funding. So a flyer in the Black Chamber newsletter isn't reparative justice. Black businesses still get the smallest loan share, and no evidence shows those partnerships reverse discrimination and bank underwriting. Okay, so the minority shell game. It lumps in white women, Hispanics, Asians, shrinking the black share while bragging about minority spending. But when you ask for disaggregated data, how much actually reached black Americans? So that was a great point by Tariq Nasheed. He said, well, how much of that went to black people? Well, I haven't done that research. And shut up. Okay, so 25% sounds large, right? Oh, 25% went to black people, but 25, but of what? 500 people? 5,000 people? So family, 25%, that sounds large, but if it's only given to 500 people, 25%, 500, that's not that many people benefiting. So what you got to do is, which Tariq did, demand raw numbers, not just percentages. All right. So then he says partnering with black groups. Okay, that doesn't equate to real funding or job placement. Just partnering with black groups. Show SBA and GAO audits. Okay, black firms still underfunded, and then a cycle recovery lowers unemployment but doesn't close gaps in wealth, wages, or credit access. So misses with the unemployment went low. No. Show us how the wealth gap was closed. Okay, so what we can do is we can point to Fed and census wealth gap data, same as 1968 levels. So nothing changed since 1968 as far as that. Okay, so why don't these programs transform black outcomes? Let me tell you why, Andrew. Programs are too small relative to the size of the black population. They don't address intergenerational wealth loss, land theft, or discriminatory credit systems. Success is often defined by enrollment, not by long-term income wealth or business survival.
Website of your dreams with ease. Squarespace is used by a wide range of ability to create an option with the click of faith provide theming your Squarespace off your first.
Yeah,
What is the argument that y'all are having here? That white supremacy exists?
No, we agree that white supremacy exists. What I think that he does is often, he wants to prove white supremacy so much that he often loses or misses out or is blind to the real cause on some issues. On some issues, it's white supremacy, an undeniable fact, right? And on other issues, it might have nothing to do with white supremacy, but because you want to prove it so badly, you miss that.
And I want him to tell me what areas of activity that are not dominated by white supremacy.
We just proved it. Religion.
He said religion, and I just proved that religion is completely dominated by white supremacy.
You just proved that you don't know nothing about religion.
I just did.
Which religion, though? Which one are you talking about?
All of them.
All of them are dominated by white supremacy.
We can't go back on this because we already proved it, but it's not even close. Not even close.
Well, there's black churches, white churches. It's definitely dominated by white supremacy.
Okay, another thing that you said on the tax season podcast is you were talking about black feminists date white men, and it's because you said this is because of the Negro bed wench mentality.
I heard it too.
Yeah. And so what do you mean by that?
Well, the thing is, unfortunately, when you're a captive people, people can take advantage of you sexually and psychologically. And during slavery, they took advantage of sisters sexually, and black men too. A lot of black men were raped on these plantations by white males. So now that mentality, unfortunately, is somewhat still prevalent, where people in black society, captive people, feel like they have to be sexually submissive to those in the dominant white society. This goes with black women and black men, unfortunately.
Right. So to this point, I think there's another time where you're again blind to what the real issue is here. And I think
what's the real issue?
I think the real issue here is that third wave modern feminists, like this is the most recent form of feminism, which I agree with you in a lot of ways. I'm very critical of, and I think we share a lot of the same sentiments. These women, regardless of race, date emasculated men because that's the only way they can feel powerful. Now, emasculated men happen to be white more in America because in certain white groups in America, machismo or the pressure to be machismo or tough doesn't exist.
Did you just say white men are pussy?
Yeah.
In certain white groups. No, in certain. I mean, I say this on the podcast all the fucking time. We are creating pathetic individuals, but when I see certain white groups, they embrace how pussy they are, basically. And I think that's why you see white feminists dating them, black feminists dating them. You know, you see these really emasculated men. We're like, is this guy gay? Are they? I don't even understand. Are they best friends? I'm not even sure what it is. So I don't think that this is a reflection of this Negro bedmensch mentality. I think it literally is, how do I feel powerful? I damn sure can't do that with a Tariq. I damn sure can't do that with a Charlemagne. I damn sure I can't do that with a Schultz. I'm going to get me a little pussy that I can walk all over and make me feel empowered.
I don't believe.
Yeah, you just said white men are pussy and black women are kind of pussy. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all because the mayor of New York, what's his name? De Blasio?
He's a pussy.
Yeah, you say he's a pussy. He's the mayor of damn New York. He's
so
a powerful
what?
guy.
He can still be a pussy.
His wife used to be a feminist. She used to be a black feminist back in the 70s. So, yeah, he's not powerless. This man runs the city.
Why can't it just be love? Why can't it just be interracial couples? Why can't it just be a guy loves a girl or a girl loves a guy?
Well, ask him that question. Yeah. I think that's fine, but he doesn't believe that's possible. No,
it's possible. But the thing is, when I see people,
you're in an interracial relationship, right?
No.
Your wife isn't.
Whoa! Fox News, go ahead.
No, but is your wife not of mixed race?
Yeah, my wife is black. She's biracial, but she's black.
So she's half black, half white.
Yeah, half white.
Okay, so she's half black, half white,
which is black.
Okay,
she's Barack Obama.
I've always said that.
She's J. Cole.
Yeah,
she's Drake.
I've always said that. You can make that distinction. You can do that as well. But I mean
technically, the system of white supremacy, they made that decision.
Sure, but technically, are you a Negro bedwench?
No, because I'm not with a white woman.
I mean, to some people, you might be.
When you
ain't nothing wrong with being with a white woman.
You thought she was a black woman.
I knew she was a black woman. She said it.
Yeah, she's,
what's her father?
Oh, he's black. He's black.
Oh yeah,
he's black. She's
black.
black.
If you come out the white pussy, you're white.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is.
Please.
Why did
I'm
you?
just saying.
What Schultz is really upset about? I don't know if y'all talked about this. He don't like being called a suspected white supremacist.
I don't like white supremacy. So let's get rid of white supremacy, and I won't suspect nobody of being a white supremacist.
Here's my issue. Here's my issue with the suspected thing.
Yes,
I think it's lazy because what it does is it gives a person the stigma of being a white supremacist without you actually doing the due diligence and research to find out if that person is. It's like saying someone's a suspected pedophile. It's like, well, I'm not going to let that person babysit. Even if that person has not been proven to be a pedophile, just suspected is enough for me to be like, get away from my fucking kids.
Now imagine that stigma magnified to our everyday lives. We are suspected of having a gun. We are suspected. By whom?
Not by
the
me.
Pantaleos of the world.
But not by
we're
me.
the ones who are suspected of selling cigarettes illegally, and we're harmed by that.
Right.
We're suspected of robbing a store.
But not by me.
But by the white supremacists.
So
and I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you
me?
are. I'm not saying you are. But you're not telling us who the white supremacists are, and I'm not calling you a white supremacist. But if you do something, I'm going to have to suspect you might be for my own safety.
It sounds like both of y'all don't want nobody generalizing.
Right. So what I guess what I want to know is
you're
going
to get a stigma, but I could possibly get killed out here for being a suspect. So that's the big difference, Joe. So let's remove white supremacy altogether so nobody will be suspected of anything.
Do you agree two things can be wrong?
Like what do you mean?
Just two things can be wrong.
1,000 things can be wrong.
Killing somebody's wrong and rape is wrong.
Of course.
Both of those things are wrong.
Absolutely.
One doesn't negate the other.
Absolutely
right?
not.
It's not like I'm getting, this person over here is getting raped and you're like, yeah, but we're getting killed, so you need to shut up about your rape shit.
No.
That's what you're doing right now.
That's not my argument.
You're basically saying, hey, listen, I'm allowed to call you a suspected white supremacist because, hey, I've been going through some fucked up shit.
Because I'm a victim of white supremacy. So it's my
you're
duty.
Just
it's my
free to call anybody who you don't have to do any research.
That is my own experience. When I say I suspect this person might be a white supremacist, that's my experience.
So what have I said that made you suspect that?
I don't. I've never called you a suspected white supremacist, by the way. I haven't called you that.
Tariq.
I haven't called you that.
Tariq.
I haven't. I want you to listen.
I've heard you say that
people think that he was.
I've heard you say.
I haven't really listened to shows.
He's never directly called
you.
Right. I've never called you a suspected white supremacist. I've never.
From what you've heard.
From what I've heard.
Yeah, you said that. I give him that. He said that.
So you find pushing this rhetoric out there.
What rhetoric?
This suspected white supremacist. So what you've heard mean? I guess at what point
I've heard people tell people like Schultz is a white supremacist.
Okay, so I've heard people
so that's
say,
why I'm not going to call you one.
I've heard somebody say you're gay. Are you a suspected homosexual?
Well, you can't find a booty hole that I've had relations with, so that's easy.
So you
to
can't
disprove.
find a person that I've had white supremacy towards.
But the thing is, what have you done to replace the system of white supremacy?
What have you
with
done
justice?
to not fuck booty holes?
I put my dick in my pants.
Well, I don't know that.
You don't have to. I know it.
Yeah, but you know it, but I don't. You haven't proved it to me.
So
you could be fucking booty holes. I don't
could,
know.
but I'm not.
First
so that's
of all,
cool.
I never said you fucked him. Maybe you got fucked.
I know my booty hole is closed too.
But we don't know that.
I don't care if you don't know that.
That's why I said
my booty hole no.
Guys, we're not here to discuss gay rights. We're not here to discuss gay rights.
There's really a lot on this dick and booty talk.
Absolutely. Welcome to White Boys. This is how white boys hang out, Tariq. Why do you think we're so emasculated? We talk about
You thought he was one of these white guys that are black?
That's what I thought. I'm like, goddamn.
No, I'm the real fucking deal, baby.
He prefers Asian dick.
He's sucked his own dick before. He's white.
Come on now, who hasn't?
Listen, how do we get to a solution? Because I feel like we
No, but this is important. I don't want to get away from the suspected
Yes.
thing. I'm just saying, I could go through and find people saying things that you say you are suspected of, which I think are unfair. I would never put them out there. Even if I disagree with you on a million different things. And I've already said to you, and I mean this sincerely, I think you're incredibly talented. I mean this sincerely. I would never put those things out there because I haven't done the work. I have a certain amount of integrity. I haven't done the work to find out if you
but
are
the thing
these
is,
things.
Schultz, man, we live in a system where black people are getting executed out here in the streets.
What does that have to do with
we
me
need to know,
being called a suspected white supremacist? That doesn't give you permission. Just because you've been through something.
Who's the white supremacist? Nobody's telling us who the white supremacists are.
If I'm born with terminal cancer, does that mean that I can do whatever I want?
Nobody's telling us who
cancer?
the white supremacists are. We're going to have to suspect somebody of being a white supremacist in a system
so I'm
of white
a casualty
supremacy.
of a dice game. So
you're not.
So you're basically stop and frisk with white supremacy. You believe in stop and frisk.
We have to, as victims of white supremacy, we need to know who's a potential white supremacist, who might harm us.
You sound a lot like the cops. We need to find out who's shooting people, so we're going to stop everybody.
Cops. We're not killing cops with impunity.
But
we're not
people were shooting people in New York.
We just need to know who might victimize us. That's all we need to know.
Generalizations are dangerous all across the board. That's all I'm hearing in this conversation.
But real talk, I mean, you're doing stop and frisk with a suspected white supremacist, and it's the same thing. Now, suspected white supremacist, now that it might be effective. Stop and frisk was very effective. I mean, and if you really want to look at who stop and frisk was targeting, which was Latinos and blacks, there was a 6-month period from like January to June in New York City where Latinos and blacks were responsible for 98% of a gun.
But that's nation. We're always suspect of something. We're always being suspected. If we walk in a store, people
not
following
suspected.
us. We're always suspected.
They were 98% of the people who
for us.
committed those crimes, right? So when they were only being targeted at 80%. The actual people who were being targeted too much were the Muslims, were the Asians, were the white people who didn't have anything to do with that gun crime in that period, right?
The bottom line,
they were
we are suspected for almost everything.
My point
when black people walk in somewhere, we're suspected of stuff, and we're punished oftentimes by people's suspicions. So when we look at other people and say, okay, that person might victimize me, that's not being incorrect. That's not reverse racism. That's us being cautious. That's all it is.
So what you're saying, you're justifying your racism through racism.
You cannot be a racist if you are a powerless person. Racism is systematic. Outside of name calling, tell me what racism can black people practice and get away with?
Charlemagne can practice racism right now. Charlemagne can decide that he doesn't want to hire people that are Asian for his many shows. Oprah can practice racism. Barack Obama can practice racism.
But you're proving his point, though, because we're in positions of power. He said the powerless.
I know. But you think because he's black that black people don't have power. I think that's the most racist idea right there. I think the fact that you look at black people as powerless is incredibly racist and crippling to black mentality. I think it's really wrong.
So me and Charlemagne, we can not hire Asian people, and that's racist?
if you're doing it specifically because you don't want to hire Asians, yeah, you have the power to do that. You're a person of power. You have
that's
economic.
discrimination.
Now,
You're
first of all, not only is that discrimination. Now, furthermore,
but are black people doing that? I mean, you're talking about a hypothetical thing. I'm saying, show me where black people are even in a position to hire a lot of Asian people.
I just showed you two.
I would say, even if you're poor, if you're poor and white, right?
Right.
Now, if your point is that you need economic power to oppress, so all those poor white people, poor white people that vote for Trump, there must not be racist. Group power, and the economics comes with them aggregating small amounts of money.
Okay. See, we don't have that group power.
Why
we
not?
don't have that. We don't because
black
of white
people shift
supremacy.
elections.
Black
people shift entire elections
with their numbers, but not with their money.
You just said group power.
No, Tariq, I can show you where racism is dangerous to a powerless people. Like, I'm from South Carolina.
Yeah.
So if I go to one of these white trailer parks with a bunch of poor and disenfranchised people, regardless of how much money I got, if they're racist against me, it could be a dangerous situation.
Yes, indeed. Exactly. Because you can't have two supremes. There's no such thing as black supremacy. That's a contradiction of terms. Supreme means no higher than, end all, be all. Mm-hmm. So you have white supremacy, and supreme means I can kill you ultimately and do it with impunity. That's all it means at the end of the day.
Sure.
And the only people who can do that to us are the white supremacists. We can't do that to anybody else.
Manson was a black supremacist.
You define. He just didn't know any white guys.
$400 billion. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So you define power now. It's not in terms of economics. Before it was economics, but you've shifted your argument to saying it's just killing someone and getting away with it.
No. I didn't shift the argument. I'm just telling you what supreme means.
We debunked your economic theory, so now you're going into murdering.
No, you didn't.
We absolutely.
How did you debunk my economic theory?
Because you have economic power. I'm assuming, this is just me assuming that you have economic power.
Who, me as an individual?
You as an individual.
Right. No, I don't. I'm just a black person with a couple of dollars. But
fine.
I don't have economic power.
Has economic power.
A powerless black, listen,
he has the ability to hire. He has the ability to staff entire television shows. He has the ability to staff writing rooms.
Listen, that's a part of it, but if I'm a powerless black
staff
person,
radio
a white person is not going to suffer if I don't hire him. Let's be very real. An Asian person ain't going to suffer if I don't hire him. But black people,
black people aren't going to suffer if he doesn't hire him either.
But we're going to have to go to some white person to hire us. For the most part, very few of us have economic independence, unfortunately, in the system of white supremacy. We go over that
Very few white
hump.
people have economic independence.
Oh, please.
Let me ask you a question.
Absolutely.
That's
very
not true.
few white people have independence. Do you know how poor white people are?
Who has all the wealth in the country?
Didn't you grow up in the middle of the country?
1%, though.
Yeah, but still.
That's
that
1%.
1%.
But that's the 1%, so you're defining all white people by the 1%. Do you see how your arguments keep falling apart?
No, that 1%, they control the wealth and the resources in this country, and black folks are still under that thumb. We still have to go to that 1%.
So are poor white people, those poor white people who lost their houses in that mortgage crisis,
right?
They were taken advantage by the exact
same 1%. And they have no problem voting for Trump as long as he's going to keep the Negroes down just a little bit further.
They voted for Trump for the same reason why black people who voted for Barack Obama voted for Trump, because they want jobs, and they are anti-establishment votes. This election was not about racism. It was about anti-establishment.
Now, come on. Now, when you're at the rally yelling, nigga, go back to Africa.
Every election is going to be about, there are going to be a certain amount of people that are doing it for racist issues.
Trump has had a career of practicing white supremacy against black people, man.
What I'm saying is there are black people who voted for him.
The 4 people in Chicago, they were all powerless.
Yeah.
But that is a prime example of powerless people still practicing racism.
Which is this?
In Chicago, where they tortured the white dude.
They kidnapped the kid. Yeah,
but they beat the guy up. But that was just
they said fuck white people, fuck Donald Trump.
That was just name calling. They beat the dude up, and after they beat him up, their asses went to jail less than 24 hours. Got charged with hate crimes. Right.
They should have.
Where's the racism? Because racism is systematic. There was no system that protected them.
Racism
there was no
is not
union.
Systematic.
It is systematic.
That's a change
look at the word. Look at the word racism. Ism is systematic.
Racism is systematic. Look it up. Racism is prejudice based on race.
A system. That's prejudice based on race.
No, system is something that was added into it in the last 5 years.
Outside of name calling, we don't get away with being racist to nobody.
There's a difference between name calling and violence. These people were violent and they kidnapped somebody.
And they got punished immediately.
Absolutely,
where white people who practice racism, they can punish us and walk around free and nothing happens to them.
That's not true.
That's a good point.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean that's not true? What happened to Pantaleo? The person who killed Eric Garner, the person who killed Tamir Rice, the person who killed Freddie Gray.
So you're giving me 4 examples.
I can give more. I can just be here all day.
So you're giving me 4
I can give you several
popular examples.
I can give you several examples of that happening over and over again.
Already,
Walter Scott. I can go on and on and on and on.
Sure.
And on. Zimmerman. All of them.
Okay.
I mean, throughout history. I mean,
All
especially
right.
here in New York.
I mean, we go back to the lynchings and all that. None of them got
we're
punished.
familiar with these examples.
Right.
But they've done studies. There was a Harvard professor that did this study.
Okay.
Black Harvard professor that did this study.
Don't matter. Token. Okay, go ahead.
I know he's
I hate when people try to point out somebody's black. I hate when they say he's black, so that means he's about to maintain white supremacy. You get some black person
the reason why I say he's black is because he saw this this incredible racial injustice with all these black people being killed by the police, and he was a economics professor. So what he decided to do is take it upon himself to prove systematically and statistically that this was happening to black people beyond a shadow of a doubt. And his research showed that black people were harassed more by the cops, pushed up against walls more by the cops, handcuffed more by the cops at a higher percentage, and spoken disrespectfully during these interactions at a higher percentage than black people. But when it came to being killed by the cops, white people were killed more by the cops than black people, even in situations where the cops had the right to shoot, by 18%. Now,
the reason why, Schultz, is because more white people kill police officers. And not only that.
Wait, what?
More white people kill police officers. Last year alone,
now you're talking about numbers.
71% of the police officers that were shot by white males.
Yes.
So more white people kill cops. So yeah, cops are going to shoot.
What percentage of white people are there in the country?
80%? What
70%.
Is it? 70%.
So they're right
okay.
on par. They shot the exact amount of cops they're supposed to.
Exactly. So why are they killing? So why unarmed black people getting killed when you have the people over here, the white supremacists of white people shooting you the most?
Yeah,
and also you have the Cliven Bundys and all these people who would take up arms against law enforcement for months at a time, and these people don't get punished.
And the reverse to that argument, too, real quick.
The
reverse to that argument is also, if it's more white people, then the black people shouldn't be getting harassed more by the cops.
Yeah, and I got a roll too. By the way.
So no. I didn't say. I said they were getting harassed at a higher percentage. The point is, the point about the shooting was there's this untrue narrative that is being put out there that you are supporting right now. This
What's
idea
untrue? What is it?
That cops are killing black people at a higher rate than they're killing white people. They're not. They're killing white people at a higher percentage that they're killing black people.
But they're not unarmed white people. They're not unarmed white people. They're not unarmed white people. Schultz. Also, the FBI put out. Let me just finish and I give it to you. Let me finish. I give it to you. Let me just finish. I give it to you.
Okay. They're not only are white people being killed at a higher percentage than black people by the cops.
Who are not unarmed, but go ahead.
Armed black people who the cops had 100% right to shoot because they were armed or they're attacking the cop are still killed at a lower percentage than white people.
The FBI put out a memo in 2006 stating,
you should look it up. Harvard and Washington Post.
The FBI put out a memo stating that white supremacist organizations, they've infiltrated law enforcement. They were warning people of this in 2006.
This has been around for a while, though.
Right. Right. Do you think that doesn't have any bearing on black people getting killed disproportionately who are unarmed?
So what you do is when you do one of these studies,
no.
And I'll tell you why. Because what you do when you do these
white
studies,
supremacy denial.
Well, again, just because I disagree with you, you can't just say white supremacy. Maybe you should hear what I have to say, and then you can disagree.
It's kind of I'm white and I say so, though, Schultz. That's the thing, though.
No, I'm telling you no.
And then you throw out a bunch of.
I'm telling you no, but I'm telling you specifically why.
We got to wrap this up soon. So let's finish your final point.
So,
go ahead.
So, what you do when you do a statistical analysis at that level, when you're one of these like Harvard institutions, is you adjust for all these types of variables, right? You don't just do one police precinct, you do 1,000 police precincts across the country. And when you do that, you get a diverse enough group and a diverse enough information that will offset these variables. I mean, statistical analysis at this level is done to make sure and ensure that you're not going to have these biases infiltrated. Is it 100% accurate? Absolutely not. You'll have maybe a 90% accuracy rate with a standard deviation of, a few percent, right? So within like 2 standard deviations of the mean, you'll be accurate. Right?
Translation. Black people get killed by these suspected white supremacist race soldiers, and we got these stats to justify why we do it. That's all you just said.
You're just being lazy, dude.
That's not lazy.
You're smarter than
What you're trying to do is mental. You're trying to do verbal gymnastics.
That you're smarter than
that's verbal gymnastics you're trying to do. Well, the variables of the percentage shows that disproportionate numbers of the race.
You don't understand it doesn't mean it's verbal
gymnastics.
To you,
that's all it is.
To other people,
what you said made
watching.
0 sense.
It's because you don't understand.
You think I don't catch what you're saying? See, a lot of black folks, they hear a white guy say a bunch of numbers and all of these 4-syllable words and they think this is a deep white man. What you said was completely full of shit. And you're my dude. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful.
I don't think
I
you
know
are.
it's full of shit.
I think you're saying
a lot of folks don't know. But the point is, you know, according to the FBI, I'm going back to the point. I make it very simple. I like to make it very plain. They've said that white supremacist organizations, they've infiltrated law enforcement. There's books out talking about how they were going to infiltrate law enforcement and target black people. There's emails and phone records and text records showing that there are white supremacists in these precincts targeting black people. It comes out almost every other month. Black people are being targeted and harmed because they know that they're not going to be punished if they do so. And not only will they not be punished, these race soldiers are being rewarded for harming black people. It's just that simple. We can do the verbal gymnastics, but I like to keep things very plain. I like to look at the raw numbers. The raw numbers is that very rarely do white males
go to jail. A statistic.
Go to jail.
That's not a number.
I'm just making it plain. I'm just making it plain for the cheap seats.
Bullshit.
I'm making it plain for the cheap seats.
This is how you bullshit it.
Well, the variables of the inconclusive evidence of I'm making it very plain. Show me.
You can Google all this stuff.
You can Google. Show me the large numbers of white.
Give me one number.
Hell, just give me a large number. I'm giving you. Give me a number of large numbers of white people going to jail for killing black people in law enforcement.
Give me a number, Tariq.
Who are the white people going to jail for killing black people, especially unarmed black people?
You're asking for specific names. That's
Show
not
me.
numbers.
No, give me a name. Okay? That's making it very plain. Show me
what creates
who
an
are
answer.
so every black person killed by a white person is justified
because your argument is lazy.
So is every black person killed by a white person?
Not.
So
and
why do they not go to jail?
Why they do? Who? You're assuming that they don't.
Who?
There are people that go to jail all the time.
Name them.
You're speaking about police officers specifically?
Yeah, let's do specifically cops.
Gotcha.
So I want you to just give me one statistic. You haven't given me one number all day.
You're trying to give it back to me. I'm asking you something. I'll give you.
Give me a number.
Give me a name.
Give me a name
of
to back up what you're saying.
Who are police officers going to jail killing unarmed black people.
I've given you better than one name. I've given you a statistical analysis across
the whole
country.
Let's make it. Look, my education level is kind of slow. I just need to break it down.
You're a smart dude. I know you're a smart dude.
I dropped out of school.
I know.
Just give me a name.
I don't care about school.
I'm good on names.
I don't care about school.
I didn't do good at math. Just give me a name.
I need a number.
All right, we're talking. We're just talking past each other at this point.
Now,
but
Tariq, I gotta go.
Listen, I really appreciate you coming by.
Indeed.
I'm being dead serious with it, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I mean this. I'm being dead serious. I've said this a couple times. I think you're incredibly gifted at communicating. I fucking mean that.
Yeah.
I really wish that you put more of an effort in terms of compiling these arguments and getting statistical backups for these arguments and proving them because. Dude, I'm not joking. I'm being dead serious. I talk about Charlemagne like this. I think he's an unbelievable communicator. Probably the most talented person I've ever worked with.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of your ability to communicate, you're up there, dude. I just think that you're being lazy with these arguments because you're so good and you're not competing with anybody. And I want you to.
This dude said lazy with the arguments. All of his points were lazy, misrepresenting stats. 25% of black people receive some of the benefits of some bullshit outreach programs, but 25% of what number? 100? Wow, that's a large percentage, 25%. But if it's only for 100 people, okay, now what? See, I'm trying to say, listen, family, these guys throw around stats, and a lot of times we can't fact check them in real life because the first time we heard of that stat or that outreach program. So you just left just with the stat, but just know somewhere in that stat that they're lying, and you just got to be able to ask the right questions, like Tariq Nasheed did. He said, "Well, how much of us received that 25%, whatever it was? Oh, I don't know that number. Yes, of course you don't, because it was only 100 people, man. Okay, just 100 people received 25% of something. It wasn't like this was like for." 1 million Foundation Black Americans. It was 100 Foundation Black Americans. Okay, and 25 or this was for let's say at 25% received it, which is 100 Foundation Black Americans. Like, what does that got to do with the wealth gap? What does that got to do with unemployment or employment? And then he lied about those employment packages. Oh, Obama puts this, and this was long-term job opportunities. That's a lie. Family, every time a liberal get in there and they push these job packages, and look, we employed This many people, minorities, family, those be temporary assignments, seasonal, 3-month, 6-month programs. That's it. Maybe even a year. That's it. A year of employment. And they'll brag, look, I employed so many people. Bro, they're unemployed before your second term. I mean, I'm sorry, before your second year, those people are back. Those people are back unemployed. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna make my way. You know how I do it. I'm gonna make my way to sit down and do my studying and research. So I'm going to share Diaspora War until I get to my destination. We're gonna cook. We're gonna cook, family. We are going to cook. So pardon me. Stick around for about 40 minutes and we'll get back cooking. All right. So listen to this tether babble as they talk in circles. This is going to gaslight you. So this is a fair warning. This is gaslight city right here.
And stuff like that. That's all I wanted to say. And so yeah.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'm next. Thanks, everyone.
And please, y'all, I'm gonna say this one thing too.
Do not commercial break.
I'm gonna literally just
stick with me.
I'm
Give me
so
40
pissed right
minutes
now.
and we're back.
Just do that.
All right, man. Thanks for hosting. I'm gonna keep it brief. Bless up to everybody. I'm a Canadian Trinidadian in Toronto, and
I seen Alexis Berry name in the chat. So I said, let me scroll up to see if we got any love from her for the lineage. And we did. We got a super chat, $2. Stay blessed, hydrated, and on these folks next 100%. Let me do a roll call before I play this little tether babble. Life, we got Alexis Berry, bro. We got Shadow 1SD. We have FBA Red Dog, peace to you. We got David Betts. We got MC Fact. We got Marvin Rowell in the building. We got Flock in the building. We have Salita Marie in the building. Intuitively Wise. We got who else is here representing for the lineage? You did. We got to do our lineage, a pledge of a lineage to the code. You feel me? Got to play that song later. Cashmere Wealth is in the building. All right. So anyway,
being an observer from outside, what I can say is that ever since this whole HR 40 bill came up in the U.S. many years ago, trying to work out reparations, I feel that's been like the big.
So family, this part is true. What he's about to say. He's going to admit that the diaspora wars from Tether started once we decided to delineate and discuss who reparations payments should go to from the United States government. He's going to admit, listen to this guy admit that they raised diaspora wars on us ever since we said, hey, USA reparations monies and whatever else come out of that land, that is only for foundational Black Americans. Once we said that, these fools went crazy. Now, keep in mind, a lot of our positioning was after CARICOM. CARICOM 2013, we didn't really start going heavy on reparations as a nation about 2014 or 15, like right after CARICOM, as far as I know. Now, of course, Dr. Sandy Darity wrote a book on reparations way before then. So we were talking about it in the early 2000s. But as a nation, like as a nation topic, right after CARICOM, you feel me? And CARICOM was lineage based. So what happened to all that tether hate? Where was the diaspora war when CARICOM said, hey, you know what? Okay, wait, stop, wait. Okay, so where was the diaspora war on our part when CARICOM said, hey, these reparations for the Caribbean is only for the Caribbean? How come we didn't wage a reparation war on the Caribbean as a result? How come that didn't happen? Okay, but a year later, we said, you know what? Yeah, lineage based over here as well. And then these tethers said, oh, hell no. And then the diaspora war started from there on their part. Listen to this tether admit it.
Spike. Want to keep it brief.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'm next. Thanks, everyone.
And please, y'all, I'm gonna say this one thing too. Do not cut people off. I'm gonna literally just kick you off. I'm so pissed right now. Just do that.
All right, man. Thanks for hosting. I'm gonna keep it brief. Bless up to everybody. Yeah, I'm a Canadian Trinidadian in
He's
Toronto,
Trinidadian
and
from Canada. Listen
just
to
to
him.
be an observer from outside,
Yeah,
what I can say is that
you hear
ever
the
since
3-year-old in
this
the
whole
background.
HR 40 bill came up in the U.S. many
FBA.
years ago, trying to work out reparations, I feel that's been like the big spike in this whole trying to differentiate between African descendants of enslaved
That's my
people
fault.
and
Get
African
that back.
Canadian in Toronto.
I'm so pissed right now. Did you do that?
All right, man. Thanks for hosting. I'm gonna keep it brief. Bless up to everybody. Yeah, I'm a Canadian Trinidadian in Toronto, and just to be an observer from outside, what I can say is that ever since this whole HR 40 bill came up in the U.S. many years ago, trying to work out reparations, I feel that's been like the big spike in this whole trying to differentiate between African descendants of enslaved people and Africans and Caribbeans and people from other continents in the diaspora. So I think that there's been a big distinction because people who are clamoring to get reparations money are really insistent that they don't want Africans and Caribbeans to have access to those funds, which is understandable, right? But I think that people have to kind of see that there's a lot of people who are collaborators and conspirators who are working on behalf of white people to divide us. So I think that we have to kind of do our best to try and have these conversations as respectfully as possible and not allow it to create a wedge between us, because we're not different. We're really just not that different. So, and also, like, I think that a lot of Americans, in my experience, are just not aware that the West Indies, whether it's Carriacou, Grenada, these were breeding colonies for slaves in America, for chattel slavery in America. So the males were taken down to Carriacou and Grenada to breed women, to bring them back to have children, whether it's for domestic or field use. So I think it's very important to look at that. Also, if any of you haven't get a chance to see it, High on the Hog, which is a documentary on Netflix, really just documents how our food is so similar, whether it's from Ghana. Jollof rice is like rice and peas in Trinidad, like all these different things that we share culinary-wise. So, take some time to look at how similar we are, because I really see that we're much more similar than we are different. And let's not be hating on each other as much.
When it comes to the whole thing about reparations, I feel like African Americans are entitled to that, and Caribbeans, right? Because
Caribbeans are entitled to it as well.
Yeah, okay.
But
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, a lot of American blacks don't really see. They tend to look at Caribbeans as other and not part of the struggle, when it couldn't be more different. When you look at people in Haiti, Haiti was the biggest revolution and onslaught against the slave masters, in Jamaica and different places. But people it's not considered part of the enslaved African narrative. And I think that some people just need to kind of pull back and see triangular trade from West Africa down to the West Indies into Louisiana, into Nova Scotia in Canada. Like, it's all connected. And I think sometimes Americans are a little bit too kind of self-focused. Like, it's a bigger world out there when it comes to chattel slavery and how enslaved Africans were treated.
Okay, who's next?
I'm next.
Angel. So I don't understand why it's an issue for us to be self-focused when we're literally Black Americans in America. I feel like for everyone else, you guys can be self-focused, and it's just like you guys are speaking to your own plights in your own countries or whatever. But when it comes to us, it feels like the whole diaspora is like set on minimizing our experience. You guys are always speaking over us, always watering down our contributions to like the world in general, because it's like it's a known fact that we contributed so much globally to the Black race. And yeah, we speak for everyone sometimes, but why is it an issue that we speak for ourselves? And it's like, why is it an issue that when we speak for ourselves, it becomes like we're self-centered? Like, yeah, when we speak of reparations, of course Caribbeans are entitled to reparations from their Caribbean islands. We're American. We're entitled to reparations from America. I don't get like why it's an issue when we're speaking on our plight, and it's like, we're not all the same, we're different, and that's okay.
If I may, real quick, I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think the point within the Caribbean is that America still participated in that in regards of the contribution to the enslavement of those in the Caribbean. And also, I don't believe, well, at least for me, I can only speak for myself, I don't believe it's selfish for anyone of any culture to have pride in their identity. I think the issue came in, for me specifically, with a lot of the people on here, was just when they were like, oh, but the what's it called, the slavery, this, that, which is why I was very adamant about, okay, slavery happened outside of America and on African soil. And I think what is also being ignored is a lot of the people who contributed to the slavery in these places were all part of the same people. It was all very much white people. It was still very much white Americans and white, slave owners and traders that were participating in these, that were making it easier for France and Britain and stuff like that. So worldwide, there is a need for reparation. Am I entitled to the reparation for those in America? No, but I do believe that what was being said about the Caribbeans was just the fact that, America actively also participated in that.
Can I go next? And finish my...
Go ahead. And plus, Angel, you're really pretty. I didn't mean that in it, that was just, yeah.
Okay. So, what was that about taking back what the white people took from you, as in claiming you're American? That was said, right? I just need...
By who?
By Angel, I think. Not Angel, Leah. You said that, right?
I think it was me. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my question is, when did white people take away being American to you? The first thing they took away was African ancestry. So to reclaim anything, wouldn't you be trying to reclaim your African ancestry? Not even about knowing where you are. You don't even have to know where you are from, specifically. If you just stand up and be like, oh, I'm African, I think that would instill fear in these white people's hearts. I think they would be scared. Oh, these niggas is jacking Africa because they know, they came from Africa and we beat that shit out of them.
Wouldn't it make sense for people to say that they're African American though, because they're saying both at the end of the day? And
I don't know
to say that
you're African American because you built this country, because you were forced to build a country. You want a jacket?
I mean,
wait.
Okay, yes. Honestly, I feel like it's not fair for you to try to say that we can't.
That's the thing. I never said you couldn't. I said
no. It's the way that you implying it. It's kind of like you trying to. It don't sit right with me. It's kind of
burnout. I do not.
I agree.
I just want to say. Yeah, I just want to say that burnout. I feel like what you're saying, I do not agree, because I feel like it is an African American's place to claim being American. I don't know. I feel like if I was taking from somewhere, me right now, and I built that home, all my kids built that the nanny or some shit. No, because I know I did not break my back with my arthritis, with my scoliosis, and then you say I did not build. No, so no, that's not a thing.
Y'all putting words in my mouth because I never said that. I asked a question.
Right, you said that shouldn't be claiming the country that we're from.
I understand what you're saying. She asked Leah a question. They're just putting words in my mouth right now because I never said.
I'm gonna answer the question that you had. I want to put words.
Never said you didn't have the right. I asked why wouldn't you say you're African? I never said you didn't have the right to.
Okay, so
I can respond to that if you want.
Everybody needs to understand, right? This is what everybody needs to understand. Africans were brought here, right? But at the end of the day, people assimilated, every African from different countries assimilated and made their own culture. That's what's Black American culture, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so now, like, bro, even with the American thing, I feel like even white people are not American. Why? Because this is not their land. If we're being honest, this is not their land.
That's the
Like
fact.
nobody, because you can
who's
call yourself.
American?
Wait, hold on. Black Americans can call themselves Americans because that's what they know. This is where they are. It's what they're used to. But in the larger scope of things, like they can call themselves Americans for every reason whatsoever because they are. That's what they are. So like you saying that you can just say you're African and want to connect back. It's not as easy as people think it is. I'm Nigerian, and I know from that American perspective, it's not as easy. Like, first of all, even if you determine where you're from, how do you want to go there? Like, what do you want to do? You feel me? So like, there's a lot of layers to stuff like that. That's why,
I feel like
yeah, that's what it is.
And just to speak
I
to
feel
that
like
point,
I feel like another way that I see it is like you know how I'm not gonna say you exactly said this or you were asking a question about it, either one of them, but was talking about how what was it? Why would African American people want to claim their American side, mostly because of like how the system is so bad and all of this and that. I feel like the same thing can be applied to literally any place in Africa, like my country or anyone else's country, when we all speak about how we don't like what's going on, or like it don't even have to be Africa, and it still does not deny that we're from there. It's just like because we have an issue and we're trying to fix that issue, that's more so what we're focusing on, and not that. But yeah, y'all understand what I'm trying to say. I feel like we all old enough to understand.
Yeah, I feel like you're saying that. Okay, because I could jack that. Oh, there's like destruction Salome or something or whatever. But I'm a proud Sierra Leonean. But it's just like I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is going on there and shit like that. Because the people are not treated well. But
I think for people for people to say that they're not American or to like, I don't know, like ignore the fact that, I don't know how to say this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but shit, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
I want to say that just the fact alone that we were first called African American kind of speaks to the fact that we're so far removed that we don't know what place in Africa, what country in Africa that we're from. Like, I feel like first generation Americans, so to speak, you guys kind of have that identity where like your parents are Nigerian, you're born here, and you're called Nigerian American, or you guys call yourself Nigerian. There's a difference. You know, we have that broad spectrum of, oh, we're African American because, of course, we know our ancestry lies in Africa, but we don't know exactly where. We are so far removed that we have created our own culture. And that's why I don't think it's fair to feel like, oh, like we should just drop everything that we know about our Southern ancestry or wherever we're from in America and just take on our supposed, because a lot of us, we can't really get accurate representation of where we're from, actually. Especially with the ancestry test. So it's just, I just feel like everyone should kind of be able to keep their own identities. And yes, we're all Black, we're all kind of fighting white supremacy, but there's a difference between us all.
Really quick, Angel, I feel like what you're saying is definitely true, but I don't think anybody in this space said that. Nobody was like, African Americans, you need to be African, or like any of.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you let the Baltimore guy come up here and speak for a long time and tell us that we're all African and we shouldn't be jacking or dick riding America, whatever the fuck that means. But
y'all see how when he was here, we let him speak from his perspective and we corrected him when needed to be corrected. Just like how Mary that was up here talking about Africans need to go back, Africans, we don't need y'all here, was here, and we still let her speak and we corrected. I feel like you need to understand that this went both ways and not make it seem like, oh, we were just here and we were quiet when people were speaking about this. It goes both ways. We're both all taking accountability for everything. And when he came here and he was speaking on that, I spoke on it, Lee spoke on it, who else spoke on it? Some other people in here spoke on it. So I feel like to just say that we dismissed him was not completely true. And y'all were all in here.
Okay, can I add on something?
Yes.
For what Angel was saying. First of all, well, I don't want to say that she is because I don't know what, if Angel, are you African American?
Yes, ma'am.
ADOS?
Yep.
No. Okay, me too. I am a descendant of a slave. So that's the shit that my, great people were, definitely. It's something that's deep in my bloodline. And honestly, I can speak and say that, hold on, it's an echo. Is that my phone? Somebody get anything, Mike.
It's because multiple mics are on.
Okay, so basically what Angel was saying was, what was you saying? Dang, because I kept talking about something different. It really threw me off. I was just relating to what Angel was saying about the whole, we have the right to, say that we are African American and things of that sort. And also tying back to what somebody had like added me, and they said something like really, really weird, like something about African Americans having like, no culture outside of being something like that. It was fucking dumb, and I had to block them because it was stupid. First of all, African Americans ourselves, we definitely do have our own culture that is completely different than cultures that you can see in Africa today. Like real shit. When it comes to jazz, we made that shit. When it comes to R&B, we made that shit. When it comes to house music, we made that shit. So it's kind of weird for anybody to try to say that African Americans don't have any culture outside of being African. You being disrespectful by watering down like the shit that we really fought for. African Americans definitely have the right to call ourselves African American. And although this country don't fuck with us, we still got motherfuckers in it who do. And you know what? Fuck the white folks. And fuck the fact that we were brought here by force. If we wasn't brought here by force, you feel me, and we had an option, I would definitely choose to live back in fucking Africa, but we didn't have no fucking option. We were brought here by force. Okay? And honestly, if I did have the option to go back to Africa, I wouldn't even know where the fuck to go, because the way that I have grown up, I was taught that Africans don't fuck with you because you're African American and because you think you're better than everybody. So I grew up thinking that Africans hated me, and I grew up thinking that Caribbeans hated me as well. But I'm educated now, and I know that's not the case. I know that there are educated Africans and there are educated Caribbeans who have disconnected themselves from that hatred against African Americans. So I'm not gonna come in here spewing disrespect like all Africans hate African Americans. Okay?
Yeah, Lee's point is very valid, because just like how on the African side, people have been told like, oh, African American people do not like you, African American people this, that, and the third, and the same thing on her side, being told this thing, that, and the third about African.
Yes, and that's why we have most of us have that's why most of us, I don't want to say all, because y'all, the second y'all think I'm saying all, y'all come in my mention and saying I'm generalizing all African Americans. I'm not generalizing all African Americans, and I'm not speaking for all African Americans. Okay. So the reason why some African Americans are so comfortable within that term and identifying as African Americans, the reason why some of them do, is because we feel like, you feel me, if we don't have this, then what do we have?
Exactly. And I
think we get a little further if we both acknowledge that we've both been kind of derogatory to each other.
Literally.
Can I make a point?
I feel like,
Sorry, can I say something?
I haven't spoken all evening. I just want to make a quick point. My name is Ari. I'm African American. I'm from Chicago, and I noticed a lot of the diaspora wars is based off of ignorance. And with ignorance, no one has given you that space for you to learn or for you to grow. And I want to say, I want to ask, at one point, where do we start holding each other accountable? I know I have African friends, I have African cousins, Ghanaian all the way. But at what point do we start holding each other accountable when my Black American friends are making jokes of my cousins from the diaspora or Africans from the diaspora? I check them right then and there. But then at what point do we all just start holding each other accountable to end these diaspora wars? That's all I had to say.
I
actually want to say something. Please,
I would
can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
I want to correct this popular misconception about the word akata. I know we've passed the discussion, but like the word akata doesn't actually mean cat. The word olongo means cat. If you speak,
olongo means cat.
Yes.
That's factual.
So the word akata was used to describe African Americans that don't know their roots, and then over the years was used to describe Nigerians that went over to America and don't connect to the roots over here. At first it was derogatory, but then it became a word like nigger, how Black Americans are reinventing the word nigger, and it's no more negative when they say it. So now when Nigerians say it, it's not like an attack or anything. It's like just a word that you're using to describe people of the diaspora or African Americans. Now some of us, I wouldn't say them, some of us still use that word in a derogatory term. It's just like how Black people that lived in a white neighborhood would use nigger, and you'd be like, why does that sound racist even though you're Black? You understand what I'm saying? Like, the word is not more derogatory, but some people use it, and the tone they're using it in is like, come on. And another thing I want to say about the African American culture, there's no way to say this without making it seem weird, but like, if you've noticed, the only thing that most people that don't live in America know about Black Americans is the music and basically the music. So like, when people say African Americans don't have culture, I think the only context that I can put to that is that the only culture that is being amplified, the only African American culture that is being amplified is the entertainment. You can see that it's happening with Nigeria too. If you ask an average white person or a person that's never been to Nigeria what they know about Nigeria, the first thing they talk about is jollof rice and Davido and I don't need no other, but like, meanwhile, our culture is so, like, our culture is way richer than that. The way we dress, the way we converse, our food, like everything. You understand what I'm saying? So like, that like, I feel like obviously we don't like talking about white people's involvement, but I'm just going to bring it up. Like, white people are suppressing African American culture, and if you can't see that, it's crazy to me if you can't see that. Like, they're minimizing your culture, even in movies, even in like everything. So like, the thing that they are like that is being amplified is only the entertainment. So when people say African Americans don't have culture, literally they are talking about the only things that they see, and it's just the music. Like, the other time, I think the president invited Donald Trump, your former president, invited people, like Black people, to the White House to talk, and this guy invited people like Kanye and some other musicians. Like, how does that make sense? Why didn't he invite thought leaders like Farrakhan? Nobody might. You guys might not like him all the way.
It's everybody.
I know it's not just. I know it's not just white people. I'm just because it's not just white people. I didn't say that.
Let her finish, bro.
My bad.
I didn't say it was just white people. I'm saying it's everybody, because that's what is being amplified, and to an extent, if we're going to be totally honest, that is what also Black people, like African American people, are amplifying. You guys are not like most like, I don't want to sound like I'm pointing fingers, but like, a lot of the times when you're on Twitter, when you're on the internet, when you're like, the only times that like Black thought leaders are being praised, are being amplified, is like Juneteenth, or like what they call it, February. That's Black History Month, right? I'm not really sure, but like, those are the only times that I hear about Harriet Tubman and this person and that person and this and the culture, gumbo, blah blah blah. Those are the only times I like hear a lot about the Black culture, of which I'm privileged to be on Twitter. As I say it, Twitter has done a lot in making like a lot of people that are outside America understand Black Americans, because literally before we're outside looking in, and it was usually what white people told us about you that we knew. You understand?
Wait, but hold on. I feel like sorry to cut you off right there, but I feel like it also depends on who it is that you're following and stuff, because I know the people I follow, the African American people I follow, the African people I follow, everybody is educated. Everybody's talking about this person and that person. I feel like when I even came to America, I learned about all these black leaders, black women, everything from these people on Twitter. And I feel like they talk about them like every single day at this point. It's just like, obviously, if it's a holiday, the more amount of larger groups of people that are going to speak about it is going to be higher. And that's where you're going to see it more. But I feel like it's definitely an everyday thing. And this is kind of like one of those generalizations that people make about Africa too. So I feel like it could go both ways. But I just wanted to let you know about that. But yeah.
Okay, so we're actually saying the same thing because like I go on Twitter and I was like following all those people and I realized there's somebody called this and there's Rosa Parks. No, actually I knew Rosa Parks before Twitter. But like you understand, like that is when you understand. And those are the people I follow. Those educated African Americans that are educating other people about their culture. Those are the people I follow. But I also follow the Shade Room. Obviously, I like a little drama. But I'm just saying majority. I know majority of like what is being amplified, and I'm not saying that it's only African Americans that are amplifying it. I'm saying the white media and the white people are also amplifying that. So like it's not like an African American cross per se. It's just what it is. So I think if like right now the African Americans are like a small minority group, right? But like they are the ones that they are the most vocal. They are the ones that have the like biggest voice in America. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think the Chinese or the Spanish people have that much like voice. So I feel like if like they are giving more platforms to just exhibit like their culture, I feel like it will go a long way in making the rest of the world understand the culture. And I'm not saying that African Americans should come and dance for us so that we see like their potential, or like they should put up like they should be perfect for us so that we can recognize that they are more than dancing. But like I'm just saying it's crazy to watch that happening. Like the only thing we are literally saying about African Americans is them being killed, them being musicians. Like we're not really like hearing like the thought leaders and the people that are like the academia. It's not really being pushed to the forefront.
That's because we suppressed.
Like, and I want to jump.
Yeah, I know that you're suppressed. I'm not saying it's an African American. Like I'm not saying it's you guys that are suppressing yourselves.
It's
someone on the other side also, like on one of the African American people also brought this up too. But on the flip side, they were talking about how like they only ever see huts in Africa, and literally whenever you say Africa, name a country, the first thing is like Nigeria. And if you say name something Nigeria, they'll probably say like Boko Haram or something like that, because it's really all that is ever pushed to the forefront, because slavery, poverty, this, mud house, wearing leaves, stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely goes two ways again. But
can I share something real quick?
Hold up.
Yes,
No. Sorry, because I have my hand up. I'm trying to go to sleep, y'all. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
But yeah, basically, I wanted to chime in on what Ms. West said, because I mean, I feel like we've had a semi-productive, mostly anti-productive conversation, and I think that focusing on like present day issues is what's going to be more progressive in like, you know, African Americans and Africans understanding each other and becoming more of a unified diaspora, rather than like having like these divisive thoughts towards one another. So like, yeah, I agree. It really does go down to like what we're kind of fed, like the information we're fed about each group. Because like to Miss West's point, I was telling somebody the other day, like we only ever see Black prominent entertainers, but like in white culture, there's many prominent people who aren't entertainers, who are ultra wealthy, ultra influential, who are known worldwide. And then you don't necessarily see that on the African American side. And these people exist. It's not even like they don't exist, because there's plenty of them. And then on the African side, it's the same way, where it's like these perceptions that we're being fed by media conglomerates, to be honest, like everything down to social media, it's based on the algorithm. So sometimes I don't even really take what I see online
through social media as true fact or face value, because I understand that like that's not like a reliable source, information source. Like it's really on both of us, or when I say both of us, I mean like African Americans and Africans, to really seek out the information, seek out different groups, and really just try and educate ourselves so that we can come together in like the separate respect of like supporting each group, because each experience, even though we are both products of like slavery and colonialism and all of that, we do have very unique experiences, but how we interpret that is really what's going to like make things more progressive and less more of like these reductive or redundant conversations about, oh, African Americans think this way about Africans, and Africans think this way about African Americans. I feel like those conversations are so redundant, because at the end of the day, the information is out there. So it's like, it's really on the individual to sort of change and take in like new thoughts and ideas, because it's not going to get nowhere if we don't.
Right, and I also do think that we should also stem away from this thing that happens where we're trying to take credit for other people's stuff. I'm only saying so because like the conversation about like Afro beats like being an extension of hip hop, or like as if like hip hop is what created African music of any sort. I really do just think like we can have these conversations without just discrediting other people's cultures and the stuff that they did for themselves as well. Please. Like, that's not.
I think we should also have these conversations without having our inherent, like, biases against whatever group, we have. Also, like, me being, like, I'm first generation African, I'm African American, and I'm also Caribbean, right? So I could see a lot of issues that happen within the diaspora, within my own, like, family. Right? So, one, like, we should stop even saying these things that, Africans hate African Americans, and, like, African Americans don't have any culture. We know African Americans have culture because we all define ourselves within that culture. We all define our freedom within that culture. We all, like, don't even, like, pretend like your parents, if you're first generation African, your parents don't let you walk around with cornrows and grills, right? Like, your parents are not accepting of that. My parents aren't accepting of my nose ring. My parents aren't accepting of plenty of things that I've definitely was inspired by African Americans, my African American family to do. And I feel like to say that African Americans don't have culture is really disrespectful, because we all know they do, and we all know it's very suppressed.
Sorry, could I say something about that? I hear a lot of people saying that like their parents don't let them have cornrows or nose rings, and I think it's very sad because not because of African Americans. It's very sad because that was literally our culture before white people came.
Yes,
like men were in cornrows. It was like something like to celebrate. Men were like with like all these iron things in their nose. Obviously, we weren't calling it nose rings that time. But like, you have to understand that the white people coming here also fucked us up. Like, so like, it's like, no, I understand it's not your only point. I just wanted to like say something about that. It wasn't to combat your point.
Yeah. But like, even with like streetwear and how we express ourselves, it's taken by everybody in the diaspora, and then we're spit on by being disrespected, by saying we don't have any culture, like we're dumb Americans. And even like calling us Americans is low key, sometimes very disrespectful, because we don't have the same pride that other people have in our country. We don't feel like we don't feel like we're people from this land. We're of this land, but we're not from this land, and we float in a space that I don't think a lot of people in the diaspora understand.
Right.
Most black people do not define themselves as black Americans.
A big part of the issue is that we don't acknowledge that between ourselves we have a lot of issues.
Hold on, y'all better be careful saying the word "we" before they start coming after y'all saying y'all don't.
But we know what's up. Like, we know what's up.
Also, like, because some black Americans don't mind being called American.
When you're talking about like continental Africans and then like diaspora in general, like I think a big part of the conversation needs to be brought up when we don't acknowledge, for instance, how colonialism and anti-blackness has spread throughout, systemically spread throughout Africa and
Hold on.
It says you're Fulani. I'm Fulani. Like,
How we doing?
Oh, me too.
Gang, gang.
This is some other Fulani people in here. But yeah,
we like your voice.
Appreciate it. But yeah, no, it sucks to see that there's a lot of divide and infighting between different groups when the conversation tends to be like shifted over to the left towards between us, as opposed to acknowledging and addressing the issue of anti-blackness given from colonialism. Like even on the topic of like the spread of culture, for instance, like I feel like it's disingenuous to say that we all have our own unique experiences in our different ends, especially in regards to slavery. But at the same time, overall, we did all suffer different aspects of those things.
For real? Exactly.
Like people don't acknowledge, for instance, how slavery absolutely did affect Africans in America, but also you have to take into consideration the fact that imagine that you're already talking about a population in Africa that doesn't have that many millions, and all of a sudden you have like 12 million people that are all of a sudden taken out. Like that, and specifically like, for instance, intellectuals, doctors, and all these other people that were very important for the society, including the workforces. So it's like that's when the topic of Pan-Africanism comes up a lot of the time, because like especially when you look at like the 50s and throughout the 80s, all these different groups like from the Caribbean, America, and Africa were all trying to work together in order to not just like build ourselves up, solidify our economics, but also to like own our sovereignty against like these Western states. Like whenever you talk about what's his name, like Thomas Sankara, or like multiple like different like leaders from the Caribbean that were constantly working in between with each other in order to help each other, like uplift each other. Remember with even with Sekou Touré, for instance, and trying to make sure that if one of us falls as a direct result of CIA or French influence, that we have each other's backs. And that came with the acknowledgement that, yes, we are under essentially the same boat and the same problem. And I don't want to be back on that same point of like was mentioned beforehand, of how like, yeah, Africans, like African American versus Africans in America. But
how somebody is in the quotes, comments, whatever, they're talking about we should not come together because Africans are gonna get reparations too. That is not what we're talking about. Africans is not getting no reparations. I'm not for that personally, getting African American people reparations. But I don't know why people in the comments are completely different people from the ones that are up here. Like even the ones that would be in the comments saying those stuff, by the time you add them up here, they're not saying it anymore. So I'm so confused as to why people keep saying all this like backwards ass shit. We're trying to go forward together. I don't know why people are trying to not get the togetherness of this. Like, I'm just so confused.
I mean, I was going to say, watch out for certain white people, you know, acting as Africans or African Americans to cause division. But just a few things I want to point out. Firstly, shout out to Fulanis, my favorite Nigerians. I love you guys. Secondly, if we have to talk about ADOS, or African American people, with caution. Firstly, because they have a culture, and a testament to their culture is someone in the room right now. One of the greatest African American poets, Jill Scott Heron. I'm seeing someone in the room who's actually worked with them. But that ties into my more major point, which is African American people have been at the root of my radicalization. People like Hugh Newton, people like Fred Hampton. Their liberation, their struggle is inspiring, and we can't reduce it all to just music or entertainment, because there is a strong intellectual history, there is a strong history of resistance to oppression, resistance to slavery. If you look at people like Nat Turner, resistance to this destruction that they've been facing, albeit there are some reactionary elements that are emerging. There are some very like xenophobic or some very mad things coming out of them, in terms of the ADOS movement. But that doesn't negate from the fact that if we are going to talk about reparations, they are owed reparations specifically for being ADOS. And the conversation about reparations ties into another conversation about land back for indigenous people. And if we are going to give land back to indigenous people, what ADOS people then have to realize is they can't make these arguments of go back to your own country because the land has been stolen by settler colonies. But yeah, those are my points.
Thank you very much for your input.
I would like to speak now. So, the conversation has moved in a lot of different directions.
It really has.
Could be, so I'm just going to get this out. I think something that we really need to keep in mind in these conversations is... Oh, can y'all hear me? It says my connection was over.
We can hear you.
Is confirmation bias, which is basically only listening to what confirms what you already think. And I'm seeing that a lot in these conversations because people will come in here saying, these people think this about us, these people are saying this about us, and they're not listening to all of the things that are being said that goes directly against what they're saying. And people need to come into these conversations with the intention of listening and understanding instead of the intention of just like trying to get people to agree with what they're saying, because we're not always going to be right. Sometimes we're going to be wrong. And another thing is, we are not our parents. A lot of these things are coming from our parents' words, our parents' opinions, and we all know that we're a much more progressive generation at this point. And what our parents taught us, we all know our parents are not always right. Some of us know our parents are just downright wrong most of the time. And we have to, move forward. And I think this conversation is getting to a good place at this point of the night. So I appreciate that. And I had all these notes and they straight up just disappeared. But one last thing I want to say is love does not equal hate. Just because we're advocating for one thing doesn't mean we're trying to advocate for dismantling another. So if we're saying that we want something for ourselves, it doesn't mean that we don't want something for other people. So yeah, I just wanted to get that.
Can I say something?
Before you add, also, if you would like to speak, can you put your hands up so we can get the rest of the requests and we can do
Yeah.
So if you wanted to say anything, go ahead and put your hands up. If not, then we'll...
Also, please, to all the African American people in here, what is it that all of us collective, and the African people in here, and the Caribbean people in here, and the whatever, as long as you Black in here, what is it that we've all been saying that these people in the hashtags not getting? Because the whole point is coming together, right? Why are they trying to say, oh, this person is trying to act like a ADO, this person is trying to this, that, and the third? Like, I'm so confused. What are y'all not getting? Like, I feel like one person says something, an African American person says something, y'all would say, oh, they're either being pick-me's, they're being coons, they're this, they're that. An African person would say something, they're saying, go back to your country, this is this. Like, what do y'all want to hear? Y'all want to be separate so bad. We don't want to be separate.
There's honestly no point in even entertaining the hashtag anymore. I think they just Twitter fingers.
Let me go get an Advil, child.
No, but why people trying to divide us?
I mean, honestly, I feel like what is kind of being missed is for me personally, right? I think we've gotten so obsessed with the fact that like it's okay to be different, and we're associating like difference with like necessary division when that's just like not the matter. It's like I can just like firmly be like, yes, I'm not the same like history as an African American, and they're not the same history as me in a respectful manner. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm against them. And I feel like the way a lot of these other people are reading is like, when we're saying it's okay to just kind of like, I don't know, like not want to fight each other all the time, it's like, oh, now like we have to accept everything in one another, and it's like kumbaya. I honestly think we're all grown enough to just understand that it's okay to just kind of like be, you know what I mean? But
yeah, what's wrong with kumbaya? Like,
Heike, can we move
I just
to
don't
the
think
subject
kumbaya is
of,
realistic simply because there's just so many things that people are going to be working on.
hold on, Heike,
It's not
can
realistic.
can we move to the subject of like, how can we as Black people come together to resolve this?
By just respecting one another's boundaries.
Mutual respect, absolutely.
Like just respecting one another's boundaries, that's it. Because I feel like I think we get too obsessed into this need of having to hold hands and work together, and that's how everything works. But in reality, part of it is just like working in your own community, and if somebody like taps you on the shoulder and it's like, hey, like, I need a screwdriver, okay, you turn around and give it to them. But that doesn't necessarily mean you need to go out to brunch with these people like all the time. And when I say these people, I mean in general. Please do not take my words out of like context, but I'm just saying like when you're participating in any type of allyship with everyone, it doesn't always have to be like buddy. I have African American friends and I love them to death. One of my best friends is an African American, and no, that's
literally same, and I love her to death.
But I'm literally just saying that like at the end of the day though, she and I understand what is necessary for us in both of our communities separate. But if she needs me, she can contact me and rely on me. I think people are just too obsessed with seeing this vision of like we all have to be like running in a circle together, and like all Black people need to form one secret language to like oppress white people or some shit. Like it doesn't need to be that exaggerated.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, why do we have to put that space between us? Like, it's not making sense. Like, I feel like we the only race or the only people that do this.
But see, that's the thing. We're not like every single. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's human nature. We're not. Yeah. I feel like there's just what's it called? It's a false narrative because Asians are like this. Like
okay, but it's holding us back.
It's not really holding us back.
No, it's not really.
I think it's just the obsession of like it's just be all together is what's holding us back. Like. Because at the end of the day, every culture is it's not a Black isolated issue of separation. It's actually just a human situation. Humans are just like that.
Sorry, can I say something?
Because if we both walking down the street, they not going to say, oh, she's
okay.
African, oh, she's American. They going to say those are two.
I want to say something to what Ohogoy said. Like yesterday, I was saying something like we are concentrating on similarities and want things to join us together, which is okay and nice, but like we have to concentrate more on the differences. I think that is what will make us go forward. Like every community, as she said, like okay, I'm going to use Nigeria as an example. Nigeria, the way it was formed, they brought people from this place, that place, and that place, and brought us together and said, "You guys are Nigerians now." You know what? There's a divide in Nigeria. Igbo people don't necessarily fuck with Yoruba people, and Yoruba people don't necessarily fuck with Igbo people, and Hausa people don't necessarily fuck with Igbo people. But you know what happens in the end? When we have issues in Nigeria, we all come together and solve those issues. It's just like siblings too. Like, I don't know what type of house you guys come from, but there are some siblings that don't really they don't like each other, but they love each other. You understand what I mean? Like, you don't have to be best friends, but like you can come together and solve an issue, and doesn't mean like you separate in the end, but you just know that okay, this is not my culture, that is not my culture, this is my culture. Like you understand what I'm saying? And then there's a popular saying here in Nigeria, like if you want to hide information from a Nigerian, put it in the middle of a book. And I've heard an American say it too. If you want to hide information from an African American, put it in the middle of a book. I think we are all ignorant. Like, I don't know about the Caribbeans. I think like African Americans, Africans, Caribbeans, we are all ignorant to each other's culture. I think the homework we need to do is to go and research about. I know we have our own shit going on. Like literally, yesterday my friend almost got shot by the police for having dreadlocks. So like, I'm sure he's not thinking about an African American problem, but I think in the end, we all need to research about each other's culture and think like know how we think as like a culture, like know how African Americans think, know how Caribbeans think, look into their culture, appreciate what you can appreciate, know how different they are from you, and that, I think that makes it easier for us to come together when we know that okay, this is not my culture, this is not how I think, but I appreciate how they think.
Yeah,
this is why they think like that.
I'm saying
because
we need to acknowledge each other's differences, but not put that difference as a roadblock to communication or being like.
But that's a matter. This is going to be really short. I feel like what you're saying can also apply to literally every Black diaspora, because I feel like Africans, this one in this country would hate. Every Black person in Europe would not like this person in this place would not like that one in that place. And I feel like, yes, going back to what one of y'all said, it's really only Black people that do this. If you talk about the Asian community, yes, you would see like, I feel like you can't even compare theirs to how much of different people in the whole Black race as a whole is so like far away from each other and would not take the time to learn about literally anybody else but themselves. And this is going to everyone, even people in Africa, people from different countries in Africa, all of it in general. Like we all need to, I'm not saying we all have to start going into other people's culture, but you understand people, you go way past the media description of what people from this place look like, what they do, or the bad way that they've been portrayed on social media or whatever, and you actually do your research, you understand people, you understand them, and then you can still be separate, but have that like, oh, okay, like that's my brother, like I will stand up for you. If you have a cause, I'll stand up for you. If that person has a cause, I'll stand up for you.
Angel, please mute your mic.
Exactly.
No, but that's
I feel like it's unfair to say
that is exactly what we are talking about though. Like, okay, let's use Nigeria and Ghana as an example. We like literally hate each other's guts. And when you're talking about Jollof Rice, we go in on the Ghanaians. Like I feel at this point I feel like we're Kobe and like we're dunking on Iverson. That's how it feels like.
Wow.
But when EndSARS, when they were killing Nigerians, when EndSARS happened, like there were a lot of Ghanaians on the forefront in their country, Ghanaians protesting in Ghana for EndSARS. When there was an issue with gay rights in Ghana, there were a lot of Nigerians here, not everybody, because Nigerians still have their prejudice against LGBTQ, but like there were a lot of Nigerians here like being allies, doing whatever they needed to do. So it's like we need to reach that point of siblingship where you hate each other's guts, but like you can still come together. Like I'm not saying we should hate each other, that was just a joke, but like if you look at the Asian community, they don't necessarily mess with each other like that. But when issues arise in their community, they all come together because they've reached this level of understanding, and that's what we're trying to Hoagie. Sorry, I can't pronounce her name. That's what we're trying to. Yeah, Hoagie. That's what we're trying to say. Oh, please don't laugh at me. I'm Nigerian and it's kicking my ass so bad.
Can I just say?
Oh, boy.
I feel like it's unfair.
Who's laughing? Because it's not even that funny.
Who was laughing? Y'all are so weird.
Yeah, that was weird. You're weird for laughing.
So can I just say that I feel like it's unfair to say that, oh, Black people are the only people that do this,
this is a uniquely black experience. That's entirely not fair to be like black people are the only people that have these type of arguments. Black people are the only people to have had an experience like that happen to them. So of course we're gonna be the only people that go through this type of diasporic wars. I feel like we just need to take that into account. Of course, it's not going to be easy, and there's no precedent set. So it's really unfair to be like, black people are the only people that's going through this. Why can't we figure it out?
Nah, I was referencing the whole different country, everything. Okay.
Yeah, not you in particular, but it was just an overarching point that black people are the only people. Why can't we just love each other? No other diaspora is doing it. They're the only diaspora to have gone through this unique experience.
That's the thing, though, because even in saying that, it's like, I guess the statement that I made before when I was saying, well, like, actually we aren't, is I feel like there's this weird concept of, like, almost kind of narrating that everybody has their shit together, but we don't. Yes, we are more widespread, but at the end of the day, though, like, again, it's one of the, like, talking points I hate with, like, a lot of like the Pan-Africanists, this, that, is like, oh, like this community has it. Like, no, they don't. Like, they literally fucking don't. Like, and it's not it. The only difference is just the fact the only difference is that we as black people, because we are so widespread, when we do have these conversations, so many other communities, like, are in those like area to be able to see these conversations. When Asian people and like Latino people and all these people are like fighting and stuff like that, if those are not the type of people you follow, or that's not the community you're surrounded by, you're not going to see most of these arguments. And so it wasn't until literally like, because for me, I have a lot of like POC friends, because I speak a lot of different languages, so it was just the benefit of that. And it literally like go to an event and you have like the Eastern Asian kids like laughing at the Pacific like Islanders, and then the Islanders be like, we're still Asians, and then the Indians like there's literally still like actual issues. And then also a lot of Asia just colonize one another, so a lot of these issues and stuff still exist, not to the big extent.
None of us are really, I feel I get you, but I feel like even though you have these friends, you are not educated enough in their culture to speak on what they going through. The only thing
I don't believe
I'm not going to tell you what you speak on either, but I just feel like it's not going to hold weight. If we was all Asians in here, you came jacking that, I feel like they would disrespect you, honestly.
Okay, so again, please, that's not the direction that the statement was going in at all, so I don't want it to take it that way. The simple statement was just the fact that these issues, like the simple statement was simply the fact that issues still arise in other communities, and it's not like black people are so far behind that we don't get our shit together. It's just, I'm literally just saying that these issues still, so I don't like when like we're trying to like create problems in like these innocent statements. It's literally just an example. Like, we as black people, it's not like we don't know how to do stuff. We literally are just being people in situations, and a lot of people participate in our conversations without our permission, and it's simply as that, because other cultures again still have these same issues. That's literally just my point.
Yeah. On top of that, like, other people have these issues. We have a unique experience.
Sorry, I want to say something very important.
Again,
is that you in your profile picture?
I'm literally not fighting that.
Speak on mine. I can only speak who? Okay, I can only speak on our experience because I've experienced it as a black person. I'm not going to speak on anybody else's culture because I feel like I'm not educated enough to speak on their culture and compare it to mine.
Okay,
so
you don't
to
not
say that they don't have their shit together. That's cool, but
does everybody else get what I'm saying? Like, it's
no, I get you, but it's like I don't really know how we can really how that's going to hold weight.
Okay.
Oh, my fault, my fault, my fault. Hold on. That is my fault right there. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. Here's a warning. It's going to be triggering. One second. Tether alert. Tether alert.
For a little while, in my opinion, it seems like Africans and African Americans have been beefing. Beefing for what? That's the question I have been asking myself almost every single time I see those type of discussion popping up. So from what I heard, right, African Americans complaining about Africans think that they are better than African Americans. On the other hand, African.
That's not an argument at all. Hold on. Let me plug my microphone in. Let me plug the microphone in real fast, family. Because I got to be heard crystal clear. Okay. So this is one of the main reasons why we call them tethers. Undermining. They even undermine our position on African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants in the country. We don't think you think you're better than us. We know better than that. We know that's the furthest from the case. But let me just tell you some of the issues, or the major issues. One of the main issues, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of issues, but one of the main issues that feathers have with us is this. So, you know how I say he's talking about what he heard, but he could talk to us directly, and he's going to deny like everybody else. And this is why I say there's no relationship between us and Africans at all. They don't even, how many? I had hella guests on here. I had Latino guests. I had mulatto guests. I had people from the Caribbean guests. I ain't never have an African pull up. And I've been reaching out to them over and over and over to get them onto the panel to talk about these issues. They all run from talking about it because they know. Okay. So they want to play dumb. They'll talk about us, but they'll never talk to us. Oh, I heard this was the reason. That's not the reason. Undermining our reasons.
Popping up. So from what I heard, right, African Americans complaining about Africans think that they are better than African Americans.
Where'd you hear that from? You heard that from some tethers. You did. You heard that from your enclaves. That's not our issue with you guys. Our issue with you guys is misrepresentation, cosplaying, undermining, sabotaging, and then on top of all that, in our country, because of what we stood for and what we fought against, is the reason why you're over here. With all of that being stated first, then you got the nerve to pretend like you're better than us, because you guys are filtered in this country as highly selected individuals. Highly selected individuals, family, are people, are immigrants who immigrate to America that are most likely going to succeed without any hardcore boundaries, because they are the highly educated class. They are the elites of their society. So there is a no-brainer. Like they're coming over here to work and add to the country. It's called a brain gain when our country receives such immigrants. It's a brain gain. We're receiving the educational class of these other third world countries. It's a brain gain for us. It's a brain drain for them. So these highly educated uppity tethers are coming over here and looking at Black people abroad and thumbing their nose up at us the same way they most likely do their citizens in their countries. You know, they're the highly class. I meant that they're the highly educated class, and most likely they look at their lower class and they thumb their nose down and up. So when they come over here, they kind of do the same thing, the same practice. So again, it's back to that tribalism thing. Like they just see dark melanated people over here, and their natural instinct is to tribalize us. Okay. But that's what's going on. All right. So it's that thumbing nose down at us, and we're looking like thumbing it up, however you want to express it. We're looking like, wait a minute, you come from a failed homeland. Hell, fuck, you're fleeing to take advantage of opportunities that are systemically denied from us, withheld from us, and they're giving it to you. That's the issue. And then you got the nerve to thumb your nose up at us like you do your own brethren from your homeland, underappreciating the opportunities afforded to you from our blood, sweat, and tears. That's the issue, man.
On the other hand, Africans also think that African American think that they are better than Africans. I don't really know how true that is. Seriously, I never done a study on it. I never really read any article about it. If you have an idea, please let me know. Some of like African Americans, they do not believe that they are Africans. Honestly.
What are you talking about, man? We're not. It's not a belief. We're not. You are. We're not. Matter of fact, here's case in point.
Honestly, to me, I do have my opinion on that. But before me even giving you my opinion, let me play this clip or these clips here of one of them African Americans who does not believe that they are African. And that's Trick Daddy. Trick Daddy said this. Pay attention, guys.
My grandma ain't never tell me one story about no mother Africa. I don't know nothing about Africa. All I know is all the African people I know and run into, they think they better than us over here. So what you worry about me saying that I'm not African? I'm just American. What's wrong with you?
He's mad.
And the your mother podcast show. Don't bring my name up. I don't know you. So I'm not bringing his name. I'm still not saying his name. So what you mean? This show you can talk about. You got my name in your mouth. Both of you look alike.
Yo.
And I'm with, I don't care how old I am. We about the same age.
Yo. He's cracking jokes.
Oh, like, yeah, Africa this. Ain't there one of you mother?
Yo, this is, all right, let me play another clip. Yeah, right.
To figure out how Afro get in front of my mother race. I ain't never been to Afro-Caribbean. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland. Yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. America, real true land is right here in the U.S. soils. To figure out how Afro comes.
Yo, he's calling it Afro-Car. Oh, Lordy, man, this boy's funny. I know it's trying to be funny. He probably got sick of people telling him, like, yo, you're African. He doesn't want to be called African. But
Wait a minute, but let me add to that because he's not the only one.
You have been called an Afro-resent, said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago, or New York, or Detroit, or wherever you were born. For generations, your family's been, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So, this is my country here. So, I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always gonna be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this: when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on an African American Olympic team. I competed on an American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American, I'm an American. I am a Black American, I am definitely Black, and yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So that means that
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American. Why is that? I'm not African. Very strong.
But the thing is, like, no matter how much you're trying to, run away from being African, bro looks more like African than anybody that I know right now. It's like, he looks like he's fresh out of the boat. I ain't gonna lie, man. He looks more ashy than me. Lordy. But anyhow, man, listen, I think it's right. I don't think African Americans are Africans. Although their ancestors are the same, but they're not really African because most of them, they don't even know Africa. Like, that's another point, right? People being, I heard this before. People say like, oh, we should not be, African Americans should not be called African Americans. It's an assault. It's like, oh, why you guys don't say European American? Let me just tell you why. In my opinion, after just like analyzing all them stories, stories, everything, the difference between the races, black and white, I came to a conclusion to say the reason why they call black people who came from slavery, the black people who got here through slavery, like the generational, like those black people are now, their ancestors got here through slavery. The reason why they want to call them African Americans and you don't see calling European Americans, because they want to remind you that this is not your land. If we give you that name or American, you feel more like, whoa, American is mine. Even though most of like African Americans still feel like America is their land, which it is. I agree to that. I don't think they're Africans, but their ancestors are Africans, right? But they are not Africans. Although they have African blood runs on them, everything's, they have that. The gene, the DNA, all that, they have it. But when I say they're not Africans, I'm talking more about like, culturally, their lands, what they know, it has nothing to do with Africa. And most of them are not even connected to the motherland. It's still a motherland, but it does not make you African. So the reason I say, the reason I thought that they don't call black people live in America just like Americans. The reason they say African Americans is because, like I said, they want to remind you that, listen, this is not your land. You are African before even you being an American. So you're not American. So you are African. Sometimes when you feel for a job, you fill out for job applications, right? I really don't like that part. They say you black African, black American. It's like, what? All right. At the end of the day, can we just be called black? Because I get it. Okay, African Americans is a taboo now. Can we just you are African? Sometimes when you feel for a job, you fill out for job applications, right? I really don't like that part. They say you black African, black American. It's like, what? All right. At the end of the day, can we just be called black? Because I get it. Okay, African Americans is a taboo now. Can we just be called black? At the end of the day, people can say, you're not African American, you're African. You know who you are at the end of the day. You should not be bothered by that. As long as it doesn't get you in trouble, you should be good. Like me, I get up, sometimes I'll get like, I live in Massachusetts, right? There's a lot of Haitian community here. I'll go places, people will assume that I'm Haitian. They will approach me talking Creole to me. Although I speak French, I do understand a little bit, but I'm not Haitian. But I will not get mad because I know I am. It happens a lot. You'll be walking like they start talking Creole like quick. I'm like, okay, I get it. I don't get mad. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not. not Haitian, but you know, I speak the language. I have a Haitian friend, so I'm okay with it. So that's some like, there's so many confusions, man. So many confusions. Like,
biggest the what?
Faso, Mali, Tanzania, Guinea, Angola, country in the world, yeah.
Hello family, this is African Esquire and I'm here with a new video. So before I get started with this video and this subject, I do want to just do a quick announcement that I just start a separate channel called Finding Yeshua. You can find the link to that channel in this description.
Well, I don't know how this microphone went out sound like. It's a touch mute microphone, so the slightest touch can make it mute. But thank you for letting me know that. So this is the sister I just emailed. She said email her and she don't mind having the discussion on diaspora wars, FBA, delineation. Okay, so but this is the video I watched that made me ask her, hey, you mind coming on my channel? Let's talking.
As well as on my channel, African Esquire, there's a link to the new channel. The reason why I wanted to start a new channel is because I wanted to have a channel specifically where I could give voice to Christianity, in particular people who might understand that Christianity has been tampered with as far as doctrine, as far as how it's actually been executed. It's been done in many ways that is not Christian-like. So this is an opportunity to me as a woman, as a Black woman, an African woman, to give my perspective on the faith. Also try to learn new subjects about the faith. Some of the subjects I'll be covering are things that I didn't know previously, and some of them are things that I'm going to learn.
He's going to mix up religion a lot.
But I did
kind of
just
like
want to create a
confused me at
separate
first.
channel for that, because I do think it's important, whether you're Christian or not, that there's so many things that are in the faith that have been infused with things that should not be in the faith, particularly things from colonialism, from slavery, things from
And by
capitalism.
the way, like when people talk that Christian talk, that really don't move me at all, because Charlie Kirk said he's a Christian. So it's like, listen, let's get beyond that. That's why we just do lineage talk. You could be Muslim, Christian, atheist, scientist, Buddhist, don't care. Let's just talk lineage talk. Because all that Christian talk, you're a Christian, Charlie Kirk's a Christian, all right, whatever. All right.
But when you look at the original faith of Christianity, it's totally contrary to these things that have been infused with Christianity. So I wanted to have a channel. We're going to explore what are the things that have been taught to us, how do we get around that, and how do we appreciate it for what it is. So that is a separate channel. It's a new journey I'm going to go on. I plan on probably posting a video once a week on Sundays. So just watch out for that. This video, we're going to talk about a previous video that I did, kind of a follow-up, but more so directed towards the diaspora. So I did a video earlier this week. The subject of the video is Africa is poor because Europe is rich. Now, in that video, I broke down the causal relationship between Africa and Europe, being that Europe has continued to exploit Africa. Colonialism really did not end. It ended as far as a formal system. However, it went underground, and now we have neocolonialism, which is a lot like colonialism, except for instead of seeing a white face doing the exploiting, you'll see a black face doing the exploiting and a white face behind that black face that stays hidden that is actually benefiting the most. So because of that, the West has been becoming richer and richer and richer, and Africa poorer and poorer and poorer, despite the fact that Africa as a continent is actually rich. It's actually the richest continent. And this is an issue that has been continuing to exist really since colonialism started. Now, I want to talk about this today in the context of the diaspora. And in particular, for people who are descendants of enslaved Africans, or some of you may identify yourselves as American descendants of slavery, ADOS. Now, I'm not going to have another video at this time where I'm going to.
And let me say this, I am very accessible. My email is blackthinktank@yahoo.com. So Aspira Heights just expressed she's going through some family issues and things like that. So if anybody needed an extra ear to vent, you dig, or get some feedback, some unbiased, objective feedback, I am very accessible to the lineage. You email me, send me a number, I'll call you today because I do a lot of walking, so 40-minute walk. So I'll have 40 minutes. I love walking. I mean, shit like a mother. But during one of my 40-minute walks, I'll call you and I'll let you vent because sometimes people just need unbiased, objective criticism or feedback or guidance or an opinion. And everybody gonna keep it real. Right, because I'm not going to be your yes brother. If I think you're wrong, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong, flat out. You might hang up on me, and I'm blocking him. But yeah, so just caution. If y'all talk to me at that level, I'm not going to cater to you. I'm gonna tell you you're wrong, but you're right. I'm gonna give you my best opinion regarding your situation based off your information you give me, and then if you try to leave stuff out, I'm good at asking questions to reveal or to cover the gaps.
Talk about the movement ADOS inside of a critical matter. What I mean by that is I try not to talk about the same thing every single video. I try to actually, once I feel like I've addressed something, I try to move on. Previously, I felt like I addressed the movement, and that's not to say that I'm not going to address the movement again, but it's to say that I'm satisfied with the previous with the previous dialogue that we've had in regard to my criticisms of the ADOS movement and its leaders, notably Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell. Now, what I do want to talk about, though, in relation to the diaspora is the opportunity that is missed because a lot of us focus our mind and our effort towards getting.
So, spoiler alert, she's going to tell us how focusing on ourselves is a waste of time. It's a nothing burger. There's a better opportunity if we invest in Africa. Okay, that's a spoiler.
Something from this country, and I'm talking about the United States, instead of getting something from the place where you actually are from. What I mean by that is I spoke inside of the video, Africa is poor because Europe is rich, that if you are of African descent, Africa is also your home. You have a right to Africa. You have the same right that even people who are on the continent have, particularly when you've been taken from Africa. It was not your choice to leave. It was not your choice to be taken on a slave ship and taken on the other side of the world where you have no land, where you have no inheritance, where you have nothing to call your own. That was not a choice. We were taken as prisoners of war. The war was capitalism on the African continent, and we were taken as a collateral thing that was going to be used to advance Western capitalistic interests. So understand that your ancestors, your ancestors' children, their children, they did not willingly come here. And because they did not willingly come here, we also have a claim. So when the Federation of African Liberation, the organization I'm a part of, says that our call is for Africans throughout the world in the diaspora to reclaim, retake, and
All right, let's skip the bullshit. Family, they don't give a damn about no damn diaspora, Caribbean people. They are really appealing to Black America. Okay, stop it. Okay, Africa, when they talk about, hey, come home, Black people from the diaspora, they don't give a damn about Haiti, all those things. They're thinking about cha-ching money. So they only have us in their mind when they talk like this. They don't have no real love for the diaspora. Come on, they're not Mary J. Blige talking about real love. They is talking about real bank, big bank, take little bank. So what you want to really say is, Black Americans, come home, link up with us, spend your money here, invest here. Like, just say it, man. And the answer is no.
redistribute African resources for Africans, African riches for Africans, African riches and wealth for Africans, that does not exclude you. That actually includes you. So the issue is when we're so focused on what's going on here, we're not focused on the bigger picture. And I would say it's a bigger picture simply because there's a lot more wealth to be gotten in.
Yeah, she said it. She said our picture that we focus on in America amongst the lineage in our homeland is the little picture. The bigger picture is Africa. So look beyond your cities, look beyond your towns and communities and states, and look across some thousand feet, whatever miles to the motherland. That's the bigger picture. Focus on the motherland.
Africa than to be gotten to in America. There's a lot more opportunity to be gotten in Africa than in America. And you might say, how do you know that there's more opportunity? Because there's a reason why everyone else is running to Africa, although you have Africans running away from Africa. You have China running to Africa. You have.
Ma'am, you don't see that as a problem? That's a contradiction. So if Africans are running from Africa, and you're calling us Africans, why would we go where you're running from? Like, we need to know why you're running from it before you convince us to run to it or towards it.
You have the Europeans running to Africa. You have every single government, the Arabs, every single person trying to get their peace, trying to get some of these riches, trying to get some of this wealth. And the reason is, again, because Africa, as some people, and I've said it in previous videos, some people have called it the last frontier, meaning that is the last place, although a lot of the resources have been tapped previously, that's the last place where you have resources that really are untapped. And a lot of people are running there because that's their last place that they could try to suck dry. Because in capitalism, the only goal is to suck something dry and then, move on to the next. There really is no next after Africa. So the question would be, once if Africa is sucked dry by the West, what are they going to do at that point? And that's a whole question of political theory. But we're not going to go there. So we're going to focus on the diaspora's claim to Africa. Now, I want to note before I get into this that it's very interesting that when it comes to movements and how things are going. And what I mean is that when you've seen previously, like last year, a lot of people were talking about going back to Africa. It was called this year is supposed to be the year of return. And I just want you to
I've never heard of such thing. She said a lot of people, the year of the return, I didn't get that memo. And my lineage didn't get that memo. I'm sorry.
That in. This is supposed to be the year of return, meaning that Africans throughout the diaspora, whether you're in the Caribbean and the Latin American countries, whether you're in the US, this is supposed to be the year that we come back to Africa, if not for finality, then to visit, because Africa is supposed to be welcoming their arms to us this year. We have, a lot of ceremonies going on in different parts of the continent. For example, Ghana. I know a sister who has the organization Kinshi Initiative that's trying to push a year of return celebration inside of Tanzania. So there are different African countries that are welcoming Blacks back, right? This year of all years, why is it that this year of all years has been this mass movement to distance us from Africa? And think about it. I mean, I've never seen so much like xenophobia from African people more than I have this year. I've never seen as much anti-African rhetoric on the internet or whatever. I've never seen so much as this year. So
telling you to go home and fix your homeland, that's not anti-African rhetoric. And saying we're not Africans, we're Foundation Black Americans, that's not anti-African rhetoric. And telling you to respect us is not anti-African rhetoric. That's just common sense. At least in our homeland. That's just common sense.
I, as someone who has actually read and looked at my history, I don't take these things lightly. I don't take them as coincidences. So I don't take and the ADOS movement really didn't start this year. I know Yvette was pushing this previously, but it popped off this year, and I don't take it as a coincidence that this movement to distance African people from their African roots started this year of all years. I don't take it as a coincidence. As I said in other videos, you had so many African Americans, Africans in different parts of the world embracing their African identity, and you had all of this coming from really the Black Panther movie, but a lot of people actually.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about, a Wakanda movie. So she thought that when we were dressing up as T'Challa and other characters, and what about Captain America? We was also dressing up as him. There was other characters in that damn movie. Iron Man wasn't just T'Challa, but for some reason she seen a couple people dressed up as T'Challa on Halloween. She mistaken that to be we are embracing Africa, and we're gonna the year of the return. We're gonna embrace that. Man, this is what happens when you're not in FBA circles. Like, you just made that up. Like, there was never no initiative to embrace Africa, no national initiative to embrace Africa and repatriate physically or spiritually, mind, soul, or body. Right? I mean, she's just making that shit up. Right? Maybe she is linked with Cobra or Narc or one of these Baba Smalls people, but those are the minority. They're tiny, tiny, small groups of people, pockets of people. That is not the overall sentiment. We're not thinking about Africa at all. Never did, never would.
Actually felt like some type of pride in being African. And right after this, we have a shift in the other direction. These are things that we should not take coincidentally. And take that for
okay, so let's go with that. Let's say if it's not a coincidence, let's say if Black people, Black Americans, mind is on Africa. And let's say as a result, a movement like we must protect this house started. Right, we're foundational, this is our homeland. Let's say if that movement sprung out of this embracement of Africa. Ma'am, that's called activism. That would still be called activism if we can respond to something goofy. Like we have a coon problem, we have a tether problem, we're responding. So just because you respond to address a problem and provide solutions doesn't mean it's some conspiracy. That's what you do. If there's a problem in the community, you're going to respond and address it. Well, that's what Foundation Black Americans do. I'm not sure what Africans do. Maybe you flee from it. But if you are right, which you're wrong, but if that coincidence was correct, was indeed correct, that's called activism. We're actively responding to a goofy notion to embrace Africa. Yes, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's how all movements are started, man. That's how all revolutionary thoughts are sprung up, because they believe the people are headed in the wrong way. So a revolutionary idea springs up, and they say, "No, you're going the wrong way. It's this way." Yeah. Does that make more sense?
What you want to. Am I saying that there's a conspiracy from, the white man to distance us? Well, there would be every reason to. And the reason is because if you think about it, if Africans in America, and, when I say this, I'm not saying drop everything that's going on in America and only focus on Africa. We have to learn that we can kind of walk and chew gum at the same time, meaning you could ask for justice. You can ask to destroy the prison industrial complex. You can ask for reparations, or I don't even want to say ask. I say fight for reparations. You can fight to end the prison industrial complex. You can fight for all of these things on your home front and fight for it in your homeland, your original homeland. You can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Ma'am, we don't know of two homelands for anybody on this planet. Okay, we have one homeland just like you got one homeland. Okay, and by you lying, giving us two homelands doesn't make it true. Every human being on this earth has one homeland.
And there's no, oh, we have to focus on this right now. So you're so busy that you have to focus on one thing at a time, because if that's your strategy, then understand you've already lost. The reason why Europeans were able to conquer the...
I don't know how you draw these conclusions. Hey, I don't know how you draw these conclusions, but we are focused on many things, multiple things at one time. They just all happen to be in America. That's all.
Real is because they know how to not focus on one thing at one time. Look at the different wars that have gone on. Look at how they've been able to balance interest in multiple parts of the world. Think about what's going on right now. You have Trump talking about Venezuela, that you also have him fighting with China, but you also have him trying to get some stuff over here and over here and over here. You have so much things going on at one time. So when I hear people say, well, we're not saying that we don't want to be African, but we're just saying we're going to take care of home first. Well, sweetie, why can't you come at the same time? Because if you do claim that you do have a right to the riches of Africa, but you also claim that you have a right to reparations in America, then...
If she actually joins my podcast family, I think she's going to hang up very fast. Once I say we're not African, I think she's going to get out of it. So I'm going to try to avoid that until the end. But once I say we're not Africans, then all of what she's saying right now, it won't make any sense to her, to me. So I'm gonna try to avoid that and just deal with some of this garbage, this kumbaya stuff first. And then once it winds down, I'll say, once it winds down, I'll be like, yeah, and by the way, we're not African. Or I would ask her, what does it mean when we say we're FBA? What does that mean to you? When we say we're ADOS, what does that mean to you, is what I would ask her.
And why not do both? Are you so one-sided? Don't tell me that you're on Twitter all day and you can only tweet, one thing. Like, if you're so one-sided in your approach, then understand it's so easy to take you out. And
yeah, but you guys are one-sided. All you talk about is Africa all day. All you do is talk about Africa all day long. You guys are very one-sided.
I'm just saying this based off of history. Don't forget, your feelings. Just read. It's been easy to take out movements in the past because they have not been multilateral. They have not attacked at different fronts. And if we want to have the maximum capacity when it comes to actually being effective, we have to learn to do multiple things at a time. So why would there be such an incentive to distant Africans in the U.S. and Africans, or I'll say descendants of enslaved Africans from Africans who are actually on a continent? Why is there such a interest in the West in actually doing this? And that is because of the same reasons that have always existed. So when you look back in slavery, for example, a lot of people don't tell y'all this because y'all don't, go out and get your own independent sources. But the blacks who were brought to America, they didn't just come here and forget Africa. They didn't just come here and say, oh, well, we're here. Let's take care of this. Let's take advantage of this American good soil. A lot of them were actually looking back to Africa. A lot of them actually wanted to go home, obviously. A lot of them cherished their culture and tried every single way to maintain their culture. But even as time progressed and their descendants came up, a lot of them were looking to Africa, especially in the Caribbean, to try to find a way to prevent white occupation of Africa. And a lot of these movements have been thwarted. Actually, all the movements have been thwarted. And the reason is because if you think about it, if you have all of us, not just, some of us, but all of us from multiple parts where we are. So you have the countries that are in Africa, you have the Caribbean, you have Europe, you have America, you have all of these places in Latin America. You have all of us together saying that to the West and to all other colonial powers that you need to let Africa go, that you need to stop exploiting, that you need to stop taking advantage of the resources there. If we're all collectively doing that, that is a threat to white supremacy. One, because all of us have our own citizenship wherever we reside. So, for example, it's easy for people to ignore neocolonial movements whenever it has nothing to do with people who are actually in America. But when you have people who are actually American citizens saying that we want Africa to be free so that we can go back to our homeland and not have to go there begging, but actually go there and take part inside of the liberation movements that seek to regain Africa. Well, we are making those demands from the standpoint point is being citizens and actually being able to speak directly to the powers and actually being constituents of the powers. That's way more effective than having someone who won't be heard inside of this theater, won't be heard here, saying the same thing. And it's the same thing wherever you are. So if you're in the UK and you're a UK citizen and you are telling your government you need to let Africa go, we need to have our resources back. If you're telling your government these things, it's the same exact.
Yeah, she is very delusional. She is very delusional. That is not, first of all, Africa's for sale. Okay, Africans sold us, and now they selling Africa. They sold us, and now they selling themselves. Okay, Africa's for sale. They're selling Africa. Nobody's come over there taking anything. You guys are selling everything. Okay, they're not taking anything, and then you're running. You're fleeing to different countries. So we would love for you guys to leave UK, leave the United States, leave Canada, leave all the places, China, India, all the places, Europe, leave all the places abroad, and then stop selling it. Build it up.
Effect. It's way more effective, and it's actually a fighting chance at actually ending the system. But understand that if the system ends and Europe stops exploiting Africa, that would be directly against their interest, because the reason why Europe and America are so rich is because they continue this relationship. So I'm going to read from an article. This is on it's a group called the Honest Accounts. They published a report in 2017. It's called How the World Profits from Africa's Wealth. And I want to talk about this in the essence of opportunity. So us who are throughout the diaspora, who aren't looking at Africa as more than what we have where we are, this is the things that we should be understanding, and these are the things that we should be reading that actually show that reality. So the article goes, Africa is not poor. While many people in African countries live in poverty, the continent has considerable wealth. A key problem is that the rest of the
Africa is poor. All right, family. If I have $1 million in my closet, but I live in a bando with no electricity and rat-ridden, roach-ridden, vermin-ridden, I'm poor. If I never touch $1, I got $1 million in the closet, and I don't touch, 10 years, I never touch $1, and I'm living under those conditions. Ma'am, I'm poor. I don't value that $1 million. Africa is poor because you guys don't value your resources. Okay, you give them away to people you sell them to people who value those resources. You sold us to people who value us, our labor. Okay, you guys sell things that's valuable to your own detriment. You have a problem doing that. Africa has a problem with selling their valuables to their own detriment.
The world, particularly Western countries, are extracting far more than they send back. Meanwhile, they are pushing economic models that fuel poverty, inequality, often in alliance with African elites. Africa is generating large amounts of wealth, and in some ways is booming. For example, the largest 500 African companies recorded a combined turnover of $698 billion in 2017. In 2015, countries in Africa exported $232 billion worth of minerals and oil to the rest of the world. Now, as I'm going through these, I want you to think about what you have in America versus what you are, and wherever you are, versus what you actually are entitled to by way of your African lineage. In America, I personally don't know of any of us who are entitled to 232 billion worth of minerals and oil collectively as a community. Like, if you take every single Black person and look at what we have here, look at what we're promised here, even if, let's say, we get what's owed to us. I don't know any of us who can generate 232 billion worth of minerals per year. So think about these things. Think about, what opportunity you're going towards versus the opportunity that you're missing out on by way of completely denying your African heritage. So I'm going to go on. The value of mineral reserves in ground is, of course, even larger. South Africa's potential mineral is estimated to be around, get this, 2.5 trillion, while the untapped mineral reserves of the Democratic Republic of the Congo are estimated to be worth, listen to this, $24 trillion. This is not all of Africa. This is just the Congo. Just the Congo, $24 trillion. That is enough to feed every continent on the continent and in the diaspora. Think about this. These are the things that you're distancing yourself from. These are the things you're saying that you don't want any part in. While you're saying, "Oh, I want to be here. I want to be here. Oh, I'm waving my American flag." These are the things that they don't want you to know, that you're entitled to way more than what you're getting here. I'm trying to get y'all to understand this. Now, these are very large numbers, but various reasons explain why the majority of people in Africa do not benefit from them and why the present mode of mineral extraction actually leads to impoverishment. These include foreign companies taking most of the profits generated by Africa's natural wealth. When multilateral companies export commodities such as minerals from Africa, their governments often benefit only marginally, receiving very little tax revenue from these companies. In key sectors such as mining and oil and gas companies, they tend to pay lower taxes and are given tax incentives that reduce them still further. Companies are anyway easily able to avoid paying taxes that are due because of their use of tax planning through tax havens. Many African tax policies are the result of long-standing policies of Western governments insisting on Africa lowering taxes to attract investment. Money is leaving Africa, partly because Africa's wealth of natural resources is simply owned and exploited by private corporations, private foreign corporations. And I want to say this again. This is our inheritance. This is something that we're entitled to. And we're standing by while these outsiders go to our homeland and take control over foreign private corporations. And by the way, this isn't just to people who are descendants of slaves. These are to Africans, period, because a lot of us, and I know this, because I know it, unfortunately, a lot of Africans do leave the continent and don't necessarily try to do something to free the continent once they're out. Even when they go and get citizenship in different places, you become integrated into the system that you're in, and you're more focused on benefiting from these countries that you're in than actually going back and doing something to free your country. So this is not just a condemnation of people who are saying they're ADOS. This is a condemnation of any African throughout the diaspora, throughout the world, whatever, on the continent, who's not waking up to the fact that you are sitting on a wealth reserve. You are sitting on gold right now, and you're so focused on living something else. You're so focused on being in the West. You're so focused on being somewhere else, or getting somewhere else, getting something the wrong way, that you're not woke up to the fact that if you try to actually control what's yours, you would have way more to profit from than what you get from these outsiders. So moving on. Only a minority of foreign investments do African governments have shareholding. Even if they do, this tends to be small, usually 5 to 20%. So these people coming into Africa, taking their money and don't even give the government a share. They might give them 5 to 20% a share, although they're taking trillions of money out of Africa. Think about that. A recent report from War on Want found that 101 companies listed on the London Stock Exchange control and identified a 105 trillion worth of resources in Africa in just 5 commodities: oil, gold, diamonds, coal, and platinum. These 101 companies have mineral operations in 37 African countries that are mainly British, with 59 incorporated in the US. I'm sorry, in the UK. So I'm just saying this to say that we have to understand that all these things that we think that we're doing that are progressive, a lot of times there's an agenda behind it. A lot of times you won't see the person who has the agenda, or you don't see the person who's benefiting. But I would dare say that anytime that Western capitalism stands to benefit from a person who is Black, I don't care if they're a Republican, someone like Ben Carson, I don't care if they say they're liberal, I don't care who they are. Anytime they stand to benefit, you should be questioning who could be behind that person, who could be behind that movement. And in particular, for my people throughout the world, let's understand that we have a claim to something so much bigger than what we're getting wherever we go to the West or we live in the West. We have a claim to something so much bigger, and our children have a claim to that. So when we're thinking about, what our interests are, what they truly are, is our interest inside of economies that are actually depleting. For example, if you know anything about the United States economy, you know that it's actually not what it used to be, and that a lot of people are predicting that the economy will crash soon within the next couple of years. So is that what you want to put your mind on? Is that where you want to put your heart on? And this isn't, listen, if this isn't one of those things where I'm like begging people, oh, join the Pan-Africanist movement, please. Because honestly, if you don't, you don't. Marcus Garvey said it, like, not everyone's going to want to go back to Africa. Some of us have been so conditioned to think that we're...
Now, y'all know when I hear that name, Marcus Garvey, it triggers me. Oh, I can't wait I hope like hell she responds to my email. And come on today. Come on while I'm live now, which I highly doubt. Like, the men barely ever show up. So I can't imagine that women pulling up to defend this nonsense. But when I hear that name, Marcus Garvey, oh my God, it triggers me. Like, yo, like, what are we talking about? You're just saying a name that you think is great amongst Black America. That's a terrible, tainted name. That name got so much scam and damage and dirt tagged onto it, mud cake. Yeah, that is one of the worst names to mention. Okay, and then another thing they do is they like to tag anybody who disagrees with this global African bullshit as aligning themselves up with white supremacy. Wait till I play all those videos of those Africans saying they were taught to hate us from their parents. Yeah, she's not gonna last long if she pulls up.
Where we are is better, the same way that some of our ancestors were so conditioned to think that life was better on the plantation than going off the plantation. A lot of us have a similar mentality. This is the only land we've known. This is the land where we think is so precious, as far as what we've been taught in school. This is the flag we've been taught to salute to. So we are like, what? Leave America? What? Like, it's the same exact thing. And, you might not like to hear that, but it is the same thing, because if I'm telling you that there are trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that you would have an entitlement to if you just have to fight for it. But rather than fight, you say, well, no, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to get what they are willing to give me. That it's the same mentality. So this is not, again, for me begging people to join the fight. This is me saying, I hope you understand and that you're knowledgeable of what different agendas are happening and what you could be missing out on. And hopefully your eyes will be open to that. But if they're not, and if you still want to deny Africa, if you still want to treat Africa like it's something that is not worthy of you, if you still want to look down on Africa, then, as the Titanic captain did, you should sink with your ship. Even Dr. King said, y'all are fighting to integrate into a burning building. So enjoy. But to my people who want more information on what's going on in Africa, or what we can do to actually change Africa, the Federation of African Liberation, as I said, we are a Pan-Africanist organization that is calling that Africans reclaim, retake, and redistribute Africa.
Exactly. Pan-Africanist bullshit.
is calling that Africans reclaim, retake, and redistribute Africa's riches for Africans. So I would say that that is a much better deal than anything that you're promised here. That's just my opinion, though. But anyways, I love to see y'all's opinion. I will see you all in another video.
And what's going on. Okay, I know we're going to be talking about the freedmen versus African American. Okay,
in other terms too.
In other terms too, but I want to specifically deal with these two. I think they're important. I think it's important for the work that the brothers and sisters are going to talk about today. But I want the audience, I want them to have a basic understanding of what it is as they looking at it. So you see the historical and cultural differences there. I want to make these differences important. So the introduction. This presentation explores the historical and cultural distinctions between the term freedmen and African American. Understanding these differences help clarity, identity, heritage, and community context. A lot of times we lose the context of us, and people pseudo-rise us with certain information in certain terms. Dr. Mayat. Okay, the historical context of freedmen refers to formerly enslaved African Americans emancipated after the Civil War, 1865. Linked to legal status during the Reconstruction era, specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the USA. And I think this is a point that needs to be highlighted. It's specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the US. When I get back to the end, you'll see why that's so important. Examples: Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen's Schools. Identity and meaning of African American. A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean. And watch this. Encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. It's an emphasis cultural continuity. Go ahead. What were you saying, Doc?
I want to interject really quickly, Unc. And this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I wanted the family.
Yeah, you know that's disrespectful. Yeah, she made him pause during his presentation to show his hypocrisy. This is embarrassing. This was supposed to be his moment to give a 10-minute presentation of why we should be called African American over freedmen. And his own Pan-Africanist sister paused him. She paused him, literally paused him, to show his hypocrisy and logic. Look, this is embarrassing. They lost before they started.
Where you
So
come from,
they're
right?
debating two Freedmen brothers, the ones I played the other day on reparations. So they're debating which is more accurate, more fitting for Black Americans: African American, Freedmen, Adolph's FBA. But it's really African American versus Freedmen. When you say Freedmen, you can put a / Adolph / FBA, but it's those three versus African American. Listen how she embarrassed this fool.
It's specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S. When I get back to the end, you'll see why that's so important. Examples: Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen's Schools. Identity and meaning of African American. A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the U.S. Okay, so you can get to the U.S. and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean. And watch this. Encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. It's an emphasis cultural continuity. Go ahead. What were you saying, Doc?
I want to interject really quickly, Unc. And this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I wanted the family to know, and maybe the people who are just watching this don't know, that a lot of these conversations that we have publicly are birthed from arguments that Unc and I have behind closed doors. This is why when you and I talked, I said, Unc, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we shouldn't throw it away. I said, Unc, it is not specific to our lineage here in America. Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African descent, can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And you were
I'm talking on mute. But what I wanted to show you was the dates. February 23rd, 2025. So that's this year, family. Look how she sounds. She sounds like one of us. Okay. That acknowledged with FBA Adolf Friedman. So I thought she was coming around. So I was surprised to hear her later on that year speak about Pan-Africanism and dismiss what she just stood for just now. So that was the confusing part for me. But I want y'all to take note how she stopped his presentation to debunk him. And they're supposed to be on the same team.
You were like, no. African American, they know who's who.
Are going to talk about clarity, identity, heritage, and community context. A lot of times we lose the context of us, and people pseudo-rise us with certain information in certain terms. Dr. Mayat. Okay, the historical context of freedmen refers to formerly enslaved African Americans emancipated after the Civil War, 1865, linked to legal status during the Reconstruction era, specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the USA. And I think this is a point that needs to be highlighted. It's specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the US. When I get back to the end, you'll see why that's so important. Examples: Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen's Schools. Identity and meaning of African American. A broad cultural, ethnic, and racial identity for people of African descent in the US. Okay, so you can get to the US and you be classified as an African American, no matter where you come from, right? Caribbean. And watch this. Encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. It's an emphasizes cultural continuity. Go ahead. What you saying, Doc?
I want to interject really quickly, Unc. And this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I want the family to know, and maybe the people who are just watching this don't know, that a lot of these conversations that we have publicly are birthed from arguments that Unc and I have behind closed doors. This is why when you and I talked, I said, Unc, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we shouldn't throw it away. I said, Unc, it's not specific to our lineage here in America. Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African descent, can claim to be an African American. This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us, that other Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And you were you were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and they, you went through all that. But in your slide, these two bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone that day. But please continue.
I know I'm sharp as a harp, though. Let me finish.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
It encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Okay. It emphasizes cultural continuity and community identity. Now, see, I think that's important to emphasize cultural continuity and community identity once you get to the United States. Example, African American history, culture, and community. Key differences. Let's deal with the differences here. Okay, freedmen, specific to descendants of formerly enslaved Africans in the U.S., historically linked to the legal status, post-emancipation, linked to post-Civil War Reconstruction context, African Americans. It's a broad identity for all people of African
family. She made him pause his presentation to debunk him, and they're on the same side. They're on the same side. They're versus two other freedmen. She stopped her debate partner and debunked his hypocrisy on how vague and generic the term African American is. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
Descent in the U.S., primarily a cultural ethnic identity, spans historical, contemporary experiences. Now, this chart shows the key differences, right? Freedmen, specific to descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., African American is a broad identity for all people of African descent in the U.S.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Of course, linked to post-emancipation legal status.
And she's still debunking him. They're on the same side. Dude got to humble himself. He has a huge ego for no reason. It's not even like deserving. It's not even like, dude, you're being helped by your own partner.
And Reconstruction, cultural and ethnic identity encompasses historical and modern experiences, and these are the sources: National Archives and Records Administration, Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, and the Journal of African American History. Now, so that's a basic for what we're going to be talking about. Now, Doc, my point was that
did you change your position?
No, I didn't. I'm still the same. No, of course not. I'm still A.
Yeah, she said, did you change your position?
I'm rolling with Friedman.
No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific
Okay,
cases.
you see where she's at. This is the problem with these Pan-Africans. You see Baba James Small, he said FBA is slop. And then when confronted by Tariq Nasheed, he says he's FBA and a Pan-Africanist. Yo, they just are left and right too much. They don't stand on anything. They are easily persuaded. Like, yo, listen, stand on something. So she's a Pan-Africanist and she's African-American. Now she's saying that she's freedman, and then she's going to go back to Pan-African and African-Americans later this year. Like right now, we ask her, she's going to say she's African-American.
No, I didn't. I'm still the same. No, of course not. I'm still A.
I'm rolling with Friedman.
I should clip that. Now, let me clip that.
No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman and specific.
Friedman. I'm
still the same. No, of course not. I'm still. No, of course not. I'm still A.
I'm rolling with Friedman.
No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific cases, right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
My point.
Go ahead.
No, of course not. I'm still A. No, I'm not rolling with Friedman. I'm rolling with Friedman in specific.
He said, no, of course not. Yeah, you're not going to change his mind. Like most old people that stuck in their ways on stupidity, they're normally not going to change. They're going to die in stupidity. That's why a lot of us rather talk to like the youth.
Cases, right?
In stupidity. You dig? When you got a older person and they're standing on truth, like you have the most beautiful conversations with them. But when they're standing on stupidity at an old age, it's a wrap. Like no conversation is going to shake them from stupidity. But a younger person that's dealing with stupidity, you have a couple conversations can get them off that square, that stupid square.
Right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time.
Towing the line.
See, when you start to write that check, if they write that check, they're not going to allow, no matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 90s.
All right. So now that is another talking point that Pan-Africans use. Oh, no, Americans know who, America government know who is who. All right. So I believe I got something on that from Dr. Sandy Darity. Let me see if I can find that. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, now I want y'all to hear this stupidity, and I'm gonna play a response. So, like, this is their
but this person is saying.
So this now you're gonna see who she's talking about. She's gonna be talking about this fool right here. So let's get it right here first. I mean, this is great research. Now, this is how you connect dots for real.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time. See, when you start to write that check, if they write that check, they're not going to allow, no matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 1900s, after slavery and all that, and get that check. They're not going to do that. Not even a little bit. So my point was that the African Americans actually encompasses all that. Now, if you want to get specific with it, right? You want to.
Okay, so you heard that. He's saying we don't got to delineate and we don't got to self-identify ourselves something different than tethers because the American government knows who to write the check to and who not to write the check to. So now look at this right here. She's going to be quoting Unc to Dr. Sandy Darity. Listen.
But yeah, the descendants. Yeah. But this person is saying that we can continue to call ourselves like African Americans. We don't have to even worry about that because they're saying that the government knows the difference between us and Black immigrants. So
yeah,
he
but
said,
I mean, if you have a reparations plan that is specifically for the descendants of the freedmen, you need to say that, regardless of what the government's information is about the population. I mean, what this could mean is that it would be very easy for people to establish their lineage, given whatever background information the government is in possession of. And one of the things that we recommend in our 13th chapter of From Here to Equality, yeah, a lot of people have said it shouldn't have been the 13th chapter, but it is. So there you have it. We recommend that the federal government provide genealogical services to any individual who's trying to make a claim for.
So it doesn't matter what the government knows. Like this is how dumb he is with case law. It doesn't matter that you're actually innocent, family. It doesn't matter if you're actually guilty. That got to be proven. Still, it got to be proven. We're bringing this case to court. Okay, we're bringing our reparations case to court. This ain't no do us a solid government. You'll send a check to those who are actually FBA. No, the government gonna say, prove your case, prove your cause, prove your cause. So we got to go to court. Okay, the government is not going to be our defense lawyer or on the side of us, our witness. He's going to be the defendant. We're suing the government. Why would they voluntarily just give us that? That just all right. But listen what he says.
Reparations, and they should provide those genealogical services free of cost to the individual applicant. And so, if indeed the government knows, then that type of genealogical work should be very easy to do. We could go look in some government file and determine who's eligible. But if there are cases where it's more complicated, then an individual would have the opportunity to take advantage of this service that should be provided to everyone who merits reparations.
no, absolutely. I mean,
Okay, so that was the answer to this stupidity right here.
If they write that cases, right? If need be.
That's what I said. I said that on the phone. Go ahead.
My point is, those who have enslaved us know who the hell they're going to give their money to when it's time. See, when you start to write that check, if they write that check, they're not going to allow, no matter what you name yourself, they're going to allow the people that came into the country in the 1900s, after slavery and all that, and get that check. They're not going to do that. Not even a little bit. So my point was that
so not to pop my collar, but that's the advantage I have. I can watch videos, sift through videos, and these videos, this is 2 hours. Okay, I could watch videos and videos and videos, and I will remember the contradictions. And when she told Dr. Sandy Darity, hey, there's somebody out there saying the government knows who to pay, so there's no reason to delineate. I remember this video. I said, oh my God. And all I got to do now is find when he said it. So this is how bad they want to sabotage our reparations payments. The government is the defendant. Look at the Young Thug case as a case in point. His lawyers had to sue or request, whatever they had to do, subpoena records from the state, right? Because the state was charged with hiding information from Young Thug, Brian, whatever his name is, defense team, his legal team. They were trying to suppress certain information so that Young Thug, Brian Still was his name, so that they couldn't win their case. So family, that is on some old juvenile gangbanging stuff, where they were suppressing information. If we're trying to sue for reparations, $20 trillion to start off. You don't think the government was to try to suppress that in the same way they suppressed information so that Young Thug won't have a stronger legal defense? Why would they just be fair with us? You know what? This is way bigger, way more impactful to the country if we win, as opposed to Brian Still or Diddy. The dude is nuts. If the government has some information out there, like Dr. Sandy said, then let us get access to it. And then the other problem was he might charge. The government might charge. But yeah, we got the information, but it's going to cost this much. And you dig? But we still need to do our own due diligence. We need to do what we can do to make our case more winnable. So we're not going to agree. We're not going to follow this full footsteps and rely on the government, the same people who oppressed us, the same people who turned their back on justice and discrimination. No, like he is the defendant. So we could subpoena some records from him, we'll do it, but we're not going to solely rely on that. We're going to do our due diligence. So this guy looks stupid right now, relying on the government to give us our ammunition to take down the government.
African Americans actually encompasses all that. Now, if you want to get specific with it, right? You want to say, well, freedmen too, that's fine. So then we got to have a conversation around that, and you got to educate people, because the question will be this: why now? Why all of a sudden is the freedmen conversation? Is there? Is it hiding? No, it's in plain sight, right? So those who understand who they must pay, they understand all of that. They get the gist of it. They know what it is before they cash out their money, just like insurance companies, right? If you try to con an insurance company, they're gonna come in with your claim. They're gonna look at your claim. That guy not gonna let you flim-flam. They're not gonna let immigrants that was not enslaved in Americans come and suck up the daggone funding. I think your point was, well, we need to make that distinction, right, legally, right, so that won't happen. I never actually disagree with that. What I'm actually against is, right, is that the misuse of the term freedmen and pseudorizing us as African Americans and playing this game. We need real education on the subject. That's why I actually did the quick presentation, so we get a general idea of it, so nobody can't come and figure it out, because I've heard a lot of conversation on it, and it don't be that right there, Doc. That's my point.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to bring on the family, some freedmen family.
Yeah, he doesn't mind making a fool of himself on the World Wide Web. Like, he's been doing that for years.
All right, and we got brother Lord Abba, we got brother Ali is in the building. Peace and love to you. And sister, don't get me. Tell me it one more time. I want to call you Antonia.
It's Antonia.
Antonia. Sister Antonia is in the building. And so peace and love to your family. Welcome to the platform. How are you?
Peace. What's going on?
Hey,
happy belated birthday, and I'm glad you're feeling much better.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, man.
Thank you so much. And then look, brother Ali, you and I were going back and forth on Instagram. I felt so bad. I had to keep on changing it. Oh, brother Ali, we could do it this day. We could do it that day. And I was feeling terrible. And as you can see, I did not go live for 2 weeks. This is the first time that I've been live. You know,
it's important that you're doing okay. That's the main thing. I wasn't stressing it. I wasn't stressing it.
Nah, already. And so
real quick, Doc. So we need to get the FBA crap up out of there, though.
Hold on.
See, that's the first thing we got to get them first. Go ahead.
So I told you what they try to do. Pan-Africans and tethers. What they like to do is try to divide the lineage. So they got two freedmen on here. So they want to immediately divide the freedmen with FBA cause infighting. Therefore, Pan-African can stand. When the smoke clears, it's just Pan-African standing. Look, what we got to do is get FBA out here. You could do the same thing with ADOS person or FBA persons. FBA representative is on a panel. Say, hey, man, let's get rid of that ADOS stuff. That don't make any sense. And then the FBA person falls for that. Yeah, Yvette Cornell. You see, we got to stop that, because it doesn't matter what acronym you give it or what term you give it. It's defining the same people, you and I, the lineage. That's why I just simply say the lineage. I don't get caught up in FBA, ADOS, and freedmen like that. Okay, I'm talking about where it comes to an argument. We're all describing the same lineage. Call it Ninja Turtles. We're still describing the lineage. Okay, so don't get caught up on, oh, it should be FBA. Forget ADOS, forget freedmen. Don't fight, don't infight for the tethers and Pan-Africans.
I'm chomping at the bits right there.
No, we're about to go
Because it's a fundamental difference between the freedmen and the FBA pseudoisms. And I'm telling you, bro, it's a difference. FBA is a pseudo operation based off of people weaponizing our African Americanists against us.
Hold on.
All right, okay. I just want to make that known. What side?
There are no FBAs on the panel. There's freedmen on the panel. I'm sorry, there's FBAs on the panel, but there's nobody to represent FBA's talking points. There are freedmen on the panel to represent freedmen talking points. And so he's throwing jabs, but he had his chance. He came over here and got embarrassed 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He had his chance. They never sound like that when we're in front of them. That's why I say they love to talk about us, but they hate to talk to us.
Because I stand on.
No. So we're going to get there. So
Yeah,
the first
slow me down.
question.
Go
So
ahead.
the first question for the panel is this. The first question for the panel is this. Calm down, brother. Take a sip of Sprite or something. So the first question is
I don't
this.
drink Sprite. I
Okay,
drink
well, drink
water.
some water. Drink some water, brother. So the first question is this, guys. So what should we be calling ourselves? Because Brother Unc and I were going back and forth on the phone, and I was telling him, I was like, African American. You know, if you're talking about us, that term is played now because it really now anybody, a black Elon Musk could be considered an African American at this point. So you're not talking about us. And so we were going back and forth, and I said, there's so many terms out here: African American, Black American. You hear ADOS, American Descendant of Slavery. You know, now you hear FBA, Foundational Black American. I wanted to ask the panel your thoughts on what term you all think that we, and when I say we, I'm talking about us who are descendants from West and Central Africa. We've been here. We built this country. Okay, we came over on those slave ships. We built this country. We worked from Kansas to Kansas. We participated in self-emancipation, legal emancipation. We fought on every wars. We experienced Jim Crow. We was here through the Civil Rights Movement, here through the Black Power Movement. That lineage, and I want to be clear what I'm talking about. That lineage, what is the best designation? African American, Black American, American descendant of slavery, foundational Black American, or just simply freedmen? What are your thoughts?
I'd like to jump in. Let me know if you can hear me okay, because I think my connection is a little choppy.
Oh yeah, you're good to go, brother.
Okay. Well, I think there are 2 different things happening. You're talking about 2 different ways of identifying people, 2 different reasons for identifying people. The terminology is African American, Black American, foundational Black American, Afro-American, Negro, colored, all of these different terminologies that are in some form of fashion associated with race are just that. Those are basically like racial classifications, colorized racial classifications that came from Europeans from early on. This particular term, freedman, actually represents a status that was acquired by emancipated people at the time of the Civil War from a national perspective. You're talking about from the 1860s, right? 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation, and then nationally with the 13th Amendment, 1865. So this terminology really is a term that denotes the status that a certain group of Americans acquired upon emancipation. And that status then, or that terminology then, was conferred upon their descendants, which we have documentation that speaks to that specifically as a class of people that continue to grow even after emancipation, which, ultimately includes the descendants of the emancipated. So that's one of the things that a lot of people don't get, is that you're actually having 2 different conversations. One is a race conversation. Another one is one based on status and class that pertains to specifically to the issue of the emancipation of a group of people and the descendants that came behind them. So it's really a matter of choice. So if you want to racially categorize yourself as Black American, Negro, colored, whatever, that's your personal choice. Like no one can tell you how to self-identify, and that's not our job. That's not what we're here trying to do. We never tried to tell anybody to take away their racial categorization, right? The thing we were saying was that this particular terminology, freedman, represents something specifically as it pertains to legislation and how we can approach legislation from a non-race-based perspective, because that's very important when you take into consideration what's been going on from the Supreme Court perspective in terms of shutting down all race-based approaches to legislation, policy, etc. And so what we came to with the research that we were doing was that this terminology is something that was used by the United States government to do remedial justice on behalf of our class of Americans from the time of emancipation. Like Ankh was saying earlier, you had the Freedmen's Bureau, you had the Freedmen's Bank. These things, these institutions were enacted by way of congressional acts. Right there, there's a charter for the Freedmen's Bank. That charter is actually a piece of legislation that was enacted by Congress that establishes the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Bank, regardless of how it functioned. Because we're not even talking about whether or not the bank was overthrown by white people and it was looted and all of the money was taken. We're not even talking about that. We're speaking specifically about how this thing was approached and how they were able to do something on behalf of a specific class of Americans that was not based on race, but based on their status in relationship to this country. And that's all we're saying. There's a way to delineate, for us to delineate between American blacks and foreign blacks without even invoking race, which is good for us because we want to be able to withstand constitutional challenges.
Brother Unc, what's your thoughts? Because I see you shaking your head like, yeah. What you think, Brother Unc? Like, you like, yeah.
Well, that
Oh,
shit
what he
was
just
fire.
said. What he just said. Yeah.
It was fire right there. That was definitely fire. I like the way he put that. These brothers are well studied. Trust me, that was fire. Those were your same sentiments. You didn't quite put it that way, but they was your that was definitely your sentiments, though. You was basically saying we need a term. And at this point in the conversation, based off of the pseudo FBA, we definitely need a term that has historical accuracy.
All right. So you see, his thing is he's all about every chance he gets, he throws a shot at FBA. You see, so this ain't got anything to do with the topic, right? At all. Nothing to do with the topic at all. This has everything to do with he just got a problem with Tariq Nasheed. Never known him. He never knew Tariq Nasheed. He never had a debate with him. He never called in. Tariq never flamed him, joked on him. Nothing. These are guys who he was never slapped by Tariq Nasheed. These guys are these guys are just perpetually just jealous for whatever reason. I can't tell you the reason. They have, and it is usually older men around Tariq Nasheed age. Think about everybody who I've been playing that has this crush on Tariq Nasheed. Taharka Bey, almost same age. This guy, almost same age. That Libyan dude I played about the Black City Plan, almost same age. Most of the men who cannot get Tariq name out their mouths, pause, are at the same age. Like you rarely hear too many men that's younger than him that just can't get his name out of his mouth. That's because they look at Tariq Nasheed as everything they wanted to be in their life. And they have failed, came up short. And Tariq Nasheed accomplished like the goals that they set for themselves. It's a weird obsession, family, that really can't be explained. Like they gotta talk to a shrink or something. Every chance you get, FBA. So you do agree with delineation. So you do agree with this. You do agree with that. You just don't want it to be associated with Tariq Nasheed. So that's what it's about.
And the freedom of African descendants. That's real right there. I'm not fighting that. But okay. I love the term African American and Black Americans. But but when you go to court though, you better have that paperwork right. So yes, I'm in favor of that. Absolutely. And I've talked to Abba for about 2 years. I wanted to make sure Abba had his thing together. And I listened to this group for 2-3 years to make sure they wasn't coming with the pseudo Morris package. Now, I wanted to make sure that. So yes, I like the way they doing their thing. They thing is very clear and very concise. Like he said, right? The racialized term, that's your choice. But ain't no way to figure that out. That's why we all crazy with the hip hop right now. Who is black? Who's not black? Are the gypsies black or not? There is you cannot get concise with that because there is no race. Race is a social construct. So now if you're suing on a racial construct, how you gonna get some money? You can't, because they can slip and slide and fake and out. Other people can dip and dab, and the people that really need it the most can get left out. And we know how that go. We get left out all the time.
Anybody else want to add? Sister, do you want to add to what Brother Ali said? Do you have any thoughts on that? Lord Abba, do you have any thoughts? Did you want to add to it?
Yeah, I'll let the sister go.
So I just want to address something. So
go ahead.
which one you want to go first, Naeem?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
sis.
I just want to add context to the situation that we are in imminent danger of not getting reparations for our people. And this way is the best way to have to go. I'm in the ground and I'm in Boston and Connecticut, and I actually interact with the community on a daily basis. I'm on the reparations task force for the city of Boston. I was recently appointed. I sit with politicians. I'm at every meeting you can think of. And to be perfectly honest, this initiative around the country was started by Black immigrants, Pan-Africans. So we're running around trying to put the fires out because they had it as being an all Black Lives Matter situation. They keep saying African descent or people from African descent, which flattens the Blackness. And they wanted to be Black African American. And we had a real huge debate for the last 4 months. We've been sitting down with them and we tried to get them to remove African descent from the legislation because we were asked to merge our bills together in Massachusetts. And I'll speak to that real quickly. And I just want to let you know they refused to do so. And they put African American, people of African descent, which racializes it. And we try to explain to them that African is even a race. So I just want to add to Uncle statement that there's a concerted effort to racialize it into Pan-Africanize it, which is putting us in imminent danger. And so the efforts that we have of getting the correct legislation with American freemen is crucial. In my city alone, the ordinance for the city of Boston, it was done by all Black immigrants. Cape Verdean, West Indian, Haitian, and now that we've gotten American freemen in it, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So I'll let Brother Naheem talk. I just want to add that context real quick.
No, so don't sister, you made a really good point. So we have, like you said, we have to delineate because Brother Ankh said earlier, well, they know who you are. They know. We use the term African American or Black American. They know who we are, and you're telling.
Who is the they know who we are? Like, who is the they know who we are? Like, who is this they? What are we talking about here? They know who we are. And Dr. Mayat, I know some of us thought she was this bright woman that stood on integrity from the Hidden Colors series, whatever, but she's being exposed as a fool, at least on this topic. She's a fool.
Telling us, you're like, look, I sit on the board out here on the reparations task force, and they have flattened it. They have flattened it to the point where when they say all people of African descent, they flatten it to the point where they are jeopardizing our reparations. If we do not delineate, and I'm talking about instead of saying African American, Black American, if we're not using terms like freedmen, right? They're using African people of African descent, which is African American, Black American. If we don't delineate and use terms like freedmen, then we do jeopardize. Because Ankh is saying that they automatically know who we are.
No, they don't know. No, they don't. Can I just give you a good example? We had a bill that we presented, a proposal that we presented in 2023. That bill had an oppositional bill, this was racialized. And so we were fighting back and forth. Our bill actually went to the Judiciary Committee and they had it under study. We actually had meetings with them, the brothers and I, and they were really interested and understood American freedmen. You could tell that the politicians had studied it. The other bill was a barrier. Okay, so the bill went to study, the legislation session ended. They asked us to sit down together and come up with one bill. We actually were meeting with the Pan-Africans, and I'm going to say that like that because that's what they were, because I was the only person in the room that believed in delineation, believed in heritage lineage. These people refused to merge the bills together. And it's the white politicians. They don't know who we are. They think we're all Black. They think we're all African American. So they're basically saying to us, listen, you guys get it together. Figure out what you want to be called because we can't make that determination.
Wow.
And after 4 meetings, the meeting stalled because the Pan-Africans refused to remove African descent. They refused to remove African American. And so that's a trick bag. And so anybody who comes into America, whether it be next month, next week, whatever, would have been able to benefit from reparations, and that's what they want. They want an open door policy. No. And so the brothers can talk more to that because they were part of that as well too. I just want to give that context to Ankh that white people that are making decisions do not know the difference between us. They don't. They don't.
On purpose. They do that on purpose though. That's an on purpose move. Because watch this. If we can sit here on this little conversation and understand there's a difference between people that's brought over on the slave ships and people that came in. as immigrants through Ellis Island, whatever it is, and all that. If we can know that, then by surely they can. Now I'm saying you don't stand up in court and have that type of fight, right? You have legal jargon. You got to have everything in place. So I absolutely get your point there. Yeah, they can. So you're basically saying is, since y'all want to act like y'all don't know who we are, we have historical precedents that clearly show you who we are. I like that. I'm with you, sis. I'm on board.
Okay, Lord Abba.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up my notes because I wanted to read. And peace, Sister Dr. Ma'at, first and foremost.
Peace to you, warrior.
Glad you're feeling better. My brother Ankh. Ankh is like I don't know. I think me and Ankh might be distant cousins or something, man. We're going to have to do a genealogical search. So I'll be listening. Somebody sent me a clip. They was like, listen to Ankh talk about freedom. You know, I jumped right on the video. Like, yo, Ankh, you wrong, man. Cut it. Like, cut it out. What are you talking about?
Am I wrong now? Am I wrong now?
I mean, you were starting off on shaky ground, but once my brother Ali, gave you some crutches and a cane, you stabilizing a little bit.
No, I'm talking about the presentation.
There were some things in the presentation that I thought was off, and maybe I misheard it. So, and I don't, I just want to say that during the debate, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard and University of North Carolina, there was a debate centered, like people speak about the affirmative action portion of that case, but there was another important element of that case, and one of the newspapers wrote about it. For whatever reason, I just cannot find that screenshot. And the case was, the other thing that was being argued was if Freedmen was a race neutral or a race conscious term. So the two Freedmen on the Supreme Court now, and that's if Ketanji Brown Jackson is actually of this Freedmen class, were having this specific debate. And one of the things that Clarence Thomas did was like, oh, so you want to have a race-based debate? Cool. So he broke down Freedmen just the way we said it was, a race-neutral political status. But then he spoke about the Black race. He said you cannot say that the Black race is doing poorly and underperforming. For instance, Caribbeans of the Black race come over to the United States of America and do very well. In fact, they do better than Native African Americans or Native Black Americans, whichever term he used in the case. So we see that if you're having a race-based debate on the subject and we use Black according to this country's racial classification system under the original Federal Directive 15 that was first done in 1977, where you get the 5 racial classifications, which in my opinion were mirrors of the blooming back 5 races of mankind. And in that, we see that it said that Black meant a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. That wording is just crazy, right? Black racial groups of Africa. I thought Black was only one race. But in that, whoever is here in the United States of America, no matter where they come from.
All right, let me run that back.
We see that it said that Black meant a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. That wording is just crazy, right? Black racial groups of Africa. I thought Black was only one race. But in that, whoever is here in the United States of America, no matter where they come from, they are classified as Black. So this was one of the things that Clarence Thomas was able to show in his concurring opinion, that you can't have a race debate, because if you're having a race debate, it's going to be inclusive. So what Antonia was talking about in Boston is what the people were trying to do. They were trying to include all of these people. And you have Pan-African groups like Narcan and Cobra. Ron Daniels, for instance, out of his own mouth last year said, I don't care if they got off a plane last week from Africa, they deserve reparations. So you're going to bypass slavery.
So family, that is the mindset of the average Pan-African, including Dr. Amos Wilson with his Blueprint for Black Power, his reparations chapter in there. Same thing. Same thing. He had the same mindset. I don't know a Pan-African that don't have the same mindset. Okay, put it up. Put it up. Okay.
Slavery, segregation, redlining, Jim Crow, etc., etc., etc. Just come on over and let the United States give you a check on top of the many benefits that they already give.
Otis Rich says anybody that came from Sonetta Page is all scammers. We got Miss D6 Woman Sports says Clarence didn't say that. Baby Rodriguez says all I know is that 388 Africans trafficked to U.S. were some of my family members, and they were enslaved since 1650s. We ain't indigenous Native American. Miss D, 6 Women Sports says there is no Caribbean of black race, always trying to make others black. Yeah, I'm not going with that one at all. The Holy FBA Codex TV1 says his leaders hate. Banished Ferry says that's Major Cap. Okay. First Class Citizen says it doesn't matter because they will most likely use that argument against our cause. Dum. And see, that's why I like my chat, because we all diverse. Like many people, it's not a kumbaya in the chat. It's not kumbaya. Everybody believes differently. Everybody has different outcomes. We summarize different. We have different conclusions. That's okay. Like you don't have to go to war because somebody concludes different than you. We're all looking at the same evidence, right? Same evidence. It's clear. It's plentiful. And we're just concluding differently. Different detectives look at the same evidence of a crime and conclude differently. Some might say, hey, the perpetrator most likely is somebody related to, the victim. Some people say, hey, man, this person never met that perpetrator a day in their life, but the evidence is consistent. Conclusions can be different. All right.
To immigrants. So this is why this aggregation is so important to us insofar as remedial justice is concerned.
That was powerful, Lord Abba. What's your thoughts, brother? What's your thoughts on that? He came. Go ahead.
First of all, Abba, based off of my work in the community, I found that people that are never wrong stay goddamn wrong. And so I don't have a problem at all of being wrong. And that's part of the maturity process. That's part of growing. That's part of why me and Doc all on that daggone phone.
We do always talk.
Brother, are you what you call me or what?
I said the other day, Lord Ab, I asked him because he couldn't say he was wrong. I said, are you a narcissist?
Are you a narcissist?
I said, are you a narcissist?
So I had some people. I had a couple people. I said, damn.
You had to look it up. No,
I had to look it up. I say, Miss Tiffany.
Had to look it up. And family, I've been on a long conversation with Unc. So as ex-architect, been on a long conversation with Unc. The Holy FBA Codex knows Unc, had discussed with Unc, and he cannot admit when he's wrong. He just cannot do it. And that's why Dr. Mayat concluded, are you a narcissist? Because he really cannot admit when he's wrong. But the sad thing is he's more wrong than right. So he looks crazier than the average narcissist, because the average narcissist, they got to be at least half right, half wrong. He's normally more wrong than right. So to not admit you're wrong when you're normally more wrong than right is worse than the average narcissist.
I'm trying to skate around it. I was like, man. And I was thinking, well, maybe it take a daggone narcissist to deal with these pseudos at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But no, when it comes to my friends that are intelligent, right? No, I'm not a narcissist. And I will readily admit when I am wrong. And I'm sure we have bits and pieces of that in our character, right? Yeah, but what I will say is, for me to adhere to the rules and regulations of science and scientific literacy, right? You're going to be wrong a lot of times, right? Especially this thing right here. A lot of us aren't college educated, and being college educated doesn't stop you from being wrong. Having a degree in science does not stop you from being wrong. That's actually part of the process. It's when you're wrong, right, is where you can do the most growth, right? So I don't have a problem with going this conversation. What I do understand is that, go ahead, Miss Tip, I see her. That's a powerful sister right there, though, right?
Oh, yes, she
but
is.
what I do
Sharp,
understand
sharp.
is that without denying it, if you had to look at FBA, right, and ADOS,
I'm glad you're going into that.
and look at Freedmen, right, and look at African American. Okay, when you look at the Freedmen, it's definitely grounded in point blank. These are the people that was freed. Very clear, no ifs and buts about it, and it's not racialized at all. Okay, so you got to give it that. Now, where we feel our comfortabilities, right, are different than when we're trying to get some daggone money. Two different ideas. I love Pan-Africans. I love African in the diaspora, right? That's not an issue for me. When it comes to getting our money based off what our ancestors went through, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear FBA as a tribe. The hell with all that. I'm saying that our ancestors, right, that were meticulously through business operations, helped move the global commerce market. They had insurance, right? They had insurance dealing with us when we died. That means if you died, they still made money off of you. Pick up the Vance. It's a great book he had me reading. I'm going to say it one more time. When you died as a slave, right? People who owned you could still get money. As a matter of fact, they had rent-to-own slaves. People don't talk about that. I'm going to say it again, meaning you could finance getting slaves. Well, I only got this amount of money. We'll finance the rest for you. People don't think about how much it was a business. Well, since it was a business, then we got to get real technical and talk about that business and talk about the freedmen. That's important. If it's a business operation, then that term right there actually handles that business operation. I'm with that.
No,
All
Sister
the way. It
Anthony,
don't take me long to catch up.
You got her excited. She
What the hell is he talking about? Like, are we all like, what? All right. Yeah. I have no idea what he was trying to communicate. But
wanted to jump in. Since you started talking like that, Sister Anthony, I want to jump in there. Go ahead, sister. What you want to say?
I just want to make sure that I add the context. So I put the both bills in the chat for you. I don't know if you want to bring them up or review them. I don't know if Brother Ali has them. But Massachusetts is clearly a state that has to answer to the American freedmen. They sanctioned slavery in 1641, and the persons who penned it were actually white clergy. Nathaniel Ward, he actually is a white clergyman who came and he wrote the legislation that enslaved us here in Massachusetts, 1641. Also, Massachusetts is the first colony to sanction slavery, but not only that, also began Jim Crow. So Massachusetts has to answer to our ancestors and the legacy of slavery here, and that's why we take it so serious, and I think it's extremely important. The one other thing I wanted to say is that unless we speak up and unless we educate people to explain to them, you can have heart for Pan-Africanism, you can expatriate, you can go back to your motherland, whatever you want to do. We're not trying to stop you do that. But when it comes to legislation, if you want to talk about the legacy of slavery, it has to be American freedmen. There was no African American in the 1600s. There was no black. You know what I'm saying? So we have to stick with the status that we were given by the federal government. And that was the American Freedmen Act of 1865. And a lot of people need to understand that and learn that. And as you can see across the nation, and the brothers will speak to you, everything race-based is being knocked down. DI, everything. And so that's why we have to have something to hold on to that makes sense. And there's an old gentleman who told me, OG, he said, Anthony, you're running around in circles. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, you're running around, with the ADOS, the descendants of slaves, whatever. He said, the keys are in the Constitution and the Capitol and the White House. And I never understood what he meant until I teamed up with the brothers. It's been there the whole time. American Freedmen has been on the book the whole time. It was never dismantled. We just never enforced it.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I spend my days doing. Right.
No,
it was always
absolutely. Let me ask you all this. So I know that Brother Ali made it clear. He was like, look, the term, freedman is not racialized, it's a status. Could it also be, both a status and an ethnic group though? Can it be both? You all are saying no. I see sisters like, no.
I'll say this. It can be, right? It depends on if that's what the people want.
Okay.
I don't want that. At a certain point, I was thinking like maybe we should do that because that could be the delineating terminology, but I don't want it. And for two reasons. Number one, there's these things called suspect classifications that trigger what's known as strict scrutiny in the courts, right? Strict scrutiny is the highest form of judicial review that there is. And usually when you
Now, I don't like when they start talking on that court shit. I can't confirm what they saying is true. Like, even they got to be fact checked. Like, all this court stuff they doing, because they do come from the background of the plebiscite Babel organizations. So when they start talking that court stuff, that has to be fact checked. All right. And I'm going to find time to do that. Okay. Because they're going to be on the clock too. I'm going to find time to fact check all their court conclusions. All right. Because again, like, that's their background. These guys been Bays and L's majority of their adult past. So although I love that they push delineation and self-identifying and from the freedman angle, but a lot of their jargon has to be fact checked because they come from that plebiscite background. So I can't take what they say on face value, because this is how they sounded when they were sovereign citizens. More sovereign citizens, they sounded just like this, and we know that was complete babble. So I'm just saying, grain of salt, because I'm playing the video. You guys might think I co-sign this stuff. I don't co-sign it, and I don't disregard it either. It may be true, maybe false. I haven't given time to fact check it because I've been on these Pan-Africanists more.
get to that point, if it's based on race, you're not going to pass that. So what's going to wind up happening is it's going to get struck down for
I didn't say race. I said ethnicity. But,
right.
I know
but
some
nah,
people interchange them.
because yes, that's exactly where I'm going. We made a presentation of the Office of Management and Budget, which actually informs the Census Bureau. What's on the Census Bureau forms comes from the Office of Management and Budget. We actually did a presentation along with ADOS and some other people about the fact that we actually don't even have an ethnicity of record in this country. We've never had an ethnicity of record in this country. The only ethnicity that this government has is Hispanic or non-Hispanic. That's all they have. And either you are that or you're a non-Hispanic. So our thing was, maybe we should use this Freedman terminology to be an ethnic term for our people, since we don't have one. African American was supposed to be, but they didn't actually do the work to ensure that the Office of Management and Budget and the Census Bureau looks at it that way. That they took it and made it a racial term. They made it synonymous with black. So African American and black are synonymous terms. It doesn't even matter how you feel about it. They're both considered racial terms by this government. And so we tried to do that. It was a lot of chaos at the Office of Management and Budget. People were coming at us for trying to do it. They were saying we were trying to reclassify 40 million black Americans behind their backs and all this. But when I started to really think about it, this is just me, I'm not speaking for the entire organization in this instance, I felt like we shouldn't even be trying to deal with race and ethnicity at all, either one, because from a reparationist perspective, race and ethnicity are both considered suspect classifications that will trigger strict scrutiny. That's number one. Number two, the Office of Management and Budget, after all of the fiasco that took place with people trying to bombard them with all of these different identities, decided that they were not going to change anything about black or African American. They were going to leave it the same because the NAACP and the Urban League urged them not to change anything. That's number one. And then number two, they decided what they were going to do was combine race and ethnicity, particularly being that most people don't even know the difference between the two anyway. On top of the fact that the Office of Management and Budget doesn't even have an actual definition of race or ethnicity. These are bureaucrats that were given jobs. These are not even social scientists. These are not anthropologists. They're not sociologists or any of that. These are bureaucrats, and they're doing a certain job underneath the executive branch of collecting data for certain information based on these terminologies. It has nothing to do with actual science. As a matter of fact, when you look at Special Policy Directive 15, it gives you a disclaimer saying that those classifications, black, white, African American, whatever, Hispanic, these classifications are not based on science or anthropology, and they shouldn't be
Brother, I've been
for
saying that
it.
for years. Go ahead, though,
Yeah.
brother.
So they actually have a disclaimer because they know, and one of the things that Justice Neil Gorsuch spoke to was that very thing in the affirmative action case. He said these are bureaucrats. These are not people who specialize in the science of these particular areas that they're categorizing these people in. They're bureaucrats, and they already put that disclaimer out that these classifications should not be used as anything scientific or anthropological because they're not rooted in that. And so my thing is no, we shouldn't. We should keep it away from race and ethnicity because me personally, I think we can do away with race and ethnicity because we don't need it. It didn't never help us. There's nothing that anybody can look at from history to law to anything that says that, yeah, being racially categorized this way actually catapulted our people into upward mobility. That none of that stuff has helped us in any shape, form, or fashion. Now we love it because of our history and our emotional connections to all of that. But at the
Black
end,
African power.
Yeah,
right.
Black African power.
What I'm saying, and I get all of that, but what I'm saying
Black
is
African power.
just being racially categorized like that has not done anything. This is why we're here talking about reparations. This is why we're here still fighting civil rights fights. This is why people are rolling back certain policies and programs because that stuff hasn't helped us, and it's not something that is firm enough for us to stand upon. And so for me, no, Dr. Mahad, I don't think we should use treatment for an ethnicity. I personally don't think we even need an ethnicity. I think population group, the terminology
Yeah, you think what?
population group or people group is good enough. We don't even need race because let me just say this: when we get caught up in race,
I'm trying to hear the argument. I might agree. I don't.
I think population group, the terminology population group or people group is good enough. We don't even need race because let me just say this: when we get caught up in race and having these race conversations, it's easy for them to then say, "Hey, you're having a race conversation. This is unconstitutional." Why
Okay, I think I get what he's communicating a little bit.
even deal with that? We can still use the terms African American. We can still use the term African. We can still use the term Black. But only thing they would need is to change what those things are from race terms to population group terms.
What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Let me see where y'all at. Hold on. Let me read some of the comments. Because if I understand them correctly, I might agree. I don't like that the word Black is used as a race to join us to people from Africa or the Caribbean. You know, that's like a false way to tie us all together, slight-handedly. I don't like that. Black Wild Indian says, Claude, okay, let me make you a moderator, Black Wild Indian, and give you a lineage rent. Salute to you. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Okay, the AI show says, I'm biracial and I'm part of mixed race communities online. I know of efforts of fellow mixed race people to put accurate categories for us via petitioning for change with the OMB and the federal government. Christopher Career says diploma in civil law and royal charter letters patent granted by a prince or a sovereign Calvin. Okay. We got some plebiscite information in the chat. All right. I guess we're growing.
It's nothing wrong with using the term population group. We don't have to use the word race.
Let me say this real quick, Doc.
Go ahead, brother.
Very simple. African Americans, right, can be considered an ethnic group. We have shared identities, shared culture, shared experiences. That formulates an ethnic group. But all African Americans aren't freedmen. You can have both. I'm gonna say this again. All African Americans aren't freedmen. So I like the cohesiveness.
Well, yeah, if people from Africa are calling themselves African American, you're actually right. But those who were emancipated, those people who call themselves African American, they're freedmen.
Okay, that the African American, it gives us more strength. Okay, I like that. You know, when it's time for my Caribbean brothers and the Spur brothers to fight, and they're in America, they've been living here, man, we're gonna rally around that together as African Americans. When it comes time to get that damn reparations, all African Americans aren't freedmen. I just like to add that to that. Very easy.
I mean, that is easy.
And you must have got them together real quick back there, Dr. Ma'ai, because he was sounding crazy the other day.
Okay, so he really was, and that's the thing. Like he'll jump out there without ever being properly educated on any topic. The Holy FBA Codex could tell you that. Like Unc would jump out there and debate a complex topic that takes like a year probably research and experience to understand it. You feel me? To have a real grasp on it. Unc will read a little bit of it and jump out there and argue on the side or against the side of something. And this is why he has an image he has on the net. It's like, dude, why are you arguing something so complex as that with little information on it? Little expertise, little experience, little exposure. Dude, it's okay. Just take a back seat and watch the show. And then when you're ready, when you think you know enough to come out there and say, hey, I have something to say. But he'll jump out there, hook, line, sinker, and learn on the fly and get beat up on the fly. So like they said, Naeem just said, hey, man, you must have got to him because he was sounding way crazier. He's way more tamed now than he was a week ago. And it shouldn't, and like to tame up, it shouldn't take a long 4-hour phone conversation to tame him, because that's what usually happens. She said it, I said it, ex-architect can tell you, we've been on the phone with arguing for 4 hours. And then he will concede in a different way. Like he won't concede on the phone. He won't say, I see it, you got it. He'll debate somebody else, and then get humbled, and then come back and repeat some of the things you said. But he'll never give you flowers. At the time, you're disproving his crazy ass thoughts.
I was on the phone arguing. I said we need to. I said I want to use.
Okay, so let me respond to something that Unc said earlier during his presentation that he pulled up. That Dr. Maya made him stop and debunked him immediately. He said African American encompasses descendants of enslaved Africans and immigrants. He said it emphasizes cultural continuity. Okay, that is literally the problem, my boy. Cultural continuity is a vibes test, okay, not a lineage test, okay. It lets, let's say, a Nigerian American claim our oppression when it's time to collect benefits, but switch back to Nigerian when it's time for a green card diversity war or to argue on behalf of immigration. Okay. Then he said African American is a broad identity for all people of African descent in the U.S. That's part of the slides. A broad identity is great for sociology, bro. But legislation requires narrow, provable classes, not the government knows. Okay. So freedmen is provable. Okay. Broad identity is not. That's why we're trying to get away from those terms. I could see where Naeem is, or the brother down below Naeem is talking about. SCOTUS have already been struck down race-based preferences, right? Your bill would be DOA if you keep it broad. Then he said those who enslaved us know who to pay. Right. They know the difference between us and them and us. This is his position. He said they won't let immigrants get the check anyway. That's interesting. They let immigrants in on everything else for us. What about all the set aside programs after affirmative action? Were the immigrants let in on that? Were the immigrants let in on all of the programs that were due to our oppression, discrimination, segregation, all those things? The immigrants take a part of it. Yes. So why would they all of a sudden be blocked from checks that's intended just for us? So that's magical thinking. California and Massachusetts are showing the opposite. All right, the bills are being written so that anyone of African descent can qualify. All right, that's how they're trying to write those bills up, Funk. So insurance companies don't cut checks to anyone who's ever been in a car. They need named claimants. So that was a horrible analogy with the insurance company, right? They need names. That's not anybody who drives the car. Oh, white politicians know the difference. That's not the case.
The term African American. I'm a
I'm
proud
still
African.
using the term
I
African
said
American.
he went there and I said, brother, I think that
Yeah,
it's kind of watered down. I think we should be delineating. No, we don't. They know what he went all of that, and I was like, no. So he was going back and forth.
Yeah, but see, I don't think it's watered down. But I mean, if you sit down for 5 minutes and think about it.
Yeah, in terms of not
Correct.
not having enough distinction. That's
yeah,
what I'm
you're
saying.
right. It doesn't put us in a category that we actually need. Yeah, you're right. I agree with y'all. But my point is simple here that yeah, African Americans, I don't think it's to be thrown away because there are plenty of ethnic groups in the world. And under the banner of being an African American or Black American, the culture is spread around the world. There's no denying that. We've done great things. Now, whether we have been able to capitalize off that and bring us reparations, that is the next step. And I'm thinking the freedmen, based off of the new pseudo ideas, is diving out the window now, like FBA. Okay,
yeah, what were the pseudo ideas around freedmen? Because you meant that you was like the pseudo rise freedmen. I don't. What were the
because
pseudo
you got
ideas
people
around
that don't say it right. Man, Ali and them can tell you. Lord Avenue can tell you. Everybody representing this don't do it right. Like, come on.
Yeah, there are some people. There are some people who are intentionally taking this thing and trying to muck it up and muddy it up. But even in, and you're gonna have that with those that identify with FBA, but you also have
those people are Unc in the red and Dr. Maya in the black and yellow outline circle
that identify with FBA who know for a fact and have said that they use FBA as a lineage identifier, but when it's time to go to court and fight and for reparations, then it's freedmen, because freedmen, right, as a standalone, freedman is a status. And I want to get into that real quick, if you don't mind. The first case that we have, and I was hopping on my computer so I could pull all this stuff up so everybody could see it. You know how we do. We like to show stuff when we on these platforms, show and prove.
Go ahead. Show your screen. I'm right here.
I won't be able to do it because I'm on my phone right now, and I would have to add my other page. I would have to add another page to the stream and then do it that way. If you don't mind doing that.
Okay, you want to add something to the stream, or I'm sorry, I missed.
So add my other profile, right? So I'm on right now, but I can come on again under this same profile from my computer because I'm on my phone right now.
Okay,
you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So now, but while I'm doing that, Antonia can speak to the bills that we have produced in Massachusetts, written by our own hands, and why the urgency for our people to get behind that and all of our pushes across the nation is so important.
I can do that. So the first bill we have is a reincarnation of the last session's bill. So the last session's bill was 3921. So the current bill is HD 3865, and that's to create a commission. So the title of the bill won't say reparations. We don't put reparations in the bill. It's an act to cure us of the liabilities that ultimately restrict equity. And so shout out to State Rep Brenda Fouki Reed. She's the person who has been hanging with us and diligently setting up meetings and making sure the language is tight. But she's a state rep here in the state of Massachusetts. And again, her name is State Rep Brandy Fouki Reed. She started off with working with us since 2023. The original bill went to study. They were like, listen.
All right, wait a minute. She said something earlier that I wanted to look into. Hold on.
American people of African descent, which racializes it. And we try to explain to them that African is even a race. So I just want to add to Uncle statement that there's a concerted effort to racialize it into Pan-Africanize it, which is putting us in imminent danger. And so the efforts that we have of getting the correct legislation with American freedmen is crucial. In my city alone, the ordinance for the city of Boston, it was done by all Black immigrants. Cape Verdean, West Indian, Haitian, and now that we've gotten American freedmen, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So I'll let Brother Naheem talk. I just want to add that context real quick.
No, so don't sister, you made a really good point. So we had, like you said, we have to delineate, because Brother Ankh said earlier, well, they know who you are. They know, we use the term African American or Black American. They know who we are. And you're telling us, you're like, look, I sit on the board out here on the reparations task force, and they have flattened it. They have flattened it to the point where when they say all people of African descent, they flattened it to the point where they are jeopardizing our reparations. If we do not delineate, and I'm talking about, instead of saying African American, Black American, if we're not using terms like freedmen, right? They're using African people of African descent, which is African American.
I missed that.
If we don't delineate and use terms like freedmen, then we do jeopardize. Because Ankh is saying that they automatically know who we are.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Can I just give you a good example? We had a bill that we presented, a proposal that we presented 2020.
So you see how dumb Unc looks? Let me bring it over here. Oh, they know who we are. So now look at this dude facial expressions while he's getting debunked. All right, yeah. We should do a petition to remove him from the internet. Look at this.
You know who you are.
Now that we've got, in my city alone, the ordinance for the city of Boston, it was done by all Black immigrants. Cape Verdean, West Indian, Haitian, and now that we've gotten American freedmen, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So I'll let Brother Naheem talk. I just want to add that context real quick.
No, so don't sister, you made a really good point. So we have, like you said, we have to delineate, because Brother Ankh said earlier, well, they know who you are. They know, we use the term African American or Black American. They know who we are. And you're telling us, you're like, look, I sit on the board out here on the reparations task force, and they have flattened it. They have flattened it to the point where when they say all people of African descent, they flattened it to the point where they are jeopardizing our reparations. If we do not delineate, and I'm talking about, instead of saying African American, Black American, if we're not using terms like freedmen, right? They're using African people of African descent, which is African American, Black American. If we don't delineate and use terms like freedmen, then we do jeopardize. Because Ankh is saying that they automatically know who we are.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Can I just give you a good example? We had a bill that we presented, a proposal that we presented 2023. That bill had an oppositional bill, just was racialized. And so we were fighting back and forth. Our bill actually went to the Judiciary Committee, and they had it under study. We actually had meetings with them, the brothers and I, and they were really interested and understood American freedmen. You could tell that the politicians had studied it. The other bill was a barrier. Okay, so the bill went to study, the legislation session ended. They asked us to sit down together and come up with one bill. We actually were meeting with the Pan-Africans, and I'm going to say that like that because that's what they were, because I was the only person in the room that believed in delineation, believed in heritage lineage.
Look how uncomfortable he looks.
Refuse to merge the bills together. And it's the white politicians. They don't know who we are. They think we're all Black. They think we're all African American. So they're basically...
So that debunks this clown right here saying they know who is who. She's saying no. They refuse to merge those bills together.
Basically saying to us, listen, you guys get it together. Figure out what you want to be called, because we can't make that determination.
Wow.
And after 4 meetings, the meeting stalled because the Pan-Africans refused to remove African descent. They refused to remove African American. And so that's a trick bag. And so anybody who comes into America, whether it be next month, next week, whatever, would have been able to benefit from reparations, and that's what they want. They want an open door policy.
And that's exactly what this clown in the red said to me on my live. He said, so what if, Africans siphon our reparations, lease or steal it, get it legally? He's like, so what? Well, why, why would we care? And I was like, well, because that check has my name on it. Like, he's not stealing from the government account. They're stealing from my account with my name on it. And he had no issue with that.
So the brothers can talk more to that because they were part of that as well too. I just want to give that context to Unc that white people that are making decisions do not know the difference between us. They don't. They don't.
On purpose. They do that on purpose,
difference.
though. That's an on purpose move. Because watch this. If we can sit here.
So that's a justification. Now that he's been debunked, that they don't know the difference between us and them. And now, they doing it on purpose. Like, so this is what he was coming up with the whole time. She was telling you what was really going on, how they don't see us any different from each other. Okay. Now look at this clown show. Hey, but again, he just can't admit that he's wrong. Like Dr. Maya said earlier, the dude's a narcissist. He just can't say, oh, word, I didn't know that. Oh, they are doing it on purpose. He's in the mind of these people in Massachusetts.
On this little conversation, and understand there's a difference between people that's brought over on the slave ships and people that came in as immigrants through Ellis Island, whatever it is, and all that. If we can know that, then by surely they can. Now I'm saying you don't stand up in court and have that type of fight.
Who is the they he keeps talking about? These are real people in a board meeting that they're trying to get some bills passed, and they're saying, no, we can't pass the bills because you blacks can't, or you Africans can't get it together. Like, who are you? The Pan-Africans saying, hey, we're African descent, and the FBAs are saying, nah, we're freedmen. White folks like, hey, man, whatever you are, get it together because we can't go further with this confusion. But according to this clown, they're doing it on purpose.
Right? You have legal jargon. You got to have everything in place. So I absolutely get your point there. Yeah, they can. So you're basically saying is, since y'all want to act like y'all don't know who we are, we have historical precedents that clearly show you who we are. I like that.
Dude, you sound stupid. That's why we delineate. So if they wanted to, like they don't know any better or do know better, we're not going to leave it to that. You hear me? We're not going to leave it to that. We're going to eliminate all of that. That's called prophylaxis. We're going to already think about that trick bag and have something for that. And there's something for that is delineation, self-identification. All right. So that was just goofy and dumb. That was literally a waste of time, man. Something else was said. Something else was said in that. Oh, okay.
Get on what you said. I'm on board.
Okay, Lord Abba.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up my notes because I wanted to read. And peace, Sister Dr. Ma'at, first and foremost.
Peace to you, warrior.
Glad you're feeling better. My brother Ankh. Ankh is like I don't know. I think me and Ankh might be distant cousins or something, man. We're going to have to do a genealogical search. So I'll be listening. Somebody sent me a clip. They like, listen to Ankh talk about freedom. I jumped right on the video. Like, yo, Ankh, you wrong, man. Cut it. Like, cut it out. What are you talking about?
Am I wrong now? Am I wrong now?
I mean, you was starting off on shaky ground, but once my brother Ali, gave you some.
He's saying, am I wrong now? As though he wasn't correct on the live. Like, there's nobody who is taken more unseriously than Ankh on the net. Like, he damaged his reputation. He's not taken seriously at all.
The crutches and the cane, you're stabilizing a little bit.
No, I'm talking about the presentation.
There were some things in the presentation that I thought was off, and maybe I misheard it. So, and I just want to say that during the debate, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard and University of North Carolina, there was a debate centered, like people speak about the affirmative action portion of that case. But there was another important element of that case. And one of the newspapers wrote about it for whatever reason. I just cannot find that screenshot. And the case was, I mean, the other thing that was being argued was if freedmen was a race neutral or a race conscious term. So the two freedmen on the Supreme Court, now that's if Ketanji Brown Jackson is actually of this freedman class, were having this specific debate. And one of the things that Clarence Thomas did was like, oh, so you want to.
All right. So let's go back forward.
And we want to, look at this even more, whatever, so forth and so on. The session ended. When this session began in January, they asked us to represent the bills, and so we presented this bill. The bigger bill and the most masterful bill is H3 3879. That's an act to create Massachusetts Agency of Freedmen Affairs. And so the brothers can speak to that, but we wanted to duplicate what was supposed to be come to fruition with the Freedmen's Bill. And we wanted to start at the local level so that we can springboard it to the federal level. And that's the ultimate goal, to open up the Freedmen's Bill on the federal level. So because we were running around putting out the fires, like I was explaining to you, changing the verbiage, making sure that American freedmen and our ancestors and the legacy of slavery reflected what we went through with the 250 years of slavery, the Reconstruction, Jim Crow, Black Code, segregation, stuff that most of the Black immigrants.
What is Christopher Creer talking about? He said United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, UNDRIP, and the American version, ADRIP. If we don't study the operations of the administration state in circles, we will go forever. Now, I don't know what you're talking about. You might want to elaborate. He said these reparations debates will always end in disarray because no one is considering UNDRIP or ADRIP, which puts forth the right to self-identify. The self-identification must be backed by documentation. Christopher Creer, I'm not sure if you're following the debates on self-identification. I think you're just projecting.
Didn't partake in or didn't suffer from, because again, they didn't come here until after 1965. Prior to that, there was 1% Black immigrant in the United States. And so they didn't start coming in huge waves into the 70s and 80s. So
Kind of
our
sounds like
historical harm,
plebiscite
which are badges
babble,
into slavery,
Christopher.
was suffered by our ancestors. What we find is when we're lobbying it, and when I'm out here talking to people, they want to use slavery as the foundation and then springboard to contemporary matters now. Like, oh, we can't afford to live in Massachusetts. Our median wealth is $8. Yes, we want to get this reparations, but they don't want to talk about the historical context of slavery. And that's what really disheartens me. And so I try to put the fire out every time I can. No, if you want reparations for slavery, we need to talk about our ancestors who are really here. And we're descendants of the ancestors. And I tell my own story. I'm only 3 generations removed. My mother was an illegal sharecropper because her parents were sharecroppers. And on both sides, my father's as well too, because their parents were slaves. That's how recent it is. People make it seem like it's so long ago. And every summer, my grandmother made sure I went down south to be on the property that they sharecropped. So I had to pump the water, slop the hog, feed the pigs, wring the chicken's neck, pick crops. So I had that experience. So I can't unlive that. And so that's why I'm really serious about this initiative. Just want to say on the state level, we're just waiting for the House Council to review the Agency for Freedmen Affairs. And that's how you know we're really in there, because they don't even take this stuff serious if it's not serious. And so our verbiage that was put in there is airtight. They just want to make sure that it's legislation proof, and then they're going to load the text into the bill. And that's what we're waiting for. So those two bills we did after trying to work with the Pan-Africans. And I keep saying Pan-Africans because they really are. And the Pan-Africans of yesterday are not the Pan-Africans of today. They're not the I am a revolutionary, Black power. They're all.
What I tell you, she said, so she's dealing with these Pan-Africanists firsthand. And I told you, I said, these Pan-Africanists are one conversation away from being white conservatives, right? Or having the same position as white conservatives. They are one conversation away from being a conservative themselves. But she said, yesterday Pan-Africanists ain't the same as today Pan-Africanists. These are hateful agents, informants, who are doing everything they can to undermine and sabotage foundation Black Americans.
And I keep saying Pan-Africans because they really are. And the Pan-Africans of yesterday are not the Pan-Africans of today. They're not the I am a revolutionary, Black power. They're all about the bag. Every single group of people that I've met with has always been about the bag. They don't care about the reparations. They don't care about our history. They just want to tie it to Africa. That's every conversation I've had. And it's been the
Don't that sounds like all of them? They got involved. We're talking about American business and they're talking about Africa. Like she said, they have to tie it to Africa. Africa got to get paid. They're mad. They sold us. They made a mistake. They signed a bad contract with the white man. And now they're like, shit, we got the raw end of this one. We got liquor, oil, and whatever else they got from the trade. And now they're like, shit, how can we get them back over here?
most difficult thing to be in the community because a lot of these people are American freedmen and their old school way of thinking and ideology is Pan-Africanism. And I'm starting to, get them to turn around a little bit because I'm showing and proving that the Pan-Africans of today are not the ones of yesterday. And so I never really wanted to stop people from believing in what they want to believe in. That's not my job. But when it comes to this business of legislation and reparations, it has to be American freedmen. And we have got to disconnect ourselves from people of African descent language, African American language. And at one point when we had the ordinance, they had Black slave, African enslaved, and we were able to change that for the ordinance for the city of Boston. That's how bad it is. So when Unc speaks about they know, they know, meaning the Pan-African people that are against us, but the legislators and the politicians don't know. Even my mayor, I talked to my mayor. They have no clue about our rich history. They don't have no clue who would be entitled to reparations or not.
They have no clue, but this agent, this Agent Unc, I'm gonna call him Agent Unc, but Agent Unc say they know. And she's telling you firsthand, they don't. She's saying I'm talking to them on a regular basis, trying to push bills past, and they do not understand why I'm using such language. They're just lumping everybody, milling it together as African descent. She's saying, they don't know. Pan-Africans know, and that's why they're using slick language to include everybody. But the white politicians, they do not know. They genuinely don't know.
We have to tell them and we have to show them the proof. So it's like being in a car accident. You go to court and you come in with your clutches, you come in with the cast and the neck brace. Right. They still want us to prove what is contextually in history. And so
right. Yeah, your insurance company can see the accident. They can see your car roll over 7 times. They can see you come out with a crazy looking dislocated shoulder, whatever. They can physically see the injuries. And they still gonna ask you, bring your lawyer in there and prove your case. But Unc is saying, don't do that. Just ask for reparations and just let the American government, who's actually the party you're suing, allow them to just work it out, and we just step back and wait for our checks.
Have to prove this in order for us to get this reparation. It's not about, we were slaves and we've been marginalized and we're despaired and we're only worth $8 today. So we're having to really prove this information. And so the brothers have diligently for the last 2 years met with every legislator I put them in front of. We met with the Judiciary Committee. We met with the state reps. We met with the Equity and Inclusion Cabinet. And every time we met with them, people are in awe with the information that we give them. So we have a huge following as far as backing us. It's the community that seems to be more stuck on the traditional African American Black and we're all one and kumbaya kind of thing, whatever. And I'm just going to say this real quick before Naheem speaks. Everybody else has delineated. 2018, there was a letter from the OMB saying that now for the 2020 census, and I work for it, if you are from any other country, you can designate your country of origin. So now the census says Black, African, African American, Jamaican, Trinidadian, Barbadian, Honduran. So they had that right to do that since 2018, and they asked for that. And in the state of Massachusetts, a lot of people don't know this. In the state of Massachusetts, we have the Office of Immigration, we have the Office of New Americas. We even had, since we started with this reparation ordinance in December 2022, the Black immigrants that found out that they couldn't get reparations once we started getting this verbiage in, they wouldn't create an Office of Latino and Caribbean Affairs. They snatched like the idea from the Freedmen's Bureau and what we were doing, and then when they heard the Supreme Court ruling, they knew it would be racial. They changed it to cultural affairs, and guess what? We're not included. So I'm have to be really, cautious about being kumbaya and African Americans share the same culture, and we don't. To be perfectly honest, they're not like us. And I hate to say that. They delineate and they do what they need to do in their best interest, and we have to start doing that too. Last year in August, they petitioned and did resolutions for every Caribbean holiday. We have Marcus Garvey Day, we have Jamaican Freeman Day, Trinidadian holiday. I mean, that doesn't belong in a city. It doesn't belong in another country. It's okay to celebrate that stuff, but that belongs in your country. And that just gives people more reason to wave their flags and not adapt and respect the American flag or respect us too. And that's what I'm seeing. So it's real deep. And I'm on the ground, I'm everywhere, I'm in the meetings. This is the kind of stuff that's going on underneath our nose that we're not paying attention to.
Right, absolutely.
Naheem had something to say.
Thank you so much for that. You dropped a lot of jewels. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. You saying delineation is a must, and you just said everybody else is doing it. We need to do it too, damn it. So I hear you, Queen. Go ahead, Brother Naeem.
Yeah, so definitely, man, definitely. And people definitely need to know what's going on around the country politically, because they have no idea. They do not understand how the Pan-Africanist movement today is not like the Pan-African movement of yesterday. The Pan-Africanist movement today is a movement of grifters who want to keep this racialized thing going because they want to keep getting the bag. So, we got to beware of that. It's not what people think that it is at the top level. At the top level is beyond scholarship and academia. Yeah, what's up, sis?
Let me give you just a little pushback on that. You know how earlier we were saying that just like you got people who will misrepresent freedmen, you have people who misrepresent Pan-Africanism as well. You understand what I'm saying, Lord Abba? Just like you have people that come in and they do the flim-flammy stuff and they
No, we don't understand. They Pan-Africanism is a welcome all. It's very inclusive. Nobody misrepresented. You don't even have a standard definition for what Pan-Africanism is. Y'all all come up with different definitions, different ways to practice it, different ways to express it. No. People who represent Pan-Africanism, they represent it based on the way they see it, because it's all inclusive. That's what happens when something is all inclusive. Stop the lies.
Represent what Friedman is about. You had the same thing, and we know Pan-Africanism is an ideology. We're not talking about a status or an ethnicity, but it's an ideology, and you have people who do misrepresent Pan-Africanism. So I don't want to make the blanket statement because I consider myself a Pan-Africanist. I wouldn't say that it's just all about grifting. No, because that's not who I am. You understand what I'm saying, Lord Abba? I will say that is my ideology that I subscribe to. I subscribe to Black nationalism. I subscribe to Pan-Africanism. Yes, I am a freed men and freed women. Yes, I fall under that category as well. So that would be my status. But if you say, well, Dr. Maya, what is your ideology? I would tell you Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. That's what I would tell you. If you say, what is your spiritual system? I would say Ifa. So, that's who I am. And so when you say Pan-Africanism is just about grifting, I got to give you some pushback on that, because that's not what I'm about. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking about people like, shout out to Baba Imhotep Fadiu. He just dropped a book called Scientific Pan-Africanism that breaks down exactly what Pan-Africanism is. And I recommend that everybody get that book so that we can stop thinking that Pan-Africanism is one way when it's really something else. But go ahead, brother.
No, definitely. And that's why I was, very careful to say the people at the top. Right, you represent a small minority. Remember, me and Ali just was on. What was that? 2 years ago, debating Asa Imhotep. My man Sanjay backed out. He knew he was a fish out of water, right. So if you look at what Brother Asa Imhotep was trying to debate at that time, it aligned with what I was speaking about. And I know that you've had this discussion with us. Me and you have spoken by phone. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you interviewed Dr. Darity after reading his book From Here to Equality, so that you can have a full understanding of what's being spoken about, as opposed to saying, no, you know, that ain't it, that ain't it. We just one big African, right? Well, that's not what our argument is. What we're saying is, in the United States of America, we are American, and we can be Pan-African if we choose, right? They're the quote-unquote whites are Pan-European if you
Come
think
on,
about it,
that part right
right?
there, that part right
Right?
there,
So
Lord Abba.
I don't have no problem with a Pan-African like you, because you fully understand. I have a problem with
I
those
do.
people, number
No, no,
one,
no,
who
no,
are
no, no,
grifters.
no, 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 no. Naeem, you spoke too soon, my boy. You can't be that gullible. She panders to her panelists, bro. She panders to her panelists. Whatever you are, whoever guest she has on, she panders to their interests. Okay, you on there, Unc looks stupid. Where's Unc? He's not on screen anymore. So she's pandering to you guys. But if Pan-Africans was on there, she'll be pandering to them. If a tether was on there, she'll be pandering to them. If a spiritualist was on there, she'll be pandering to them. She flip-flops depending on who is her guest. She don't give real critique and pushback like I would. She there's no objectivity on that platform.
And number two, you know, you got people that say we have no culture while stealing our culture. And these are people that are from usually the continent or Caribbean, dress like us, talk like us, use our slang, etc., etc. Right. So that I just wanted to clarify what I meant, you know, when I said those people at the top, because that's where it's largely coming from. Your Dr. Greg Carrs, etc., etc. So, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've been trying to get a debate with Dr. Carr. He keeps trying to brush me off on Twitter. Said I'm promoting imperialism because I fly the American flag, although I'm an American citizen, and a bunch of other nonsense. So let's get to this real quick, because I don't want to be long-winded.
No.
Go ahead, sis.
I do want to show this book. I just want to plug him really quickly.
Oh, another
Baba
book.
Imhotep, he just dropped this book called Scientific
Another book.
Pan-Africanism. If you're interested in grabbing the book, family, reach out to him. He's on Facebook. He's on Instagram.
They got hella books
under
in
Baba
Pan-Africanism.
Imhotep, you know, so reach out to him, family, for this book, Scientific Pan-Africanism. I wrote the foreword. I'm pumped up about that. I wrote the foreword to the book. Baba Nwalimu Barudi, he wrote the introduction. It's a fire book. And again, I think that Lord Abba and Brother Ali and Sister Antonia, this is going to change the game. This is a game changer right here for people to really understand now what Pan-Africanism is and what it is not. And so, so I'm happy that he put out this work, because we definitely need it. But go ahead, Lord Abba, you have the floor.
No doubt. So this is a case, 1865, of Jeffries and Jeffries. These were two brothers. And you see it says Freedmen in parentheses versus the state. It says the indictment is in substantial conformity to the forms given in the code and the rules prescribed therein. It says the term freedman is descriptive of the status. And notice it has status italicized, which means it's placing emphasis on that word. The status of the defendants, and does not vitiate, meaning destroy the indictment. And then it said it has, meaning freedmen, it has legal signification. The next thing I want to show comes from Justice Kavanaugh during the oral hearings of the affirmative action ruling. So Kavanaugh, this is quoted in the New York Times article. So today, a benefit to descendants of slaves would not be.
I'm trying to invite some tethers over here. That's like big goofballs who are obsessed with treating a sheep. So if you see some tethers in here, it's because I invited them on here to hop on the panel.
Race-based, correct? Kavanaugh said to Cameron Norris, a lawyer arguing for the end of race-based affirmative action. Norris seemed caught off guard. I think it's incorrect, Justice Kavanaugh, he said. Kavanaugh then noted that Norris had already acknowledged that the post-Civil War benefits that formerly enslaved people received from the federal government were not race-based. Those benefits were based on their status as having been enslaved, not their skin color. So I want people to really understand what it is that we're fighting for. You know, this is for my brother Ankh. Ankh said, freedmen only meant the people that were emancipated. It wasn't something that was passed on to the children. Well, it's just not true. This legal status was given to a specific class of persons in the United States whose condition changed in 1865, meaning those.
So revenue has became, so I'm reading some of the comments on some tether channels that's like big FBA haters, and I see that they're praising revenue over there. Like, so see, that's the difference, family. People look, they say styles make fights. People look smarter on other platforms than they do on other platforms. Over here, there's no way revenue name will be champion, but tethers are champion revenue names as like he's doing good on other platforms. It's crazy.
Those people that were enslaved in the southern states, or what's known historically as the slave holding states, their condition changed in this country from citizens with disabilities to citizens with full rights. Now, we can argue if those full rights have been carried out, but there was a constitutional amendment that gave those citizens with disabilities the rights, privileges, and immunities of every other citizen. This is from the Corpus Juris, volume 27, page 895, published in 1922. It says freedmen, a term which refers to that class of persons and their descendants who were emancipated during the war between the American states. And I'll give you one more, and this is from a case in 1883, Fairfield versus Lawson. This was in the Supreme Court of the Connecticut. It says, the court further finds that the term freedman as used in the will refers to that class of persons in the United States who were emancipated from slavery during our late Civil War or by its results, and embraces also the descendants of such persons. So I wanted to clarify that, because there are people that do not understand, and I can really give a whole breakdown. We did a workshop on this, but for the sake of time, obviously I won't get into all of that detail. This is a terminology that we stopped using because the Daughters of the Confederacy, who wrote what's historically called the Lost Cause teachings, stopped using the term freedman and used those terms that we knew when we were enslaved: Negro, Black, colored, mulatto, etc., etc., etc. So I just wanted to add that piece.
No, that was a powerful piece. That was powerful. I'm over here like mesmerized. Like, go ahead, Lord Abba. Like, go ahead, Lord Abba. Teach. But someone, Brother Ali, please do, Brother Ali.
A great example, and we've used this in the past, is the Indian freedmen, right? Because a lot of people will say, y'all are not freedmen, only the emancipated people are freedmen. And we're like, you don't understand. This terminology is denoting a class of people, not just the emancipated, but the descendants as well. And we would often give an example of the Indian freedmen, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, and the Seminole freedmen, who to this day still identify as freedmen. It's not like they don't. They still do. And when they do it, no one questions them. No one questions the veracity of the claim. It's like, yo, these are the freedmen. As a matter of fact, we've even had certain people from another group saying that those are the real freedmen and we're not. And I'm like, well, their freedman status comes after ours. So how is it that they're the real freedmen and we're not, even though our freedman status actually starts in 1863? There was a commission that
I missed that. Hold on. Let me go back. Pardon me.
The Cherokee. Well, technology
Okay, I got it. The freedmen. Okay,
not
I
just
got
the
it.
emancipated, but the descendants as well. And we would often give an example of the Indian freedmen, the Cherokee, the
Okay, I
Choctaw, the
understand now.
Chickasaw, the Creek, and the Seminole freedmen, who to this day still identify as freedmen. It's not like they don't. They still do. And when they do it, no one questions them. No one questions the veracity of the claim. It's like, yo, these are the freedmen. As a matter of fact, we've even had certain people from another group saying that those are the real freedmen and we're not. And I'm like, well, their freedmen status comes after ours. So how is it that they're the real freedmen and we're not, even though our freedmen status actually starts in 1863? You know, there was a commission that was established by the United States government in 1863 called the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission. And their job was to inquire into the status or the condition of the emancipated, those who were emancipated by way of the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863, and to determine, based on their fact finding, what it was that the government needed to do in order to try to remediate the problems that they had sustained as citizens of this country who had been abrogated of their rights. And so they not only made a report, they made recommendations. And out of the recommendations of the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission came the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank. This was their recommendation, that the country needed to do something for these Americans. And they were very specific when they say American freedmen, because they were acknowledging that these are actually Americans who have been cut off from their rights of citizenship. And we need to do something affirmatively. And I often say affirmative action starts with the government doing something specific for those freedmen, whether that's the Port Royal experiment, whether that's the alleged administration of the 40-acre land plots by way of the special field orders, whether that was the 1866 Freedmen's Bureau Act that provided the 20-acre land plots, even though they had to purchase some of those, you know. But the fact of the matter is they knew that they needed to take some affirmative action to try to place these people on some degree of equal footing with the quote unquote white citizens of the United States. And so, I often say affirmative action starts with the freedmen, and it starts with the
My screen has frozen.
affirmative action was always reparation or remediation, not diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's something that came later as a hijacking of the affirmative action process. I'll stop there.
No, beautiful. No, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. The only thing that I'm thinking now, and just we can go into what can we do? What are you all asking freedmen, or do you want to say freedmen and free women, or we say freedmen and cover the whole thing? But what do you all want us to do? Like, what are next steps? What should we be doing right now to push reparations forward? I know it's a lot of talk. I know you all have introduced like legislation, and you're fighting for delineation, on these committees. But what do we need to do as a people? Like, what can I do right here in Baltimore, Maryland? Somebody living in Oakland, California, someone down in Atlanta, someone down in South Carolina. What can we all do to push this thing forward? Sister, yes.
So to be perfectly honest, for us at this particular time, the best and the most effective thing to do is to join the United Sons and Daughters. Get the information and duplicate it across the nation. We will be more successful with numbers. So if they see consistently the American freedmen are serious, take the blueprint, the masterpiece that the brothers did for the Office of Freedmen Affairs, any legislation we have, and duplicate it across the nation. It would be so powerful. That's the only way it's going to get done. And regardless to what's going on in your particular region, because I guarantee you there's reparations bills that are going through under another name, like equity this or some other name that's sliding underneath and people aren't catching it. Right. So if we have consistency across the nation, it would just be have a profound effect. And that's what we really need right now. We need people to join the freedmen consistently across the nation, United Sons and Daughters, to get this information so it can blanket the country. And as you can see, California didn't start off with American freedmen, but then they learned through trial and error. And I just want to I want to offer you an apology. It wasn't to take a dig at Pan-African. My two mentors are Pan-African, and we go back and forth. And once I show them what's going on, they're flabbergasted. And that's why we say the Pan-Africans of yesterday aren't the ones of today, because the ones at the higher, it's all about money for them. It's not the people like you, my two lovely mentors, whatever. It's the people at the top. But if you look at California, they didn't start off with American freedmen. They started off with African American, and then it was the Pan-Africans that held the bills to go to the floor, and they were laughing and joking that they didn't put the bills on the floor. Those were Pan-Africans.
Right.
What about in New
Make no
York?
mistake.
What about in New York? I know some stuff
Same
went
thing.
down.
Same thing.
Same people.
Same thing.
So they
Same thing.
started
They're
off.
all
They started off with African American. Did they ever move to freedmen? I know you said in California they did.
No, they blocked the Freedmen bill. They blocked it.
Yeah, in New York, they blocked
it.
that
And
bill.
Right.
Yes,
So,
they
and all those
blocked
people
it.
are Pan-African or Black immigrants. That's why we're trying to tell people the truth. It's not our story. It's not our made up, you're saying whatever. This is actual factual information. We in Massachusetts are in a very unique situation because we have both bills going at the same time, oppositional, last year. And we tried to create one bill, but we had, came to a stalemate, and they refused to remove the race-based language out of it. So we still have two bills. No other state has had that. And so technically, the opposition really presents a problem, and I don't know why they're not, picking up on the fact that everything race-based has been shot down. But they insist on doing this because they want all Black people, all African Americans, to get reparations.
Right.
And ironically, Ron Daniels, I think, is a person that Naheem mentioned that stated that about he doesn't care if somebody came here last week or this week to get reparations. He's on the task force.
Yeah,
in New York.
And that's a conflict of interest when you really look at it, man.
Right.
And those people, they're trying their best to step in front of us. And then now you even have groups that are supposed to be fighting for reparations that are in bed, that claim to be the originators of all this reparations talk, that are now in bed with the Pan-Africans, and it's crazy. So I just want to add also, I just want to add also that, every area is unique. We got a member in Baltimore, our sister Constance. Shout out to our sister Constance. She's in Baltimore, and when you look at the history of Baltimore,
Hey, family, I'm gonna show you how she panders to her panelists. Okay, watch. So you see how she's all of a sudden a freedman. Now I'm gonna show you how she had a panelist who's anti-FBA, anti-ADOS, anti-freedmen, and watch how she glazes him. And all of a sudden she's back a Pan-Africanist again. She's an African American. Watch this.
I think it'll help in this regard, right? You look at what's called the Brotherhood of Liberty. They wrote a book called Justice and Jurisprudence in 1899. If you listen to what we're saying and then you read that book, you're going to see that these brothers in 1899 understood the Constitution in a way that many people just don't, white, Black, or otherwise, to use those racialized terms. And you got to get in the ear of your state legislators. Yes, I would love for people to visit our website, usadof.org, learn the information. Go to our YouTube channel, Be the Power, and Freedman University. Learn what it is that we're doing. Watch our workshop video so that you can see exactly. And it'll give you a little more grounding about what to do, because we give a historical breakdown, then Antonia comes on and gives the breakdown on how to approach the legislators in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead, Brother Ali.
I kind of want to answer that question. What we're going to wind up needing, us and our family out in California very soon, is we're going to need our family across the nation to support by contacting the state legislators. And we're going to put a call to action out. And this is something that we were talking about doing jointly, because they're in the same, almost in the same position. They just recently had a Republican legislator introduce a bill that the legislative Black caucus tried to shut down in the last legislative session out in Cali. They then took the same bill, hijacked it, and put descendants of American slaves and other kind of racial language in it, and then tried to represent it. Well, they did represent it. However, the family out there in the group, CJEC, the Coalition for Just Equitable California, they were able to get a Republican legislator to introduce the original bill that they had into the legislature. So what we're going to all wind up needing between them, between us and Massachusetts, is we're going to need the family around the country to start contacting at a certain point, not We're going to do a call to action, but you're going to need the family to start contacting the state legislators and letting them know we need you to support the bills that are freedmen conscious. We need that because we want to actually see this thing through. We're not doing this to be wasting our time. A lot, like the family has just been saying, a lot of these people who are of the Pan-African persuasion, unfortunately, whether it's NARC and Cobra, Urban League, NAACP, whatever, their thing is to try to do this in a way where they can get access to appropriations money to be able to fund their organizations, their
Right.
501cs, whatever the case is. And ADOS is a part of that. ADOS has capitulated. They used to be a quote unquote lineage-based organization.
All right. So he's trying to so they have the same expressions with FBA also. In their mind, it's freedmen or nothing. Like if they look at Adolf, they look at FBA as competition. You know, dude, ain't no competition, right? Ain't no competition with anybody. FBA is the most popular, most lit name. ADOS is second, and people rarely use freedmen. That's just the way it is, right? That's it. But the FBA, if there was a poll and we had to agree to an ethnonym, by far FBA is in first place. ADOS is in second, and freedmen, that's just a status. That's just who we are on paper. That's not that was never supposed to be a ethnonym. That's why it was never used as an ethnonym. But I'm working on something in the background. Okay, so Unc came back. So Unc came back.
So don't mind our brother Josh. He does that all the time.
Oh yeah.
Hey Doc, we needed one more vote for the freedmen, and he wasn't there, and they missed it. Right back to FBA. Goodness gracious.
I said they needed one more vote. We missed it.
One more vote. What's going on, bro?
Why you keep going at FBA? Why you don't
So,
like that?
okay, let's do this.
He does.
Give me two. No, I actually.
The FBA is not on the panel to represent themselves, ourselves. He got Freedman on there, the conversation about Freedman. But every chance he get, he throws a shot at us. But it's really at Tariq Nasheed. Like this dude is this grown man is obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. He's mad that he was never on Hidden Colors. He's mad that he's just not rewarded for what he believes is his time served on the net, right? This is sad.
Don't.
Yes, you do.
No. I would go at Freedman if I couldn't look it up and see the historical accuracy in it, and it makes sense. Now, why would I go at the FBA?
Wait, so how does African American have historical reference? Dude, that term using the ethnonym is what, 30 years? If that, you could say 20 years before FBA, right? 30 years the most. Wow, that's so ancient. 30 years before FBA is so ancient.
Actually going at us and our rightful ownership of those monies that they owe us. Because first of all, what is FBA? FBA is an ethnogenesis, right, of an indigenous black tribe that was already here, pre-colonial, and African slaves. That's a bunch of gobbledygook pseudo science. So when you go in a court of law, right, when you dealing with this type of individual or this type of government, right, they're gonna be super sharp. Okay,
Okay, this is a fool. As I stated before, when we go to argue for the case of reparations, we're just pointing to the injured party. Like there's no, that's it. The injured party. Those folks over there. We call them in 2025 Foundation Black Americans. You think about it. Don't those Moors be having the judge call them in court as they fight their criminal case? Don't the judge be calling them Grand Wizard Supreme? Yeah, they be having a judge call them all these grand titles in the court. Grand Wizard Supreme, Abdul, of all righteousness. How do you plead to? So we can't do that for FBA, Foundation Black Americans. What's your claim? I do stop. That's not an issue at all.
gonna laugh you out the courtroom with that nonsense, man. I'm not sitting around and let out people get laughed out the courtroom or laughed out the science room because you think evolution is like a crocodile and a duck coming together. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm saying we play these games at the highest of levels, and those that got a microphone in their face need to do the exact same thing. So all that FBA nonsense is good for marketing. The brother is selling the culture that he has developed, and it sounds familiar to us. But at the end of the day, man, there is no indigenous black people in America. That's a bunch of pseudoscience. So look up the term freedman. There's no pseudoscience in that. Look up FBA is rough with pseudoscience. So I'm not going after them. They're actually going after our intellectual property because they think just because you say the word African or African American, whatever the hell, that we're gonna fall for it. Hey, Lord Abbott, that was back in the day, bro. We fall for it because it was that, whatever. It's not that no more, bro. We got 15, close to 20 years of seasoning now. It don't take me 10 years to figure out that Freeman is based in historical documentation. It's simple as that, bro. It don't take that long. That's why I laughed at you when you said you forgot you sent me information. What I don't appreciate is you're gonna send me some documents and don't think I'm gonna read them, and then I come back with
you didn't read them, bro. Stop it. You didn't read them. No, nobody takes you seriously, bro. Stop it. Nobody on the internet takes you seriously. You're usually the entertainment, the comedian of information. Stop it. You ain't. Come on, man.
the right thing, then you still hit me from the old things they used to say before you gave me the damn information. You the one do that when it comes to evolution. I've sent you documentation over and over again, and I sent you stuff about the vaccine, all that, and you still be shaky. I ain't like you, Abba. See?
Yeah. God, this dude office. Wait, Dr. Maya, hold up.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, sis.
Because I want to stay on this FBA.
All right.
I snuck it in on you.
Oh, yeah, he's a funny dude, boy.
Ali brought it up, so I want to stay on that kick. So, Brother Ali, Lord Abba, and Sister Antonica, what do you all think about other terms like FBA and ADOS? What are your thoughts on that? Yeah.
See, so this is them. See how she is. So this is her purposely trying to get them to say something negative about FBA, to cause some type of infighting. Yeah, you can't trust these Pan-Africans. They're always trying to divide and be divisive and sell us. All right. Look at this.
Let me just real briefly. Let me say, people are free to identify as they please. That's my response.
You see, so hopefully he didn't fall for it. So it didn't work. She was hoping that he was like, oh no, man, the Hell Foundation, that makes no sense. We're freedmen. Like she was hoping to get that out of him.
Okay, so your response is, hey, if you want to identify as
now, she's probably gonna ask his partner to try to get him to say something crazy.
African American, Black American, FBA, whatever you want to identify as, that's your prerogative. Ali, do you share, Brother Ali, do you share the same sentiments?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. The same exact thing. I don't want people to think that.
All right, let's go.
I can't.
I really don't try to change anybody's mind. I respect their ideologies.
So it didn't work. So for the most part, they were on code. So that's for people who don't know what on code is and want to ask. There you go, right there. They were on code. They didn't feed into her trying to gaslight them or put a batter in their back to go against us. Oh, FBA or ADOS, that's silly. It's freedmen because it's documented. Those terms are new. Like she was hoping that they responded like that. And then she's going to ask one of us to come, like one day we're on there. Hey, well, how you feel about the freedmen who said that's a new term? Their term is old, 1863. That's where she was trying to go with it. This demon.
I respect what they want to call themselves. The only thing that I have a problem with is sabotaging our efforts. We have a right to act and legislate and seek reparations on behalf of our ancestors as descendants. And so if that's not what you want to do, that's fine. Don't try to stifle our efforts. Don't try to sabotage us and stop ridiculing us. I think that's the biggest part. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people will try to ridicule us, make fun of the situation, bait us, create problems. And just like we respect who they are, respect what we're trying to do. Is really important. And that goes for all the other organizations and Black immigrants.
I'm with you. So you want to say ADOS, Black American, FBA?
I ain't with y'all with that.
I am.
Right, that's fine, but guess what? That's why we all have minds, right? And I want to let you know, how do you sabotage quote unquote freedmen movement? What you do is you gain following based off of a wild term that's based in pseudoscience. It's in the face of people who will respect their voice, and it's all around the internet. That's like saying, I respect you calling yourself a Native American. I do not respect, African Americans that was enslaved, right? That will routinely say people have stolen our culture on regular occurrences and then turn around and do the same damn thing that the Europeans did. So no, I don't respect that. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about me. Maybe that's what made me. I'm not respecting African Americans that is actually sabotaging y'all movement, is actually sabotaging historical document.
Now they just spoke about the people who were sabotaging their efforts to get bills passing. And this lady right here, she already identified those people as being Pan-Africanists, like you and her. So he's going to come behind that and act like it's FBA's and ADOS sabotaging freedmen efforts to move forward, whatever they got going on. Like he's also agent to stupidity, right? I don't know who payroll he's on, because he does a horrible job. I guess he's a volunteer agent.
By having people run around half crazy. They got way more followers than y'all do. Let's call it. It's in hip hop, right? You heard it on Mad Hoffa show. It's everywhere. So check this. I'm not playing with them. Y'all can go ahead and play the game, bro. I'm not playing. I do not respect misinformation, which is dangerous information. Pseudoscientific information and disinformation is dangerous to the African American community. And I don't respect people putting our lives in harm's way based off our love for our people and our struggle. I will never respect that.
I don't think, but I just don't think. And let me give you some pushback. You know, me and you go back and forth all the time. I don't think that
FBA
everyone
Codex said
who
the CIA put up
identifies as FBA or ADOS or Black American or African American,
I ain't say none of that.
subscribe to. I'm naming all of them. I'm naming all the different ideas, the different labels out there. ADOS. Black American, African American, FBA. You can't say, well, just because I identify or I may describe myself as that I then or I identify as that I subscribe to everything that comes with that. Because you have people that would identify as FBA who would say, no, I don't believe that there was a big Afrogenesis and African people was in here before. You do, and I'm telling you.
He said a real paid. You believe is being paid. I wouldn't doubt it. I at this point, they're so desperate to sabotage our efforts. I wouldn't even doubt it, bro. I don't think he's being paid handsomely, but a couple trinkets here and there. I could believe that.
FBA then Doc.
No, it's not. No,
yes, it is.
Yes, it
so
is.
If I define a word,
pseudo. Hold on, let me. I'm laying my plane. It's pseudo ideas surrounding the term African American.
Oh, damn. The Holy FBA Codex TP1 said, I got some resources investigating his government association. He was in the Marines and was involved in drug smuggling. Sheesh. All right, well, hey, man. That's okay.
No, Doc, listen.
I'm just saying, just because you may identify
I can't argue with that.
Right? And you may say, well, yeah, I identify as this, but no, I don't subscribe
to but he's definitely evil. When you say he's an evil dude, I agree with that. But she ain't too far from him, and that's why these two stick together. These two. And I'm going to show you very shortly her pandering to all this freedman talk is going to be out the door. She's pandering to a known hater of FBAs and Tariq Nasheed and Adolf. Watch.
It's like when you and I, when we argue, I say, it's like all or nothing with you. It's either black or it's white. No, it's a such thing as a gray area. And let me tell you how I can identify that characteristic in you. Because I used to be a black and white person. It got to be this or that. It's either this or that. And then I learned that, wait a minute. Sometimes, no, it could be a little bit of both. I'm just saying that's where I am. And so
my point is that ain't what I'm talking about. You've mischaracterized what I'm saying. I'm saying it has to be a point where I respect what Lord Abbott is saying. And I look up what he's saying.
What? Nobody's concerned with your respect.
right? And I agree with that. I should never try to change what freedom is. I'm going to say this again. I should never try to change what freedom is. Now, FBA is coming from Clyde, right? Who's coming from, Doc? We've seen it. Okay? Moved over to Tariq. He added to the thing, right? So now y'all trying to tell me that he's bogus for giving the definition of what FBA is, and now
Yeah, this dude is a complete fool. Like I say, like he's a less seriously taken so-called scholar on the net.
suddenly, since we recognize this being wrong, we want to change it now. I'm saying,
well, he's not a scholar, but let's say researcher, independent researcher. He nobody takes this guy serious.
that's disrespectful to him. His idea was very, very simple. The FBA is an ethnogenesis, which is a legitimate term between the real Native American population, right, and enslaved Africans. That is real and legitimate. But the trick is trying to play this wild game that the indigenous people was black people that was already here forever. They popped out in America. Listen to me. No, I know. So I'm saying FBA is misinformation.
African American, it's misinformation surrounding.
No, I'm saying the person that made it up made it. I'm saying if you was to take out, watch this now. Watch what I'm saying.
Hold on, you got wild narratives flying around about the term because I'm looking at some of your peanut gallery folks in your comments.
No, why you say it's my people though? They hate me too.
No. It's some people in your section too. Some peanuts in there. Ask Dr. Mahai, what's pseudo about African American? It's some wild.
Yeah, what's pseudo about African American?
It's wild narratives floating around about African American.
Yeah, but that's not what it means.
Now because we love the term African American, we don't want to say it's wild narratives floating
Doc,
around.
that's not what we're saying.
No, I know that.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. She loves to cook Unc. Like I think even with her deception, Unc is just too much for her because she cut his presentation short earlier, debunked him, and now she's all over him now, like giving FBA's too much criticism. She like, ho, dude. Stop it. Okay. So it looks like she's tired of his foolishness. And she does this a lot to him, which I like. I like when she does this. But when he's on her panel, she scolds him more than she doesn't.
I'm talking to the person in the chat right now. They talking about what's pseudo. There's no pseudo ideas floating around about African American. Yes,
that's not true.
It's wild narratives floating around about African American. So where you been? It's wild narratives. Thank you. It's misinformation. If you look at each of these labels, I'm telling you, you'll find some misinformation. And I know that's not what you're saying. I'm talking to the person in the chat. If you look at these different labels, you will find misinformation and disinformation associated with these labels. I'm sorry. That's where I am. You're not going to escape that.
I agree with you.
You're not going to escape that.
Even
hold on, let me finish my point.
He said even Friedman. He said even Friedman.
I know. So, but there's misinformation around evolution. People think that evolution means we come from monkeys.
I keep going to evolution.
I got to. What you want them to do? What I'm saying is, people is already here. It came from, Doc. It came up out of people thinking that the Africans was here already. Thus, they wasn't African. They was always here, like they popped up out of nowhere and is disconnected from the regular daggone human population. I can never agree to that.
I agree with the latter in which you said, and that is what you put out there, Unc. So you're not listening right now.
I did listen to you.
So hold on. I actually just agreed with you, and then you said, "What do you mean the latter? What do you mean?" That's what you did. I want you to go back. Rewind this.
I stand correct, Doc. I stand correct.
No. Let me mute you because let me land my plane.
Let me mute you. Yo, he's saying he agreed with her when he doesn't even understand what she just said. But he's saying he agreed. He don't want to be scolded on the live, so he's trying to get her to be quiet. But she said, "No. I'm gonna finish scolding you on the live." I told you he's the least taken serious independent researcher on the net in our spaces.
Because you did all that hooping and hollering, and what I'm trying to say to you is I actually just agreed with you, and then you say, "What do you mean the letter?" You did all of that, and that's what I mean by we have to listen when we're dialoguing with each other. We have to listen. So you gave the definition that Tariq put out there, and you said it's false, and you said until he corrects it with this definition, then I don't want to hear it. And I said, yeah, you're right, Unc. I said, I agree with the latter on what you
It was a joke,
said.
Doc. I was joking.
No,
Because you know the nigga never gonna change it.
Okay, so he's joking now. He's always joking. Like he can never, as she said earlier, are you a narcissist? Because you can never just say you're wrong. And now he's joking.
No, I'm gonna send her the clip. I'm gonna send a clip. I'm gonna send a clip. I'm gonna send that clip because I agree with the latter definition.
I know, but I was
that you
joking,
gave.
Doc. I'm simply saying I was joking. The man will never change it because if he changes it, then he loses his whole movement. That's my point, man. Y'all gotta know that, man. Pseudoscientists, if Polite changed his stance on herbs, if Dr. Sebi come out and say, you know what, y'all, right? The herbs, you know what I'm saying, they really can't cause an immune response, then he loses his whole movement. So it's a joke when I say if Dr. Sebi change it to say that the herbs really do not cause an immune response, then then I would agree with that. It's a joke, man. He can't change it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Lord Moore. I was eating a muffin. I'm out here at the diner spot eating a corn muffin, and I was gonna say that. I said, yo, he did the same thing over here. Matter of fact, I'm in the background trying to find that video. Like this dude he just cannot just say he's wrong. He'll just keep going and going and going. Like, dude, you're wrong. Be quiet.
Because that's his definition, and he's standing on that to the tune of thousands of dollars. He make a whole series called Hidden Colors based off of pseudoscientific ideas. I don't need their friendship. I'm good. I swear I'm good. I'm good in my little teeny corner right here. Those who will listen will listen. Those who will not listen. And let me let the sister go because I seen you raise your hand. I'm gonna shut up, sis.
She did. Go ahead, Queen.
So,
family, he's not good. This time last year, he used to go live. He's an average about 120 people on his live podcast. With that type of behavior, family, he's down to 40 people on average. He lost 80 people on his live stream because he can't calm the hell down and listen to people. He thinks behaving like that is going to cause controversy and people going to tune in. Dude, people are more serious now. Look at all the podcasts, the Breakfast Club, Academics, DJ Black. These are serious, and they got all the damn views. The only person acting wild that gets views is Charleston White. Everybody else is like kind of just serious. So you would think, bro, how about just try being serious? Try acting your age, being professional, and you might get your viewers back.
So the difference between FBA and American Freedmen is we have legislation. They're not political. You've never seen them do anything political. And then more recently, we found by the meeting that we were invited to with the Pan-Africans, it was ADOS that invited us to the meeting. It was the leader here in Massachusetts. And we were shocked to find out that they don't believe in lineage-based reparations anymore. And that was a key sign. So that's how we judge people by their actions, not necessarily their words. Tariq Nasheed and FBA has not put out any legislation. And then the legislation.
Okay, you see? Now, sisters, she's giving women a bad name, okay? Because the two brothers was on code. They didn't fall for that. She fell for it. She crashed out, okay? Go on and tell us what we're not doing. Go ahead.
Legislation that ADOS wants to put out is non-lineage based. And so that's why we're looking at them like you're making it more difficult for us because those are the numbers of people that we need to get educated and join.
So now this is the definition of off code. She fell for it. The Pan-Africanists were waiting for this. The two brothers were on code and they didn't give it to them. The sister crashed out and gave the Pan-Africanists exactly what they were waiting for.
In our forces, and it's just a game, and it's all a grift. So, my personal opinion, it's a grift. It's all about a money bag. Nothing concrete.
Unc's been saying that for a while, Sister Antonia. He's been saying it for a while. It's a money bag. It's a money grip. He's been saying.
Never said it wasn't though. That's why I'm not mad at him. He said I'm not the leader.
He did.
Right? It's marketing around his movie Hidden Colors, and he never said nothing different.
And he said it's a lineage. He said it's a lineage too. He called FBA a lineage. He said it's a lineage.
We don't got no lineage tied to no daggone fake black Indians in America. Come on, you know what? I can't do it.
You know what?
I don't never gotta be friends with that.
I know, I got you on.
And you know, I love the saw on them dudes. I'm a raw squad. That's my baby. And I disagree with them. And I'll never got to mess with them again. Somebody got to stand for it. They're going to look back in history and say, Unc was wild. But you know what? Damn, he was right. Damn. And you know, once I sign off on it, they listening.
Sure. In your delusional, narcissistic world, bruh, stop.
So they don't think the freedman is a crazy idea. You got Lord Abbott right here. They say, damn, if Lord Abbott and Unc can agree, they've been fighting for years. What they gonna look at it? They gonna say, well, Unc ain't call it pseudo. They're gonna say, wow. See, certain things we can sign off on. So tonight, I'm signing off on that. Based off of what the sister said, based off of the three brothers said.
He's signing off. Now, before the conversation, he vehemently disagreed. He had a whole presentation disagreeing with it. An hour, not even an hour in, and he's signing off. He has a change of leaf. He's sold. Dude is nuts.
Based off what you said, Doc, based off me reading the documentation.
Yeah, they can't stand on 2 feet at all. They can't stand on 10 toes, never. Why y'all afraid to look? Now he does all that hooping and hollering by himself. Once he gets a challenge, there you go. Once Dr. Mayotte get a challenge, same shit. Pandering, panhandling, Pan-Africanism.
Right? That Lord Abbott sent me. Yeah, that's right and exact right there, man. Now, so why we gotta play with FBA? It separates us and it actually divides us from what we really are. Why we gotta play that game with the things that divide us and separate us away from our common goals? Why don't nobody on earth respect that? The Palestinians ain't trying to hear what the Jewish community is saying. The Jewish community ain't trying to hear what the Palestinians are saying. They all got their politics, right? And they formulate their politics that best fit them and help them formulate and survive in that environment. Why we always got to play this little game where we got to let people slide? Man, that's why we sliding right now, because we let you mean people slide. Come on, Doc. You don't let nobody slide. You've never let me slide. You've never let me slide.
I told you that, and I'll say this publicly. When you and I were talking about the whole FBA thing, and I did say that it's misinformation and disinformation associated with that whole idea of foundational Black Americans. I'll say that live. I mean, you know, I've said that privately, and I'll say that publicly. You know, all of that exogenesis, we mix with the Native. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? And I don't subscribe to that. You know, that misinformation and disinformation. So I've never. You know,
no, you never agreed with that.
I never.
You guys know something. You know something. Unc mentioned Leo Weiner, people like Van Sertima and others. The one thing that I used to point out to folks about that is that they always said that those people were African. They always talked about the fact that Africans came over here, whether it's true or not. They always identified people as being Africans, not Native Americans, in the sense of like
accurate. And Lisa, the sister said it. She said it's wild information. She didn't say it that way. She said it with grace and elegance, but I don't have that when I'm looking at people. Just you seen it grow, bro. You seen it now, right now, yo. Who get them? I tell you what. Let me check your channel, Lord Abbott. You ain't getting millions of views. Let me go ahead and take you through some of the drifters. They get millions of views, yo. So you think I'm supposed to respect that? It's like Malachi York, yo. Malachi York took advantage of our vulnerabilities and our marginalization of understanding our history, bro. Do we supposed to stand up for Malachi York because he got one piece wrong and one piece right? No, you throw him away. You say, nope, we ain't doing that because we can tell you wrong, bro. You don't play that game. Now, I'm not saying that Malachi York and Tariq and them are the same people. That's not what I'm saying. There's no accusations against the man. I'm saying, but the information, bro. Yo, you've been around New Wapians, Evan. You know how it go. He's doing that same New Wapian shuffle, yo, when they throw all that together, bro. I'm not going to respect that, yo, because I wouldn't be who I am. Now, I'm not going to disrespect him. See, there's the difference there. I'm not going to disrespect Tariq. He told us what it was. When a person tell you what it is and what it was, you just respect that, bro. I think that people trying to act like he's not saying that they was Black and indigenous and was always here. I think they're disrespectful to that man's idea. I said Black African power. When I said Black African power, what I meant it, I meant Africans in America, right? I'm giving homage to Africa. I'm giving homage to my Americanness and the power that we bring when we work together and understand who we are. That's what's meant by Black African power. Now, if another person say, "Unc don't mean it, he mean this," that's disrespectful to my idea. So I'm never going to be disrespectful to that man's idea. I'm gonna stick right to his daggone idea. Africans on a slave ship.
Tonight's discussion, you know, do we need Pan-Africanism, right? Do we need Pan-Africanism, I'm sorry, to achieve reparations? You know, so is Pan-Africanism, is it necessary? And family, I just want to give you all a background, a little background story. And so recently, Brother Omawale, Africa, and Lord Abba and those folks, they got together. They had this debate on a YouTube platform. You could tell me the name of the platform, brother Omawale. I forgot the name of the platform.
It was on Sister Zakia Sankara Jabbar's channel, Real Talk with Zakia.
Okay, Real Talk with Sister Sakia. And you all were talking about whether or not Pan-Africanism is needed to achieve reparations. And so, of course, you were arguing, yes, we need Pan-African.
No, I didn't freeze. I hit the mic by mistake. This is a sensitive microphone. Touch it the wrong way, it stay frozen. All right, but I'm not gonna repeat all that. I said a whole bunch of something, but sometimes it's good when I'm on mute and I'm talking. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm glad nobody heard that. Whatever. So let's get to it.
Africanism. But Lord Abba in his camp, they were saying, no, it's not necessary. And so when you told me about the debate, I said, oh, Brother Omawali, you all had to come on, and talk about this. And you said, all right, sister. And so that's what we're here tonight, family, to talk about. But before we get started, Brother Omawali, I'm the type of person, I don't assume that people know what I'm talking about. Like, I like to start with definitions. And so can you break down what is Pan-Africanism? Let's start there for the people who made.
I guarantee you they're going to give a 100,000 different definition of Pan-Africanism than the last Pan-Africanist.
I know what Pan-Africanism is. What is Pan?
If you was to ask Unc, who I just got rid of, what Pan-Africanism is, he would have gave a separate definition than what this clown's about to say.
Pan-Africanism.
All right. So first and foremost, Dr. I just want to thank you for extending the platform. I've told you many a times that you have one of the most respected platforms on all of this whole YouTube community. It's not a whole lot of like foolery. It's not a lot of nonsense, and I appreciate.
But it's a lot of misinformation, it's a lot of glazing, and a lot of pandering. So no, it's not the most respected podcast at all. And she's going to glaze you in a second. Watch.
Just the caliber of folks that you continue to bring on and introduce to the community. But in terms of Pan-Africanism, one of the things that I always like to clarify for folks is that Pan-Africanism is not an ideology. It's an objective. And it's simply an objective where people are working towards getting all African people, right, to work towards a collective goal, that goal being the liberation of African people. So that's the simplest way that I can put it. But it's important to note that with Pan-Africanism being an objective, that means it's more like an umbrella. So under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism, there are various different ideologies. Not all of them agree. There's a lot of disagreement and debate, especially when it comes to the different ideological frameworks that people are deploying, right, to achieve this particular objective. So depending on the person that you ask, what is Pan-Africanism, like you may get a different answer, right? Because under that umbrella, there's various different projects, right? You have a nationalist project, you have a socialist project, a capitalist.
So I just said that, and this is explaining why there's so many definitions. It's because of ball of confusion, bro. It shouldn't be that many definitions of what Pan-Africanism is. Okay, it's a ball of confusion.
Project, a colonial and a neo-colonial project. And now there's even an LGBTQ project under the banner of Pan-Africanism. So which vein do I operate in? I refer to myself as a Pan-African nationalist. And what that means is that my objective that I'm working towards is the development of a Pan-African nation on the
Pan-African nationalists. They just be making shit up, man.
African continent that is strong enough, right, to protect the interests of African people all across the globe. So that's in line with what the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey was working towards. And that's kind of like the objective that I'm working towards in the 21st century as well.
You know, you can't say that name around me. It triggers me. I would love to talk to him about Marcus Garvey, but he deflects a lot, though.
You kind of threw me for a loop when you said that under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism, there's an LBGT sector. Could you kind of elaborate on that, brother? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I did a lecture about a year and a half ago called The Pan-African Costume Ball and the Climate of Confusion. And the reason why I did that lecture is because there's a zillion people out there that refers to themselves as Pan-Africanists, but when you examine the ideology.
He's acting like a zillion people will listen to that lecture. Dude, you didn't do a lecture nowhere, though. It was you and your family and maybe your mother-in-law. Dude, there's nobody at that damn lecture. Stop it. I did a lecture. They always try to make themselves sound more important than what they are. This dude don't attract nobody to his channel.
that they espouse and uphold, they aren't necessarily working towards the same goals as a nationalist, right, or as Garvey, so to speak. So the LGBTQ folks, as of late, have been really co-opting all of our movements, right? So Pan-Africanism has not been, what's the word I'm looking for?
Damn, the LGBT, they are so weak that Dr. Umar was able to take that movement and run with it and call himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. And now he's saying the LGBTQTI plus community is now taking Pan-Africanism. Why everybody could run with this thought, this religion and shape it besides the people like him and her. So the LGBTQI plus community is able to take Pan-Africanism and direct it in a way where you guys couldn't. You did a lecture and nobody went to it. And the people who showed up were the people from the LGBT community to throw tomatoes at you.
For Pan-Africanism has not been exempt from that co-optation, right? So you have a lot of people out here who are looking to push different agendas, right, under the banner of
All right, so let's look at the first agenda. He said that we need Pan-Africanism to achieve reparations. Okay, so his argument is he insists that without Pan-Africanism, global Black unity, that foundation Black Americans can't win reparations. The idea is that only a united African diaspora front has the strength or legitimacy to force reparative justice. Family, reparations for U.S. slavery is a specific debt the U.S. government owes to American descendants of enslaved people. It's a domestic justice claim, not something that requires permission or partnership from African third world countries or the whole diaspora. We are dealing with our government in the U.S. court system and legislature, not the UN. Okay, so Pan-African solidarity can be maybe a morally supportive or moral support, but it doesn't translate into votes in Congress or payouts from the U.S. Treasury. Okay, American politicians respond to constituents and political pressure here, not rallying cries from Ghana, London, or Burkina Faso. In fact, injecting a broad Pan-African agenda might complicate and dilute our reparations demand, which we know it does and they know it does. So opponents could twist it into, why should American taxpayers pay for global slavery? They already have, the Charlie Kirk crew they're already saying, hey, my family fought on the side of the Union. Why are we paying? Why are recent immigrants paying? And now you're going to tie Africa into it? They're going to be like, yeah, man, why are we paying for African global reparations? So our claim is specific, is very specific. The U.S. practiced slavery and Jim Crow, so the U.S. may pay its debt to its freedmen's descendants. That's it. Okay? We don't need, so the bottom line is that we don't need these Pan-Africanists on our side to get reparations. All right? We need a focused, effective strategy targeting the U.S. government. Global Black unity is a farce. Okay, global African unity is a farce. It is not the prerequisite for cutting our check. We didn't need Pan-Africanism to win the Civil Rights Act or to be freed from enslavement. All we needed was our ancestors' relentless activism and strategic alliances within America. That's it. Now, he describes Pan-Africanism as an objective, not a single ideology. So they always remix the definition. Essentially a broad umbrella uniting all people of African descent to work towards liberation and a Pan-African nation. Oh, that sounds so beautiful. Strong enough to protect Black people worldwide. Okay, that is his delusional dream that he said inspired him by, it was inspired by Marcus Garvey. Okay, family, that grand vision, while it may be inspirational to Pan-Africanists, is not directly tied to securing reparations for ourselves, okay, descendants of slaves. We're fighting for reparative justice in our country, our homeland, the United States, in the 21st century. These are two different battlefields, okay? Take that thing somewhere else. Listen, Pan-Africanism is broad and cultural. Reparations is specific and political and narrow. That's it. So they know by conflating the two, it just muddies the waters. Okay. If anything, wrapping our cause in Pan-Africanism, like I said, it hurts the effectiveness. The moment you frame reparations with as all African people benefiting from it, or as let's say this. So the moment you frame reparations as benefiting all people of African descent globally, what do you think the haters of this country, what white folks gonna say? They're gonna say, hell no, we're not paying for the whole world, cutting a check for all those countries. And why should they? Shit, I'm saying hell no. That's not what we're asking for. So we're not gonna let them even tie that in there. And family, what they're trying to do is give white America more talking points to go against reparations by throwing in Africans from all over the world. Can you imagine that? We're arguing reparations, and the white folks say, we ain't paying all you Africans. The most successful movements have clear targets and ask. Ours is clear. The U.S. government needs to compensate foundational Black Americans. We don't need to solve neo-colonialism in Africa or even unify every African and every Afro-Caribbean. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. Okay, we can handle all of our issues in America first and foremost, and we allow them to tackle and handle all the issues first and foremost.
Of
Pan-Africanism. And we saw this, brother, in the Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, initially, when Black Lives Matter hit the, came about and began getting popular, I remember, brother, people were hitting me up. They was like, Dr. Ma'ad, this is an LBGT front. And initially I said, I don't know, because this is what was the streets were talking. And then I started seeing the rainbow flag, and I started seeing, initially it was Black Lives Matter, but then there was a hidden agenda. It wasn't just Black Lives Matter. They were really pushing the LBGT agenda. So I'm not surprised to hear you say that under the banner of Pan-Africanism, you have different people who are pushing different agendas. And you're like, wait a minute, let me just state who I'm associated with and what my agenda is. And my agenda is a nationalist agenda. So, brother, could you further expound on what a nationalist agenda looks like under the banner of Pan-Africanism?
Yeah. A nationalist agenda, plain and simple, just basically means that I'm working towards the development of a nation. Right. People organize themselves into groups, right? Because groups is where we find our protection, right? And the most significant level of grouping that we see in any society throughout history is that of a nation. So one of the things that Garvey touched on was that when we look around, there is no nation, right, that is strong enough to protect the interests of African people everywhere, right? I was listening to a documentary. We just had a youth program last Saturday, and we showed the young people a documentary that was released on Malcolm X in 1966. And one of the things that he spoke about in this documentary was that back in the day, there used to be this saying where they used to say, "You don't stand a Chinaman's chance." And what that basically meant, what that basically meant is like the Chinese, wherever they went all over the earth, were pretty much disregarded, disrespected, looked down upon, spat upon. But when China had its nationalist revolution in 1911, and from 1911 to 1970 built itself into this strong superpower, nobody says that anymore, because now the Chinese are respected. Now the Chinese are a powerful group because they developed a nation. Well, we as African people haven't had that yet, right? So there is no nation, there's no nation anywhere on this globe that has been created to protect Black people all across the globe, right? And until we have that, right, we'll continue to be existing in the current conditions that we exist in.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. So what are your ideas? I mean, I've heard, and I'm going to name call. I know that Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore and them, they say that Pan-Africanism is dead. They say that Pan-Africanism has never done anything to advance the interests of Black people or African people. So what do you have to say to that? Is Pan-Africanism dead? Has Pan-Africanism been effective in the liberation of Black people? Could you expound on that, brother?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of take everything Yvette Carnell.
So I told you, family, what I say. I said she panders to her guests. So now she got a big FBA ADOS hater on the platform, and now she's trying to throw my alley-oop. Told you. A minute ago, she was, oh no, freedmen and delineate. Now look at her. The demon, straight flip-flopper demon.
Says with a grain of salt. And then I also understand the strategic intent behind, people's actions, right? Yvette Carnell is someone who she considers herself to be a strategist. And I think there is an element of arrogance where she thinks that she's the smartest person in the room at times. So,
like you,
her attempt to, destroy or bury Pan-Africanism alive, I recognize what that was about. Essentially, if you want everybody to be in your movement, right, then you can't really have any competing frameworks out there. So you need.
Wait, how would you be a competing framework? How?
To basically kill the competition. I refer to it as it's a Cortez strategy, right? So if you're familiar with the history of the conquistadors, right, the Spanish people who invaded and conquered Mexico, there was a Spanish general by the name of Cortez, and there were many generals who came before him who attempted to conquer Mexico, but they all were unsuccessful. The reason why he succeeded is when
he's going to throw hate against FBA and ADOS. She's not going to give him no pushback.
He came onto shore, he told his lieutenant, set fire to all the ships. And by setting fire to all the ships, he sent the message to all the soldiers that either we're going to win and conquer these people or we're going to die. Like, there is no getting back on the ships and retreating. And I think that what Yvette Carnell did when she came into the community was a Cortez strategy. She attempted to set fire to all the other frameworks that were in the community to say that, listen, either we're going to integrate and get white people to save us or we're going to die trying, right? So in doing that,
right, the FBA Codex TB1, she makes sure to bring up FBA. Look, she tried it with, look, family, she just tried it with the freedmen. And then the two brothers were on code, but the sister crashed out, right? And now she's doing it with this guy. She brought it up to that's what she wants to hear. She's a demon. And the Holy FBA Codex, if she ever agrees to come on, I want you to be on, because we emailed back and forth, and she promised that she was going to come on on the panel. She never did. This is like 2-3 months ago. Never did. And like we exchanged for 2-3 months. Then I just gave up. I said, all right, yeah, she ain't coming. Yeah. So we want to get her on here and hold her accountable to her flip-flopping.
She attacked nationalism.
And don't forget, she got all the books. She got all the books. So she should be the smartest person in the room, clearly, when we're speaking to her. She got all the books.
Attack Pan-Africanism and all the other ships that Black people are using to try to get to our liberation, because she says, listen, this is going to be our only path to go forward. But in terms of Pan-Africanism being dead, I think that that's absolutely false. And it's unfortunate that the majority of people who are now having conversations about Pan-Africanism have been introduced to Pan-Africanism in the social media context. So the people who've introduced it to them don't even know what it is, because if you've learned about Pan-Africanism from someone like Yvette Carnell, that's the equivalent of learning about like communism from somebody like Jeff Bezos, right? So somebody who's staunchly against a particular project or framework is not the person to teach you or explain to you what it is, because they're biased. They're already biased against it. So
teach. So what I guess what examples can you provide?
You heard her teach. So she says she's not being a journalist. See, a true journalist, but let them just talk and be like, hey, interesting. Okay, or I understand where you're coming from. When you say teach, 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 you're siding with somebody. Okay. See, that's called pandering. That's called glazing.
That will demonstrate, the effectiveness of Pan-Africanism. What examples? How has Pan-Africanism helped the global African community?
I mean, when you look at the nature of our resistance, and I think that people oftentimes complicate what Pan-African resistance is, right?
Hold on. Before you go there, I think I'm frozen. Hold on. Before you go there, I think I'm frozen. Family, we about to cook both of them. Okay. Please like and subscribe if you're new here. Subscribe and like if you're new here and you're FBA, or you consider yourself Adolph's, Freedmen. If you believe you can trace your lineage back to slavery, then you might want to acknowledge that in the chat so I can give you your lineage wrench. If you're other lineage, you need to have a lineage wrench. Make your moderator. Okay. We're on code over here. And also, so like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you want to support the channel, you can hit the Cash App that's right here. Okay. There you go. Real simple things. Like, subscribe, notification bell. Those are all different ways to support. And this is another way to support. Because I'm actually I'm at Dunkin' Donuts actually. That's where I'm at. And if y'all want to throw something towards my coffee, this is the last video, then I'm out of here. That's why I said when I was on mute. All right. So if anybody want to contribute to my last cup of coffee, because they be blowing that AC in here. And then, so you know what I mean? There you go. That's the Cash App.
A lot of the people who critique it, the examples that they use is they'll look to the colonial states that were created on the African continent, and they'll say, well, these individuals aren't doing anything for Black Americans, right? So Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
Oh, wait. No. I want to stop. All right there, because I wanted to cook on some things he said. He was throwing personal attacks at Yvette Carnell. I can't let that slide. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So Pan-Africanism.
Oh, wait. Okay. Let me throw a poll in here. Let me get your honest opinion. So if everybody refresh their page, right? Or if you're on a phone, you probably can't do it, but if you're on a computer, an iPad, or try to refresh and come back in, and you'll see the new title, right? And that's going to be the poll. I'm gonna create a poll. Okay, so answer honestly. I can't tell. All the answers will be anonymous. I don't know who clicked what, but there you go right there. That's the question to the poll. And let me just cook on some things he said. Okay. He's mad that Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed and all of us say Pan-Africanism is indeed dead. Is that too harsh? I don't think so. So he was talking about Yvette Carnell. She said Pan-Africanism has never tangibly helped foundation Black Americans, American descendant slaves, and therefore it is effectively dead. That's a fact. Okay, so he dismissed that by saying she's arrogant. He didn't want to address that. He said, oh, she's just trying to kill the competition, the different frameworks that's out there, other ideologies. But let's deal with the facts, right? We're fact checking today. What really has Pan-Africanism achieved for Foundation Black Americans lately? Pan-Africanism, family, as a model movement, has been around for over 100 years, family. There's no way that we should be competing frameworks, competing ideologies. It should be a W for them all day long. They've been around over 100 years, and they try to contribute to historical milestones, but all the outside the U.S. Anti-colonial movements in Africa and leaders like Nkrumah or Mandela. They had Pan-Africanist like vibes, whatever. But that's outside the U.S. What the hell do we care? But did Pan-Africanism secure civil rights legislation in America? No. It was the non-Pan-Africans. It was our civil rights leaders. As a matter of fact, Pan-Africanism was going against the civil rights activists, by the way. Did it get us affirmative action? Did it do anything here? No. Okay. All the victories that were won in this country were done by average Foundation Black Americans. None of us were under the banner of Pan-Africanism. Okay. So now we're on reparations. Pan-African groups like what? NARC and Cobra. The only thing they did that's worthy is that they kept the reparations idea alive. Okay. That's it. But we can't even give them that credit because it was the smear. It was the undermining, sabotage. So we can't even give them that. But they haven't got a single reparation bill passed in Congress. Adolph came along, Yvette Carnell, Tone Talks, and they reframed the conversation to lineage and justice claim so that Freedman's sister lied, like the FBA do talk about lineage-based reparations. And check it out. So when Adolph came and reframed the conversation to lineage-based away from race-based, suddenly after that, reparations hit the mainstream political discourse. So it took Foundation Black Americans, it took Adolph to make reparations a national conversation, and now one of the most talked about things in our circles. What else? As a result of Adolph and Tariq Nasheed, at that point, mainly Tariq Nasheed, going on the Breakfast Club, going on hella platforms, and just always talking about reparations, always talking about and pointing out white supremacy and systemic racism. Tariq Nasheed, we can give him the credit for all that. So if you're going to criticize him for being, roasting people, being immature at times, then give him his credit for single-handedly signal boosting the conversation of reparations and also pointing out white supremacy, white supremacists, and systemic racism. On every platform he ever been on, he mentioned white supremacy, white supremacists, systemic racism, and maybe reparations on large platforms. Okay. So because of that, people like Charlemagne will ask different candidates, politicians, hey, how do you feel about reparations on their large platform? They get so many views. And mostly all of those candidates that were supposed to be for Black folks, liberals, Democrats, they would drop the ball and say, no reparations. Bernie Sanders, Biden, Kamala, name them. They all got on there and said no. And even obviously the Republicans won as well. So and Congress is talking about it. So you can love or hate Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed, but the focus that moved the needle, they moved the needle more in a few years, 8 years. They moved the needle more in 8 years than Pan-African did in over 100 years. And you're saying your competition? 8 years compared to over 100 years, and there's no competition, like Fabulous said. So no, it's not an ego contest. He said he said the Cortez strategy, burn all other ships to force everyone onto Adolph's island, implying Yvette attacked Pan-Africanism to eliminate competition, or Tariq Nasheed attacked Pan-Africanism to eliminate competition and force everybody to FBA or Adolph. But Pan-Africanism wasn't competition, like I said, in the reparations fight, because it wasn't even in they never got it where it's a national talking point. Never. Over 100 years, nobody ever talked about reparations as more as we do now. All right, so it's not about being the smartest in the room, like he accused Yvette Carnell. He will say the same thing about Tariq Nasheed. It's about doing what works for our people and calling out Pan-Africanists, like these two nut jobs right there, and their shortcomings isn't burying or burning the ships. It's saying that this specific issue, U.S. reparations, Pan-Africanism hasn't delivered and isn't the solution, period. We can still build bridges with the diaspora and culture if there's something there left, but in business, etc. But the heavy lifting of getting U.S. policy change will come from domestic strategy and power via FBA Adolf. Okay, now, what do you got to say now, Heather?
Resistance is, right? A lot of the people complicate what Pan-African resistance is, right? A lot of the people who critique it, the examples that they use is they'll look to the colonial states that were created on the African continent, and they'll say, well, these individuals aren't doing anything for Black Americans, right? So Pan-Africanism doesn't work, right? But Pan-Africanism is not something that's...
Hey, peace to Saint Swarthy, reborn Israelites in peace. Peace to you, shalom, shalom to you as well, brother. Lisa Nicole Jackson, peace to you as well.
It's top down, it's bottom up. It's from the masses of people upward, right? So when you understand the struggle that we are engaged in, I tell people, if you look historically, slavery was a pan-European institution, right? So it makes sense that our resistance to slavery and our resistance to Black domination has been Pan-African in nature, right? So when we were conquered, right, they conquered different ethnic groups, Wolof or Igbo, or like it's various different ethnic.
There she go, pandering again, glazing. Tease. Well, he disrespected Yvette Carnell, and she had no pushback.
Groups, but when you came to the Western world, your ethnic identity didn't matter as much. What mattered is that you were now enslaved because you were a Black person or you were an African person. So therefore,
see, that's why I kind of agree with the brothers from the Freedmen, like all this Black. Where everybody's tied to it. It's not like specific. It's not, but they don't use it as a ethnonym. They're trying to use it as a race. I disagree. Even with the African thing, I disagree with that. We're using African as a race and Black as a race. No, African is a continent and Black is an ethnonym specifically for people who could trace their lineage to slavery in America. Okay, nobody else is Black outside of people who can trace their lineage to slavery in America and the United States of America. Because they'll say, America, oh my God, that's North America, South America, the United States of America.
People reduced, right, those ethnic differences, and they came together as with their larger identity being African people, and that's the way that we resisted. And when you look at the nature of our resistance from the slave ship to modern day, that has been the way that we have resisted. We've never had this resistance where it's like, based upon what plantation you were enslaved on, that's who I'm going to rock with. Like that has never been a thing. That has only become a thing as of late because of the new people who've entered into the reparations movement. They've attempted to water it down and make it less radical and less militant. And the thinking is that by doing that and
no, we just made it lineage based specific. You guys, yeah, we I don't know how you, that's not called watering down. That's called shredding. You did, that's called shedding. We shedded it down. We did that. All right. We shedded it down to where it's supposed to be. Lineage specific. You guys made that thing all inclusive.
Removing the
Hey, that's why I say the Holy FBA Codex, I think all these dudes are agents, bro. I think not all Pan-Africans, obviously, but I think a lot of the loudmouth Pan-Africanists that's on these social media platforms And like him. A lot of these guys are informants and agents. They're trying to sabotage and undermine our reparations. So you know my vote on that poll. What is your vote to the poll that I put in the chat? Also, I was on a Q Butter platform a couple nights ago, and I'm gonna play some back. I asked some questions. He gave some answers. Hey, he's not that bad. He's not as bad as I thought he was. So he doesn't fall into this category right here. He sounded way different than with how these clowns sound. So he made, I could have a conversation with him. You dig? I can't have a conversation with these guys. I got to debate. There's no convo to have with these guys. It got to be a debate. But with Q Butter, I feel like I could have a conversation with him. I don't think he's as emotional or filled with so much hate like these guys.
Africanism from it, that it makes it more palatable for white people, and that white people will then somehow agree to give us reparations. But in my mind, I think that that's silliness.
You say you think that that's silliness. So let's get into the the question at hand, or the topic really. The debate.
Wait, before you do that, give me a chance to respond to this black resistance foolishness that he just was talking about. Okay, give me a second, because I had just responded to some Pan-Africanists. You know how I do. I give a comment and try to invite them over here. Let's see if some of them had accepted the invitation. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. So far, nobody. So far, nobody. But they love to make a million videos about us, but nobody wants to accept us an invitation just to talk. All you do is talk about us. Now you can talk to us. And everybody wants to dodge that. God damn, like they act like they're in front of us. Okay. So I had let me see. Okay. And I even emailed somebody who's supposed to she gave me her email. She said email her. I emailed her. And let's see if she responded by now. Cause I did email her. I called her bluff. I did email her. And obviously she didn't email back. Let me check my spam folder. Check my spam folder. Give me a second. Somebody responded some time ago. And well, not that day, just Saturday. But this was somebody I don't know. They were responding to, I guess they're trying to act like Africans didn't sell us. So I said, all right, well, just pull up. Just pull up. Just pull up. Okay, so family in the building. Okay. Polo Styles. All right, so let me respond to what he just said, okay? So he said the nature of Black resistance has always been Pan-African. He said from the slave ship to now, he said that they fought as a collective across ethnic lines, not as isolated groups. He then argued the only reason some folks now push a lineage focus. He's talking about ADOS and FBA. He said the only reason why some folks push a lineage focus is to water down the militancy and please white people. Like that's corny. Like nothing, white folks, they accept your rhetoric on reparations because it'll never pass through a court. They hate ours. Ours are prepared to win in court. So enslaved Africans from different tribes had to band together in America. That's his claim, because they were all Black and enslaved. They were all whatever. But they had to band together as Americans. I mean, he said Africans, primarily fighting for themselves and each other in their, whatever. Okay, he said, He said, enslaved black Haitians. Well, there's no such thing as black Haitians. Enslaved Haitians and vice versa fought locally. They certainly, I don't know what the fuck it is. But listen, resistance does not equate to global unity by default. Just because people resisted something doesn't mean they are globally attached to each other. Okay, so our great grandparents fought Jim Crow in the U.S. South as foundational Black Americans, demanding their rights in this country. Okay, they were not petitioning Ethiopia or Brazil for help. Okay, so sure, there was empathy and symbolic solidarity. We got some people in America. They were going to African independence ceremonies. Okay, that's symbolic. But each struggle was primarily homegrown. So what we dealt with here, and what Nigerian dealt Nigeria, they dealt with that there. All right. Pan-African unity has most likely been a moral support network, not a joint military or political force. Okay, so old boy is basically saying anytime Black people work together, that's Pan-Africanism. Like, that's stupid. Anytime we work together, he wants to label that as Pan-Africanism. So by that logic, the Montgomery bus boycott was Pan-African because FBA is united. Like, what are you talking about? It's stupid. Which stretches the term to meaninglessness. No, that was not foundational Black American church women. That was Black American church women and community leaders in one city getting it done on their own behalf. Nothing to do with Africa. Africa was not the central talking points, nothing, or the Caribbean directly. Lineage focus isn't new or nefarious. So he look at as lineage focus as being nefarious, but he'll stay silent to CARICOM though. CARICOM reparations is lineage focus. So after slavery, who agitated for pensions and land? The freedmen themselves, family. The formerly enslaved and our kids, that's lineage based by definition. In the 1890s, ex-slaves actually organized reparation campaigns like Cali House, I read before, and ex-slaves pension movement, specifically for ex-slaves and our descendants, okay? They were not demanding money for everybody globally. They wanted it for those who endured U.S. slavery, okay? I mean, goddamn. The Cali House had nothing to do with a global African thing. It was about us in America only. So the Cali House sounds a lot like ADOS. It sounds a lot like FBA. Okay, so ADOS and FBA did not invent this lineage claim. We revived it. We're not being divisive in that sense. We're being accurate about who is old and who needs to go back to their homeland and fix it. And doing so, it does not please white people. Fool, if they got to pay out, that's not going to be pleasing. Okay? So trust, most of white America doesn't like any talk of reparations. Dr. Sandy Darity has showed the stats. At one point, only 4% of white Americans agree that reparations should be paid out to foundational Black Americans. And then some 20, 30 years later, it got to 30%. So white folks listening to our arguments and debating us and taking L are starting to come into the realization that reparations is old. The debt needs to be paid. Okay, where else? Okay, so we have to talk about lineage-based reparations because it strengthens our legal claim. Race reparations weakens our legal claim. A claim has to identify the injured party clearly. That's foundational Black Americans. It's not about militancy versus non-militancy. It's about clarity versus vagueness. It's about lineage specifics versus race-based foolishness. Okay, we're not here to make anyone comfortable. We're here to make our U.S. government pay what they owe. Go on.
Topic is, can reparations be achieved without Pan-Africanism? Can it? Because, you know, brother Omawale, you know that people will say, well, wait a minute, that's not a Pan-Africanism, you know, a Pan-Africanist fight, right? Because
Hold on, I didn't freeze. I'm putting a link out there. Put a link out there. I'm reading the chat. I hear like a lot of Pan-Africanism. I don't know who's saying it, but I put the link out there for anybody who believes that. Now, this is the question. Okay, the link is only for these people. If you believe Pan-Africanism as important or more important than delineation and self-identification, if you believe Pan-Africanism is more important than self-identification and delineation, that link is for you. If you don't believe that, the link is not there for you. I want to finish up what I'm doing, but I will only stop what I'm doing and entertain a conversation if you believe Pan-Africanism is just as important or more important than self-identification and delineation. That link is there for you, only under those terms.
Reparations from the
finish.
U.S. would be demanded from people who were enslaved in the U.S., right? I'm just telling you what folks will say, you know, that typically people who are descendants of those people who were enslaved in the U.S., they will say that that is our fight. That's not a Pan-African fight. That is our fight and our legal claim. And so how can Pan-Africanism help us achieve that, brother? So I don't know if I articulated that well or not, but a lot of folks will say, look, you know, this isn't a Pan-Africanist fight. You know, this is the descendants of the people who were enslaved here in the US. We are the ones that need to fight this fight. No one can get us reparations. You know, us locking arms with brothers in Europe, brothers on the continent, brothers in Asia, brothers and sisters in Asia, they can't help us win this fight. This is our fight, you know.
Wait, I'm not sure if that's our angle. Okay, as a Pan-Africanist that she is, I'm not sure if that's our fight. We would love for the world to get behind us. So yeah, she definitely phrased that correctly. We would love for the world to get behind us and support our reparations claim. So I don't know what she's trying to communicate, but it didn't come off correctly. She's trying to be divisive. She's trying to cause contention on purpose. Yo, what she just said, that's not our talking points. Like, yo, we would love the world to get behind us getting reparative justice. We would love most Chinese people to say, hey, yeah, pay those FBAs. See, the problem is when they get behind us and say, pay everybody. Okay, as long as the payment is just to us, why wouldn't we want more support? We would love for the Arab nations of the world, the Latino countries, the islands, the Africa as a continent, to get behind us and say, American government, you owe those FBAs reparative justice. We would love for that to be the cause, right? What is she talking about? Our issue is when people try to speak for us. Like, you can support us from the back and in your homeland, even here in America. But when you start to get on microphones and start to speak for us, use our talking points, that's going too far. Support us, use our clips, use our hashtags and catchphrases, but do not get behind the microphone and try to represent or speak for us like a spokesman. Don't do that. Now, you could get on the microphone and express why our talking points are correct and why we're old. That's all acceptable. But the way she's phrasing this question is on purpose. It's deliberately to gaslight this guy to be angry and FBA's ain't.
Because we're the ones, this is our legal claim, so what do you have to say about that, Omawale? People saying, I don't need Pan-Africanism to fight for what's mine.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that? Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I share my screen?
Oh, please do, brother.
Yeah, so she phrased that in a very disingenuous way. Like, she's trying to gaslight him to stay on like this BS he's on, like this negative energy type shit.
Okay, I'll share really quick. Just let me know when you can see my screen. You hear me, Dr. Mahat?
I can hear you. I can see it, brother.
All right.
And by the way, W. Du Bois was a Pan-Africanist, but he's a Pan-Africanist. He's a Pan-Africanist I like. I'll tell you why. Because he prioritized his Pan-Africanism. He put the civil rights movement above it. Okay? So when it was about civil rights and all that type of stuff, W. Du Bois ain't getting in the way of it and say, no, Pan-Africanism, like Marcus Garvey did. He fought for civil rights. Okay? First, he prioritized. So if somebody's a Pan-Africanist, that's okay. You could be Muslim, Buddhist, atheist, whatever you want to do. If you prioritize our major concerns first, we don't got a problem with that. Like, again, we're not your leader. You're not our leader. You could be whatever you want to be. You can be part of any community. You can be part of the LGBTQIA plus community. As long as you put reparations and delineation and self-identification first, got no problem with you. You could be part of the feminist movement. You could be part of the red pill movement, whatever it is. As long as you prioritize correctly, you put this above everything first. No issues here.
All right. So I think the first thing that you have to do for people is to clarify what reparations is, right? So historically, there have been two types of reparations that we've seen in geopolitical struggles. There's been what's referred to as moral-based reparations and then punitive reparations. So on a moral side, what that basically means is you did something wrong to me.
There's no such thing as moral reparations, by the way. So you got this guy talking about moral reparations. Oh, you can't really see my there we go. Yeah, there's no such thing as moral reparations. Like, this is just goofy to entertain, but I'll play it just because it's content.
And because you did something wrong to me, you have a desire to make the situation right, to repair the situation. And as a result of that, you've decided, because of either I've persuaded you or begged you or convinced you, to basically give me repair, right? So that's what's referred to as moral-based reparations. And then there's punitive reparations. Punitive reparations typically come as a result of some type of peace treaty, right? When two parties are engaged in the war, and one party sues for peace, as a part of that peace treaty, the losing side is required to pay reparations to the winning side. And the reason why that reparations is
So, by the way, he just argued that Yvette Carnell believes she's the smartest person in the room at all times. Family, that's projection. That's him. He believes he's the smartest person in the room at all times. Look at this bullshit presentation he got.
Forced on the losing side, it's so that you can essentially weaken them so that they can't essentially rise to power and make war against you, right? It's a penalty, right? So when people in like the ADOS movement and the FBA movement, when they're talking about reparations, they aren't talking about punitive reparations. They're talking about moral reparations. And the only way to attain moral reparations in the United States is through the legislative body. And as a minority,
Hey, peace to Demetrius Freeland. He's in the building. I believe you're FBA, so I made you a moderator, gave you a lineage wrench. Okay, let's get it 004. I see you.
Minority group in the United States, the only way to get anything through the legislative body is to convince a majority portion of the United States to support this act. So what that essentially means is the task becomes you have to then go out and educate and convince and morally persuade white people, right? Because they make up the majority constituency in the United States. You have to persuade them, as well as you have to create some type of multicultural block. So you have to persuade Hispanics and Asians and Indians and all these other folks to also agree to give Black people reparations. Now, if you understand the history of the reparations movement over the past 100 years, that has been attempted. In fact, the greatest attempt was made by W.E.B. Du Bois. He attempted for more than 3 decades straight to educate.
Yeah, this might be a part 2 of this one. I don't see this one ending anytime soon. Let him finish this point right here, family. After he finishes this point, I'm going to rebut it, and then we will continue part 2 later. Early night, late evening, maybe 8:30, maybe same time as yesterday. But I can see already he's making a lot of claims, a lot of goofy points, and I got to respond to all of them. And I can't see this ending anytime soon. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go outside and see the weather. If the weather's nice, if it's kind of cold, I'm gonna finish this video out. If it's nice to play basketball, I'm not gonna finish this video out. So let me go check.
White people to make them understand racism, to make them understand the wealth gap, to make them understand the history of things and why Black people are in the conditions that we are in. And the hope was that by educating them, they would essentially act on our behalf and grant us reparations, right? So anybody today who is pursuing moral-based reparations, that is what they are pursuing. And as someone who is a Pan-Africanist, as a nationalist, I am not delusional to believe that white people are going to be morally convinced or persuaded to act on behalf of Black people. So I think that that's the first part. Then the second part is this. When people talk about the demand for reparations, you have to clarify, is the demand for reparations a request?
Yes, I'm gonna finish this video out all the way through. It's gonna take about an hour or so. And then I'll be about an hour and a half, if that, we're here for, and then I'm out, and we'll catch back up tonight. So I will finish it out. It's not that long.
Request for inclusion, or is it an act of resistance, right? Because if it's a request for inclusion, then you can essentially water it down, you can weaken it, or you can really just make it about, cash payments. But if it's an act of resistance, that's a different thing, right? Because you have to remember when slavery was brought to an end, reparations were paid to the slaveholder. And by the United States government paying reparations to the former slaveholder, what they did was uphold your status.
Right, Ms. D, 6 women sports. They don't get that. It's that simple. We don't got to persuade anybody but Congress and the government. That's it.
As property, right? They basically dehumanized you by recognizing that you are in fact property, and since the slaveholders lost property, then the slaveholder had to be made whole, because the slaveholder was essentially injured by bringing the slave system to an end, right? So when we're talking about reparations, if it's an act of resistance, then A, you're trying to uphold your humanity, but B, you're trying to end the war, right? So right here, this comes from Encober's website, the 5 points that I have lined up here in terms of how they define.
And Cobra website is a garbage nothing bucket. Nothing burger. I already been there. It's garbage.
What's referred to as full repair, because reparations
Brother,
is
can you put it on present mode? Can you put it on present mode for us?
Yeah,
I don't know whether I need glasses or what.
It's a horrible
but I
presentation.
couldn't read the writing. But go ahead, brother.
That's no problem. So right here on the right hand side of the screen, here are the 5 criteria.
It's a nothing burger. You just don't need to read it.
Right. So the first is cessation, assurances, and guarantees of non-repetition, right? So what that basically means is, like, you have to bring the act to an end, right? So when we're talking about reparations, it's just not about slavery. It's about Jim Crow. It's about mass incarceration. It's about all the acts of war that this government is inflicting on Black people, right? So when we talk about that, it also includes our political prisoners. We have prisoners of war who are held behind enemy lines, right?
Talk about it.
There is no situation where you have 2 groups of people who are negotiating, right? Negotiating for repair, negotiating a peace treaty, and you say, and a part of that deal does not include the freeing of your political prisoners, right? But that's part 1. Part 2 is restitution and repair, meaning repairing me to how I would have been if I had not been enslaved, right? So that means my land rights, my human rights, like everything that makes me a full, not necessarily a citizen, right? Because I think that that's when I talk about a request for inclusion. Yvette Carnell, they're talking about being made white and getting cash payouts that would then allow them access to their American citizenship. They can't access their American citizenship because they've been pushed out in terms of economics, right? The third thing, you talk about compensation, fourth satisfaction, the fifth rehabilitation. I won't read all this, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that when folks are talking about reparations as an act of resistance, then that requires the way that we've always resisted, right? And the nature of our resistance has always been Pan-African in nature. If it's not an act of resistance and it's a request for inclusion, then that means that, okay, fuck Pan-Africanism and fuck other black people. I need to focus my efforts on.
Wait, why is he cursing all of a sudden? What's this about?
Engaging white people and educating them and convincing them and persuading them to morally do right by me. And then the only way to do that is to water down my claim for reparations, right? Because now it's about a check. It's not necessarily about you ending the war on my people. It's not necessarily about you freeing our political prisoners. It's just about how can I construct this particular claim in a way that will be feasible to white voters, so that essentially, the American government will pay out reparations. So that's why I say, like, that's the difference, right? When we talk about reparations, is it a request for inclusion or an act of resistance? And if it's an act of resistance, we cannot do it without the use of Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism has been the only vehicle that we've had that has given us the potency to resist as a collective against this war that we're engaged in.
So what about
yeah, what's all this? What's he doing? What did he say that was so deep that require all this? I mean, he said a lot, man. Damn, I should have been chimed in. Okay, so you start off by distinguishing moral versus punitive reparations. He says moral equals the wrongdoer does the right thing out of conscience after you persuade them. He says punitive equals the wrongdoer is forced to pay because they lost a war or were pressured in a peace treaty. He says, hey, Dawson, FBA, we are chasing moral reparations. He said we are chasing moral reparations since we're a minority with no army. Here they go with this weak argument, meaning we have to convince a majority of Americans to agree, right? I think somebody checked them. Indiana. Hold on. My fault. My laptop needed charging. So he said, we are chasing more reparations. We don't have an army, so it's just stupid shit they come up with. So we got to convince a majority of Americans to agree. No, we don't. That's something he views as nearly impossible given 100+ years of white resistance. That's him. We're not naive about the difficulty. Okay, I don't know why that's his angle. We're not naive about the difficulty. We know it's gonna be difficult. All right, nobody's in this fight for the short run. We're in this fight for the long run. All right, but we're also not relying on singing Kumbaya until white guilt magically opens their wallets either. We're not doing that either. Make sure my microphone's on. This is about power as much as morality. The power we wield, however, isn't tanks. It never was tanks, never will be tanks. Not yet. It's our political influence. That's what we have on our side. Okay, our political influence. Okay. Am I heard? Hold on. Make sure. I'm gonna close the poll down in a second. One second. Yeah. Want to read the chat to make sure I'm not on mute. Okay, so I'm not on mute. Okay. So It's not about tanks for us or drones, drone airstrikes. It's about political influence, our votes, our ability to sway elections, and yes, the power of disrupting the status quo. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Taking this to the, I know brother Malcolm X talked about, taking the U.S. to the, oh my goodness, I had a brain freeze, brother Omawali. Taking this to the United Nations,
Mhm.
and charging the U.S. with, war crimes,
Mhm.
against African American people. Would you say that Pan-African, like this issue of reparations, could this be taken to that level? Could this be presented to the United Nations, or no, this is something that is just national, it's just local?
No, I
What are
mean,
your thoughts about that? Mhm.
it could, but it's it's an exercise of futility, right? The United Nations can't
The
force
U.S. to
United States. In fact, the United Nations was set up after World War II as a neo-colonial power structure, right? In order to govern over the newly independent nations on the African continent. But appealing to the United Nations is no different than appealing to, the US. Like at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to force people to pay you reparations is power. And the only way you attain black power is through our unity, right?
Pan-Africanism, yeah.
And through Pan-Africanism, right?
Pan-Africanism, stupid clown. Earlier you said tanks and stuff. Okay. So yeah, he said that, okay, put it down. He said that now all of a sudden Pan-Africanism is power. Like what, but aren't y'all the minority still? Like that we talking about. All right, anyway, as I left off. So it's our political influence, our votes, our ability to sway elections, and yes, the power of disrupting the status quo through activism. We're known to be active, right? We out here. So our activism in American democracy, you don't need to be the majority to get things done, fool. All right. You need to be the deciding factor that politicians cannot ignore. We were not the majority when we got civil rights passed. We were still the minority. So you got to, so Foundation Black Americans are a crucial voting bloc in many swing states or urban centers. We tip the balance. We've seen it. Okay. Our votes essentially saved the Democratic Party in 2020, both in the primaries and general election. That is leverage. If we organize and say no reparations, no vote, which we've been saying, but not on a grand scale, national level, trust me, one of these parties will listen. Okay, it's not altruism from them. It's cold, hard politics. That is pressure and power. You had that one white lady, forgot her name. I was like, yeah, I'll push for reparation. You vote for me. Okay. So also persuading the public isn't all or nothing. We don't need 100% of white folks to cheer for reparations. We need enough, okay, across races to create a political consensus or at least acquiesce, shut up and get out of the way. We're asking African immigrants and Caribbean folks to get out the way, be quiet. You ain't got to ride with us. Just shut up and be quiet. So major social shifts often started with minority support. Example, in the early 1960s, most white Americans opposed civil rights legislation, yet it passed, right? Because activists created a crisis of conscience in order that forced the government's hand. So by the time Civil Rights Act was signed, many came around, but it wasn't a majority vote that directly made it happen. It was strategic pressure, protest, media exposure, political bargaining. I want you to understand that. It wasn't a majority vote. Most of America did not sign off to the civil rights movement. So he mentioned W. Du Bois, right? He said W. Du Bois did spend decades appealing to white America's conscience. By the way, Omawali, W. Du Bois did spend decades appealing to white America's conscience. Wouldn't you call that moral reparations? So by itself, that didn't yield reparations. Okay, so that's true. but Du Bois was one man, and he didn't have a mass movement behind him. Okay, that was behind reparations specifically. Today, we have far more tools. We got social media, Twitter, TikTok, all type of shit. We got mad advocacy groups, and we have the legacy of civil rights legislation to make our case. Okay, we have precedent. The fact we're even talking seriously about reparations is in mainstream politics, which I said earlier, thanks to Tariq Nasheed mainly. That now shows we've already inched from Du Bois' time when it was mostly theoretical. They just talked about it in conferences like the one in London they brag about over 100 years ago. Weirdos. So let's be real. The alternative Al-Mawali implies punitive reparations, which is stupid. Would mean what? A violent revolution, some old Haiti type stuff? It's goofy. I'm not going to entertain that. So no, there's no Marcus Garvey's battleship fleet coming to impose sanctions on America. So if that's the only delusional path, then we're all stuck. All right, Omawali, like that's some radical, but that's him. They always talk this radical stuff and never fight nobody. So we are combining morality. America must reckon with its original sin, original sin, with strategic power plays. We would use our votes and economic influence to push this issue. It's a long game, like every other fight we were in. They're all long games, but movements can gain momentum quickly. Look how fast Confederate statues start to fall once public sentiment hit a tipping point. Our job is to push and push until that tipping point on reparations is reached. Dismissing this approach as hopeless is premature, especially when the fight a war approach is clearly a non-starter. Okay. Now, he said inclusion versus resistance. What he said? A false choice. Okay. He asked, is our reparations demand a request for inclusion? And this is when they try to link us up with white supremacy or like we're glazing white people. He said, or is it an act of resistance? And this idiot on the left, that's deep. So he portrays the lineage-based fight as basically begging to be included in America's good graces. This is what they do because they can't beat us in no debates. So he's implying we just want money to buy into the American dream. So in contrast, he views a Pan-African approach as true resistance, aiming to end the war on Black people entirely. Free political prisoners, stop all oppression, etc. All this, Wakanda bullshit. That is a false binary. So demanding reparations is an act of resistance. That is the act of resistance. We're resisting the narrative that the slate is clean. This color blindness bullshit that they're trying to push through the Charlie Kirks. We are resisting the economic oppression that continued post-slavery via redlining, discrimination, and wealth theft. Forcing America to pay reparations is hardly asking to join the country club. Okay? It's dragging the country club to the courtroom and making them cough up some dough, some shmoney. Also, receiving what's owed doesn't mean you made peace with oppression. Did Holocaust survivors who got reparations from Germany suddenly say all is forgiven? I believe they say never forget, right? So do whatever else you can, really. This is one step towards justice and closure. Similarly, reparations for us doesn't mean racism ends or we stop fighting other battles. You hear Tariq Nasheed always tell white folks who call in, oh, we're not trying to end racism. Like, yeah, that's something separate. That's a separate fight. Reparations isn't trying to end racism. Other fights are, but not the reparation fight. Reparation fight is about paying a debt that's owed. We got other fights that's addressing systemic racism that want to end it that way. Okay. So it just gives us resources. The money. This is what Dr. Sandy Darity is talking about. The money gives us resources to fight those battles from a stronger position. So we could fight to end racism, systemic racism, once our money is right. So this Tether Omawali, he lists things like freeing political prisoners, stopping all racist acts, etc., as part of a full repair. Some of those things are important in their own right, but lumping every struggle into reparations is a recipe for getting nothing burgers. And that's what white supremacists do. Oh, you get paid. That ain't gonna end racism. That's not even on the table. That's not in the package. So power concedes nothing without demand, and a demand has to be clear and achievable. If we demand literally everything, end racism completely and release prisoners and global Pan-African nationhood and blah, 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 we're essentially demanding utopia in one gulp. That's not a demand. That's a fantasy wish list. Social and political change just don't work that way. They come in phases, okay? Blah, 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 blah. So what he said inclusion. Like we're trying to be pet on the head by white supremacy. Like this is what they do too to make us feel bad about demanding what's ours. They like to pretend we're trying to be team white supremacy like them. So inclusion isn't a dirty word when you've been excluded unjustly. We're not asking to be included in oppressing others or included in forgetting the past. We're including ourselves in the American promise on our terms, though, by forcing America to honor a debt. That's transformative, not submissive. That's transformative, not submissive. So in contrast, I'd ask, hey, is Pan-Africanism offering an exclusion that's better? Like exclude ourselves from America entirely? How, Sway? Repatriation? The vast majority of FBAs are not immigrating en masse to Ghana or Wakanda. We're here for the long run, the long haul, and we're entitled to what's ours. There's nothing cowardly about standing our ground and saying, cut the check. That's a very, very brave chant. Because you see a lot of white people, when we say cut the check, they automatically think, oh, you're trying to crumble our economy. Oh, you're un-American. You're un-American. You're trying to, pretty much destroy America. Okay.
Right. So, at the end of the day, people are trying to figure out how they can deal with this situation without fighting, right? Like they're trying to figure out how they can get us to, to get them to pay us some type of money or leave us alone.
Again, he said without fighting. He acted like the civil rights movement was us deleting people. Having POWs. Hey man, let's trade our POWs. Okay, yeah. So he act like, what you mean fighting, bro? Fighting, there's many ways to fight. But again, he's a fool. America fought Russia, but it was a Cold War. Ain't nobody like actually get out there on the battleground and fight. But it was a fight. It was a Cold War, bro. Cold War. So that's how we're fighting. We're fighting like in a Cold War sense.
Without fighting. A chess game. And Dr. Frances Cress Welsing speaks about that in terms of, she talks about everything that.
Right. Demetrius said affirmative action made it more easier for the islanders and the clear people. Right. DSB, peace. Got to jump off, family. Got to take care of a few things. Much love. Hey, peace to you, brother.
We do as a people is to help us avoid.
Right. Polo Style said less than 1% FBAs are leaving. Less than that. Right. Like these guys just be chasing.
Avoid the fact that we're afraid, to help us avoid the fact that we have been.
Now look at her. You're just saying so much deep stuff.
So dominated, and we're scared to face our oppressor. So all these things that we engage.
So again, this is all projection where we face our oppressor all the time. We never flee, and we're making bold demands that some white folks, some white alarmists will say we're trying to make America fall by asking for reparations. Okay, so they take that. Some white alarmists take us saying cut the check as that we're trying to cause America to collapse. You dig? So I don't know what you're talking about.
Or just to help us avoid facing, the conflict that's inevitable.
And so how do you feel, people say things like,
Yeah, Harris is on that JT Wentworth. She said, "My money and I want it now." 1-800 JT Wentworth. Exactly.
My aunt, you keep talking about this Pan-Africanism stuff, but you're
Oh, I missed a super chat. My fault. I got you now. DSB, $50 super chat in the building. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. He said, "Shalom, my warrior brother, and shalom to all of my brothers and sisters in the chat. Running errands at the moment, but we'll catch the replay." I appreciate you, man. Definitely respect you for the large super chat. The ladies love. And also, family, like I said, I am in Dunkin' Donuts. If anybody want to donate, like if 5 folks want to donate $1 each to the Cash App, so I can have instant cash to get a hot chocolate because they got the AC blowing in here. You feel me?
going to the same people who sold your ancestors into slavery.
All right, so now here's this stupid Al, she's trying to throw him right here.
Now you're asking them to help you out. Why, so what are your thoughts about that? They're like, I don't want to deal with Pan-Africanism. Some of these folks, they were the ones who were complicit in the transatlantic, slave trade. I don't want any parts of those African folks.
I mean, the first thing you would have to understand is that the Africans sold Africans into slavery mythology is something that has been pushed out there to help to maintain division between us, because the slavery narrative is much more complex than what probably our time on this show would allow for me to really kind of like break down and get into. But what I'll say, just very shorthand, just to try to touch on that mythology, and I really don't want to go too deep off on a tangent. So if I go too far off, please
brother,
do.
go in, brother. They love you in the chat room. They like, go in, brother.
So
yes, brother.
So what people have to understand is that the African continent has been under siege for the last 1400 years, right? So prior to the Europeans entering the current slave trade, there was a thriving.
Wait. Hold on. Back up.
Complex help to manage the
some of these folks, they slavery, and now you're asking them to help. You keep talking about this Pan-Africanism stuff, but you're going to the same people.
My fault, family. I was reading the chat and I was reading some emails trying to see who's going to hop on, which one of our haters is going to hop on the panel.
Who sold your ancestors into slavery, and now you're asking them to help you out. Why, so what are your thoughts about that? They're like, I don't want to deal with Pan-Africanism. Some of these folks, they were the ones who were complicit in the transatlantic, slave trade.
There you go. Because that's me. I like to remind them of that. All right. So hold on. Okay, hold on. Because I didn't like the brothers earlier who supposedly be representing the freedmen. All right, because there's many people that speak on behalf of ADOS. There's many people who speak, not really, I can't say ADOS, but there's many people who speak on behalf of FBA who misrepresented. There's many people who speak on behalf of freedmen who misrepresented. So the brothers earlier who represent the freedmen, who used to be plebiscite babblers, they kind of be saying slick stuff about FBAs. So what I was doing was I was going through their channel, and because now they got my attention, because they fell for their little divide tactic. You remember I played it, and they were trying to get them to get off code and attack us, FBAs and ADOS. And then at first they was on code, and then their sister broke code and went off code, started attacking us, and then they started joining the bandwagon. So now they made it. So now I'm looking at their stuff in the background, It's a lot of sketchy stuff. So tonight's live, it could be about freedmen, but more so Ali and Naeem's version, or not all freedmen, not all folks who represent freedmen, just these folks who call themselves Freedmen University. Okay, just them folks. So they caught my attention, right? So you got it. But I do want to respond. I do want to respond to Omar Wiley, what he said earlier. All right. Okay. So that's why sometimes I was pausing, looking over. Okay. So let me just respond real fast. Oh my God. So he said that since white America won't just hand over reparations, we need power to force them. Like, how do you force a superpower to do something? It's just stupid Wakanda talk. So he's implying that a globally united Black Front is the source of that power. Just pseudo Wakanda shit. So in theory, what they're saying is if all 1.5 billion people of African descent spoke with one voice, the world would shake in its boots. Real family. That's Wakanda babble. That's Wakanda babble. Okay. That's Wakanda babble. African Union. All right. Where is the global Black Army or economic coalition? Where is it at? Okay. African Union. Well, it issues statements now and then, but it's not sanctioning the U.S. or delivering ultimatums on our behalf. Most African and Caribbean nations depend on Western loans, trade, or aid. They're not in a position to bully the U.S. into doing a damn thing. Okay, you got to think more practically, Omawali. If the UN General Assembly tomorrow voted America must pay reparations to Foundation Black Americans, the U.S. would veto it in the Security Council and ignore it. Real simple. They ignore plenty of UN resolutions on human rights, Palestine, you name it. International moral pressure has limits, especially on a superpower. Fool. The U.S. cares more about its own politics and interests. Idiot. So historically, global solidarity has helped morale, but not much in material terms for Foundation Black Americans. Example, in the 1960s, African nations at the UN did embarrass the U.S. about racism, which encouraged the U.S. to move on civil rights because the U.S. was in a Cold War and didn't want bad PR. That was more about geopolitical competition than Pan-African brotherhood. So those African nations were looking out for themselves too. They wanted U.S. aid and not to be treated hypocritically by the West. It wasn't a coordinated Pan-African power move that forced the Civil Rights Act. It was a factor, but a minor one, alongside domestic protests and strategic leadership here in America by Foundation Black Americans who didn't consider themselves Pan-Africanists. So meanwhile, today the U.S. isn't as concerned about its Cold War image. They openly call out China's human rights while still having mass incarceration here with a straight face. The hypocrisy, they don't care anymore. So global opinion didn't stop police from shooting unarmed Black people, and it won't magically make Congress pay reparations. If anything, the U.S. often uses its power to influence Africa, not the reverse. And Africa bows down every chance they get. Some Pan-Africanists fantasize about an armed Black force. That's all they do is fantasize. They never bust a grape. Okay, so where and whose military African nations barely have the capability to deploy outside their borders. That's embarrassing. And none would risk war with the U.S., which has bases all over Africa. Talk about imbalance. It is. So Foundation Black Americans are part of the U.S. military, not a separate army. There is no Black NATO coming to enforce our demands. So the power we need has to come from within, obviously, the American political system, our leverage as citizens, and from civil disruption, if necessary, economic boycotts, unrest, strikes. This is all things that's necessary. Those are things we can do. Pan-African unity might make for great conferences like they always do, or cultural exchange, another conference or writing a book, another self publisher, right? But when it comes to reparations, a well-organized voting bloc is more potent than a Pan-African RBG flag. All right. So here's the hard truth. No one else is going to save us. We all we got. Nobody, no Mother Africa, no cavalry from not fucking around, not the Diaspora Coalition. It's on us to galvanize, delineate, self-identify, and use the power we have to push America to do what they have to do. And we got to do it in court. Okay. So now let's talk about the African soldiers talking point. This is what I like.
People will say things like, Dr. Ma'at, you keep talking about this Pan-Africanism stuff, but you're going to the same people who sold your ancestors into slavery, and now you're asking them to help you out. Why, so what are your thoughts about that? They're like, I don't want to deal with Pan-Africanism. Some of these folks, they were the ones who were complicit in the
Sahel, you said the Sahel Alliance is cooking right now? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. When I see certain words, I tie it to my research. So I thought you were talking about the Sahel Alliance. Okay.
transatlantic, slave trade. I don't want any parts of those African folks.
I mean, the first thing you would have to understand is that the Africans sold Africans into slavery mythology is something that has been pushed out there to help to maintain division between us.
Did he say mythology? Okay, I would love to hear this one.
Because the slavery narrative is much more complex than what probably our time on this show would allow.
No, you got time. It's not more complex. See, she don't really, you see what I'm saying? Like she panders. She didn't push him. Now, the only person she pushes around is Unc. So now all of a sudden, the slavery angle, Africans, that's a false narrative. But I don't have time to go into that. And so she just let him off the hook. That's not true journalism. Well, brother, can you just summarize it? Can you just land your plane real quickly on why that's not the case? But you can't let them just say something that controversial and just switch the topic.
For me, the slavery narrative is much more complex than what probably our time on this show would allow for me to really kind of like break down and get into. But what I'll say, just very shorthand, just to try to touch on that mythology, and I really don't want to go too deep off on a tangent. So if I go too far off, please
brother, go in, brother. They love you in the chat room.
Oh, don't worry, she's not gonna stop you. As long as you're anti-FBA ADOS, she will not stop you.
Like, go in, brother. Holly.
So
yes, brother.
So what people have to understand is that the African continent has been under siege for the last 1400 years, right? So prior to the Europeans entering the current slave trade, there was a thriving trade that happened on the African continent. They refer to as the sub-Saharan slave trade, or the Islamic or Arabic slave trade that was occurring for almost 1,000 years. And essentially, the justification for that trade was that when Muslims invaded the African continent, they referred to all non-Muslims on the continent as pagans. And their religion allowed for them to enslave all non-Muslims and all Black people.
Teach.
Essentially. So the black people who were the first converts to Islam were a group of people referred to as the Fulani. These were our nomadic group of herdsmen who exist along the Sahel region of the African continent, like right below the Sahara Desert. These people annually would engage in slave raiding, and the nations that they conquered would become vassal states of the caliphate. Right, the caliphate is just an Islamic state, a state put under Islamic law. Now, the nations that they conquered would have to enter into agreements, and as a part of those agreements, there was something referred to as an annual tribute. So annually, you had to give the caliphate a certain amount of slaves, and those slaves were often marched across the Sahara and sold into the Arab world. So this tribute system that was introduced to the African continent via Islam was the system that started the slave raiding that we see all throughout the continent. Because if a larger vassal state was conquered, that state isn't going to give the tribute of their own people. They're going to go and raid their smaller neighbor, and they're going to take those bodies and then give to the caliphate. Right. So even when, and you see this as well, and this is why a lot of the Aboriginals like to say that slavery actually happened in reverse, because what you see happening is on the western coast of Africa, when the Moors conquer Spain, there's a thriving trade across the sub-Saharan, but then there's also Africans who are not Muslims, who are pagans, who are being captured and sold and enslaved in Spain as well. This is why when the Spanish and the Portuguese kicked the Muslims out of Spain, the Pope in 1443 signs a papal bull that gives the Spanish and the Portuguese the right to now enslave all pagans, Saracens, meaning Muslims, and non-Christians.
So we're talking about Pope Nicholas and the dumb diverses. Keep on teaching, brother.
So this is where we see the Europeans enter the trade. Now, mind you, this trade that was introduced to the continent via the tribute system of Islam had already been going on for 1,000 years. So when the Europeans entered the trade, all they did was redirect the traffic. So instead of marching those bodies across the sub-Saharan into the Arab world, they sent those bodies across the Atlantic Ocean into Brazil and the United States, into the Caribbean island, because the Pope, when he split the globe between the Portuguese and the Spanish, and he gave the new world to the Portuguese, they needed bodies, right, to facilitate the labor over there. So this trade that was already ongoing, they then just took those bodies and redirected the traffic. So when people are saying Africans were selling other Africans, what you're losing is the context that this is happening in the context of war, right? It's Islamic war and a Christian war being waged upon all African people because we were not Christian or Muslim, and because we were pagans, based upon the Hamitic myth. The sons of Ham were meant to be the burden bearers, and all of our lands and possessions could be taken. Based upon that war being waged upon us, this is the context that we find ourselves in. So most of us, when we get over here to the Western world, we're either here because we were the pagans who were captured, or we were prisoners of war, right? Those Muslims who were captured, those black Muslims who were captured in Spain and also enslaved here. So that's what you see. So when people are talking about Africans and enslaved other Africans, it's much more complex and complicated. And you have to understand that Africa is at the time of the transatlantic slave trade.
It's only complicated because he made it complicated. Okay, it's really easy to understand. He made it complicated and convoluted and crazy sounding. Dude, Africans sold us, period. All right.
Africa has been under siege by Abrahamic religions for already 1,000 years. Europeans just got involved via Christianity and carried that on for another 400 years. So it's not as simple as, like, you know, Yvette and those folks like to make it seem. So the reality is the majority of us are here because our descendants or our ancestors were considered pagan, and because they were considered pagan, they were considered it was justified to capture and enslave them. So
No. Thank you so much, brother.
Oh, here come the glazing. Look, at no pushback, nothing. Just he said a whole bunch of nothing. So the answer should be: so did they sell us or not? Just come back to that. Yeah, that's a long way of saying yes. Okay, brother, can you just summarize it and land the plane very quickly? Did they sell us or not?
For that walk back in time, that that history lesson, brother. But let me ask you this: what are your thoughts about?
That's the best they could come up with when it comes to did they sell us or not, or why did they sell us, or remind them that they sold us. That's the best he could come up with. I mean, and that's pure like garbage, pathetic, straight babble. 1 second. One second, family. Okay, two. Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, so my God, where do I start? So this is where we're at now. Nobody wants to admit Pan-Africanists. Now you see why they don't want to admit that they sold us. Whole bunch of bullshit. So why do almost every Pan-Africanist hesitate or reluctant or just deny that Africans sold us? Africans are the reason why. They're half the reason why there's a transatlantic slave trade and a diaspora. The other half is Europeans. Why is it so hard to admit that Africans sold us? Right? Because the question next will become, why will we align with you when we cannot see you any differently than the white man? If the white man is the enemy because he bought us, how are you an ally? You sold us. Okay. He gave a nuanced history. The fact is, yes, some Africans were involved. That's all he had to say. Yes, some Africans were involved in selling us. Okay. And then he could say, but largely under the yoke of Arab and later European slavers, whatever. Citing the Fulani, Arab slave trade, Papo balls, etc., essentially saying Africans were also victims of external forces and the context was complex. Okay. Modern Africans. Okay. I'm trying to. So right now, our reparations claim, I'm trying to see how to tackle this. Right now, our reparations claim isn't against Africans right now or Arabs, everybody who we snitched on, Europeans in general. It's against a specific entity that legally codified and profited from slavery here, the United States, right? And the government of the United States. So in terms of reparation strategy, whether or not Africans were involved in the slave trade is a bit of a moot point for our claim, but I get it. Okay. He sent her a list of questions for her to ask him and so it could seem genuine. This is all garbage. The U.S. never paid a dime of restitution to free slaves. That's the debt we are after. Okay. We're not asking Ghana or Nigeria to pay us right now. However, the question of trust and unity is separate. Can diaspora, Caribbean, foundation of Black Americans collaborate despite historical wounds? All right. That means acknowledging that some Africans had a role in selling us. Okay? Now, ADOS, FBA, have pushed back on this idea that we owe our primary allegiance to a global concept rather than to our own community here in the United States. It's not out of hatred. Get that to your big African thick skulls. It's out of prioritization. I can't even talk. I've been alive too damn long. Matter of fact, I need that coffee. My lips, tongue, everything's dry. Okay. If a house is on fire, you put out your house first before running to help neighbors. Common sense, common logic. Our house is America. They want to act like it ain't. So when America's on fire, they're saying, don't put that out. Go run to Africa, put that out, because that's your real house. America's your fake house. That's what they want to convince us. They want to convince us on that right there, which is stupid. Okay, so we had to become our own firefighters because no outside cavalry was coming, right? There you go. So nobody from Africa came here, got H-1B visas, student visas, work visas, and said, yo, psst, come over here. I got a work visa to work, but I'm here secretly going to help you level up. So the education I got, because I am an elitist for my country, I'm highly selected. I got hella education, hella skill set. I want to help you guys. I want to teach you guys freely of the things we know in Africa we got, tech, whatever, or being a doctor, whatever. We're going to help you guys get into these fields in your country. That's not what they did. They said, move over, hire me as a tech guy, hire me as the doctor, hire me as this person, that person, this person. They competed with him. All right. That's what happened. So, but the short answer, okay, is they did sell us and they never made recompense. They never came over here with a bag. They never came over with education, training tools, no advice. They didn't honor us in their homelands, nothing. So he gave a long, drawn out answer, and the answer is short. Yes, they did sell us.
ADOS and American descendant of slavery and the foundational Black Americans. Do you think that those labels divide us? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm on mute. So she's asking him questions and she know how she's going to answer it. She's putting a battery in his back to keep attacking. Nothing she's asking is something that's like neutral. Every question is keep attacking. FBA's ADOS, keep attacking. I told you she panders to her panelists as a Pan-Africanist. Pan. Peter Pan, she's living in dream world. Okay? She pandered to her guests. She pandered to her panelists because she's a Pan-African.
I don't have any problem with Black people organizing locally. The only problem that I've had with the ADOS movement and the FBA movement is the ADOS movement, like I said, its introduction was attacking Pan-Africanism. Like there was.
No, we didn't attack Pan-Africanism. We pointed out that you guys had over 100 years to get something done, and you have produced absolutely nothing. We told the truth, and we said, family, stop wasting our time in that movement. Let's now focus on ourselves. Let's be proud of who we are. We're not African. We're proud Americans, and we're foundation Americans, and we're proud Americans. Let's work on ourselves. That was what we were saying. That was the message.
There was no attacks Like, nope. People, you have to understand, like within the Black liberation movement, the Black liberation tradition, there's always been internal opposition.
Absolutely.
Like there's always been Black people who like, listen, we ain't messing with that Black power stuff. Like we trying to, integrate. We ain't messing with it. Like, so none of that is new. The only thing that they introduced that was new was the attacks on non-African American people in terms of labeling all Black people who are immigrants as slave traders, and making it seem as though, hey, all these people are trying to usurp us and are even with FBA.
We're just speaking the obvious. A lot, we ain't never say all, but enough were, and we got proof. We can show video clips of non-FBA African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants in politics and other platforms of power saying no to reparations. Okay? Or using their platforms to dirty our image more than what white supremacy did. We know about the Shade Room, World Star Hip Hop, these academics. Okay, so we got proof, right? We got case in point. So no, we're not crazy.
PA, like one of the things that I had to I distanced myself publicly from Tariq Nasheed because even with his FBA, I just saw that as a spinoff of ADOS. So I don't want to personally attack him, and I won't. But some of the things that he was doing, like he was sharing videos on Twitter of it was just one video he shared of a African immigrant that was getting beat down, it looked like in New York, by, we don't know who the person was that was beating him down, but Tariq shared the video and was like, it's one of those Black immigrants getting beat up by an FBA, like celebrating it. And for me, like when I'm seeing stuff like this is stuff.
Okay, so again, these are just their excuses. Tariq is one individual who has a platform. Like I got a platform, you guys got a platform, and we have a soapbox. We can say whatever we want. We're 43 million deep. We disagree. Look at the chat; they disagree. So no one person is the true and only representative of the lineage. The lineage is the lineage. No matter if Tariq Nasheed is Republican, Democrat, atheist, Christian, Buddhist. The lineage is the lineage, and that's what they refuse to acknowledge.
Stuff that has never been introduced and to our movement. And the question is, where does it get us? Because if you're talking about reparations, then you need to understand the last 100 years of the reparations movement, right? And having that understanding, those people understood that white society was not going to support that particular claim. So we understood that we had to work to attain power, because the only way to get it is to force them to give it to us, right? And like nobody is going to respond to any threat if there's no power behind it. Like if they don't fear you, you understand what I'm saying? So that's why you have a need to use Pan-Africanism as a tool, right, to work to attain power. And that doesn't mean that you're like looking to like African heads of state, because me as a Pan-African nationalist, I don't even recognize those African nations. Those are neo-colonial tools that the foreign interests use to dominate Africa. So our people are enslaved by those nations. So like, nobody is looking to African heads of state to assist us, but we are recognizing that this fight that we're in for our liberation, right? And I think that that's the problem. Like the people who are in ADOS and FBA don't have a vision of liberation that goes beyond them living comfortable in America, right? Their vision of liberation is.
Look at they are obsessed with America is our only homeland. Yeah. And this guy is living great in America. Like he's pretending like he's speaking from South Africa. And dig, like he's speaking from Ghana somewhere. He is speaking right here in America, and he's telling us, and he's very comfortable, but he's trying to tell us that we shouldn't be comfortable when we speak in America. And about this is our homeland, buddy. I don't care how you love Africa and Africa, the third world country. I don't know what connection, I don't know who paid you, what agency, who you informing for. I don't know, bro. This is our homeland. Nothing gonna change it, buddy. That's just it. We're comfortable here, no different than a Nigerian being comfortable in Nigeria, a Trinidadian person being comfortable in Trinidadian, or a Trinidad correction. But we're comfortable, bro. Nothing you're going to say is going to make us uncomfortable. That's just what it is.
Is them being comfortably integrated and having a check so that they can access the American dream. Like, that's not my vision of liberation. My vision of liberation is for me to be
self-sufficient,
self-determining.
Come on,
sovereign, like
yes, sovereignty
over the land, over my humanity. I'm not looking to be made, a citizen within a system that is created to kill me and people like me all over the world. And I think that's the difference between people who are actively looking to resist and people who are actively begging for inclusion.
Resist what, man? Resist what? What are you resisting?
Oh my God,
you're resisting FBA.
I'm over here stomping my feet. I know you hear me stomping. Yes.
Yeah.
People
Look
in the chat room, they said yes.
Yeah.
They said yes.
Nobody
brother
said yes.
Wiley. Absolutely.
This video went nowhere.
Brother.
It got no views.
Absolutely. So you said, look, I'm not trying to just get a check and to continue existing in a system, it continue to exist,
but he will not move out the country.
System. You're saying I want more than that. I want sovereignty. I want full and complete.
Take your ass to
freedom.
Ghana.
That's what I
hear
Nigeria.
you
saying. And you're saying the only way to achieve that is through power. And you said the way to get that power is through Pan-Africanism, which would unify
he keeps saying it, but he's not
all
proving
of the
it.
Africans around the world. That's what I hear.
1.5 billion, right?
Am I correct on that?
Absolutely. I mean, the condition of all Black people wherever we are is inextricably linked with the condition of the African continent.
Hold on. Dr. Amos Wilson said that. He taught us that in Blueprint for Black Power. Say that again, Brother Omar Wiley.
The condition of all African people wherever we are, or I'll say Black people for the people who don't consider themselves African, but the conditions of all Black people wherever.
Wait. For the people who don't consider themselves African, and for the people, don't say Black, because it's also for the people who don't consider Africans Black. So don't say African for the people who don't consider themselves African, but don't say Black either, because there's people here that don't believe. I said, well, my connection a little shaky. Hold on. Okay, so family, let me repeat that. Don't say African. You're right, for the people who say we're Black, but don't say Black for the people who knows that Africans aren't Black. Just say Africa, Foundation Black Americans, and the Caribbean, or say melanated people, something like that. But don't say African and don't say Black. They're not interchangeable. Leave that alone, buddy.
We are across this globe is inextricably linked with the condition of the African continent. So as long as the African continent is colonized, we're going to exist in the conditions that we exist in, right? So this thing is really, like, people talk about racism, white supremacy.
I'm tired of debunking this guy, man. Dude's annoying, man. He's really annoying. A lot of talking. Oh, Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed, they believe they're the smartest people in the room, and meanwhile, that's him. Okay. All right. I can't get nothing done because I got to respond to this fool. Okay, so he and others accuse ADOS and FBA as movements of sowing division, pointing to rhetoric that labels African immigrants as tethers, which they are, Caribbean tether. We have to identify the bad from the good. Okay, America identified their bad from the good by, they'll say tax-paying citizens, law-abiding citizens, that's the good, and they'll say criminals, thugs, felons, things like that to differentiate from the good and bad. What? Okay. Okay. Go. But then you say slave trader kids. That's new for me. I don't. But they are. some of them. I mean, that's new for me. Like I might jokingly say that slave trader kids, just a shot, but I can't say that because I don't know what country they from. I don't know if they slave trader kids or not. They could be from that goddamn South Africa, but I've never used that language. All I do is point out the truth. A lot of those countries that want us to unite with them, they come from slave trading ancestors of theirs. Their ancestors were slave traders. Okay, so he likes to name drop Tariq Nasheed the first chance to get. Look at his videos. All of them got Tariq Nasheed in the title. But every movement has trolls. You dig? Every movement has trolls. Every lineage have trolls. Every lineage got people who just clown the media trolls. So one person doesn't represent all. That's bullshit. Okay. So but he's going to ignore all the revenues, all the tethered dreams, chaotic truths that's out there, the Myron games. He's going to ignore all of them. They don't exist. I got it. We got you. Okay. But that's not the core of what we stand for, of ADOS and FBA. The core we stand for is about lineage and justice, not xenophobia. That's all. So if we clown you guys on the internet, that's because you try to clown us. If we said some mean things to you, you said mean things to us. Tit for tat. Okay, but the ADOS political movement from the start said this is about a specific ethnic designation for a policy claim. That's what they said at the very beginning. Okay, so it never advocated harm or hatred towards Black immigrants, African immigrants, Afro-Caribbeans. Okay, ADOS leadership often emphasized unity on common causes and supported other Black groups' justice claims, like we do. FBA, same thing. We simply insisted that our unique claim be respected as well. We support CARICOM all day long. I support CARICOM, but these tethers don't support our claims. So before ADOS, okay, so let's just talk about it, right? You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. Before ADOS, there was a tendency in media and politics to lump up all people in America, all melanated people in America as Black, as African American, which on the surface, it looks like we're all just African or African American. We're all just the same people. But it masked the differences. Okay, so a lot of Black success stories, CEOs, Ivy League scholars, etc., turned out to be first or second gen immigrants or children of biracial elites. So this is called overrepresentation. So they got a tether on TV saying, look, Black folks came a long way. You went from being a slave to becoming the president of the United States of America. So don't tell us how you guys aren't rebounding and doing great in America. And the whole time that president was a tether named Barack Obama. They try the same thing with Kamala Harris. So this is the issue we're having. We're having that issue. And some Black immigrants get it. They understand. And they're ashamed that a lot of their own are being used as pawns voluntarily. But others act like they can't get that. Okay, so so they'll use those tokens, literally who they put in place to be successful, those African immigrants, and then they'll act like they're us. So hey, look, man, a person from slave descendantry has amounted to this. Wow, you guys came a long way. It's like, no, that's not us, bro. Okay, so the multi-generational Black community who we bore the brunt of slavery, Jim Crow, were still systemically locked out of wealth and opportunities that other folks are afforded. Our specific justice claim and needs are being drowned in a colorblind, you heard Charlie Kirk yesterday, is being drowned in a colorblind people of color narrative. FBA ADOS called that out. That ruffled feathers from the elites of white supremacy, and the white supremacy elites has sicked their tethered dogs on us. Okay. Let me see what else. What else we have here? Okay. So Pan-Africanists, they climb on their high horse and they talk about divisiveness, right? But we know that they allow themselves to be a tool of white supremacy. They say lineage-based anything is divisive and they speak against it plainly. Okay. And that is the real division. So the proof is in the pudding. If lineage-based, and it will, organizing gets results, a lot of the anger will fade from our ethnic group. Like a lot of the division that we have amongst each other is gone once our lineage-based organizing gets results. But the anger among those who are not from the lineage will go crazy. It'll be all-time high. Okay, so
right? This is a global system, and it's just not a social system. It's economic, it's political, it's spiritual, right? This is a system that dominates us in all areas of people activity. So to say that you're going to fight a global system without a global resistance, like it doesn't even make sense. So you saying we as Black Americans are going to fight against a global
yeah, she is glazing the hell out of him. I told you, man. The other one, she was a freedman. She was all about American justice. Now look at her. She's all about leaving America, repatriating Africa, and fleeing from reparation claims. This is wild.
Thing is, you're not
Nobody can take her serious, man. Nobody.
even fighting against the system. You're begging the system to cut you a check so that you can be included. You're waving the white flag. You're saying, listen, I don't really want no more smoke. Just cut us a check and let us be. You understand what I'm saying? And like the system will entertain you. They'll allow you to cause division and confusion. But at the end of the day, those of us who really know what's up, I mean, I think that we got to stay clear.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm sitting over here. People said the king is spitting knowledge. They said what we want is Kuji Chagalia Ashe.
The king. So he's the new king of Pan-Africanism? Oh my God. I told you it's all about trying to replace Dr. Umar. Everybody's fighting for that spot. Everybody who I played that represents this Pan-Africanist movement, all of them are fighting to replace Dr. Umar.
They say, yes, let us be sovereign and rebuild the Black race. Ashe to you, KC. Brother Amir L, I'm sorry. It says FBA goal is to be self-sufficient, but the only difference is that FBA focus on foundational Black Americans first and the future global Pan-Africanism. What do you say to that, brother?
I mean, I don't really know what he means by self-sufficient, right? Because self-sufficiency is rooted in land. Land and control over land is the only thing that truly makes you self.
Okay, all right. So he's one of those guys that's in denial that this is our land. Okay, he one of those guys. Our land is only in Africa. Nothing. We don't have no land in America. I got it. Okay. He's basically implying that what you okay, you put it there, man. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Can't make a mess and then get mad at the mess. You gotta hold yourself accountable. All right. Okay. So he basically implies that Adolf's FBA, oh, my neck, my back. He implied that Adolf's FBA have a don't put it in there. Don't put it on the table. Have a small time vision. Okay, we get a check, right? We're going to get paid, reparation check. We're going to buy a house in the suburbs and live happily ever after as Americans. Where his vision, Pan-African nationalist. He said he's a Pan-African nationalist. He made up some bullshit. That's why he's talking all this fight, fight, fight. So he's a Pan-African nationalist. So he combined two separate movements to one. That's what he represents. Okay, cool. And as a Pan-African nationalist, he is going to build a whole new Black nation, which sounds more revolutionary. He frames their goal as just wanting he frames our goal as just wanting comfort within the oppressor system versus his goal of true sovereignty and power. Family, this sounds a lot like plebiscite Babel. We got plebiscite Babel. Okay, then he says wanting reparations, or I should say wanting reparations isn't about buying a seat at the oppressor's table. Like he's trying to frame it. It's about forcing. So we're forcing the oppressor to pay for what he broke. We're not asking to assimilate into white supremacy. We're demanding it to make restitution as a step toward equal footing. So many ADOS, FBA people, our lineage, we actually want to transform America fundamentally. Reparations is a gateway to that by redistributing wealth and acknowledging the truth. That's not meek, that's radical in this context, okay? Also, collecting a debt doesn't mean you forget the past or stop the fight. If anything, it funds further fights. Fool. Okay, so a generation of Black Foundation Black Americans with reparations funded educations, businesses, and land ownership, you think will be more or less equipped to challenge systemic racism? We got a bag. Are we more equipped to challenge systemic racism or less? But with a bag, sound crazy. Land ownership, all those beautiful things. Okay. This guy's really annoying. Wealth is power in this society, and we're due some of that wealth power. We're done with it. We're due some of that wealth power, and they're trying to make us powerless. Even the book that they act like is the new Bible, The Blueprint for Black Power, this outdated book from 1998. That book was not about reparative damages from the government. That thing was about bootstrap conservative talking points when it came to reparations. We'll pass on that. We will pass on that book. What else is here? It's getting cold up in here. Okay. So he keeps talking about sovereignty. So the idea of a separate Black nation is an old debate. That's some plebiscite bullshit. The truth is most Foundation Black Americans don't want to abandon our nation, our ancestors built, even with its faults. We have cultural and historical ties here that run deep. We're not fleeing. We want America to live up to the promise and its promises to us. That's a valid desire, is not lacking of ambition. It's a choice to claim ownership of our American story. We are citizens by birthright, period. 14th Amendment exists because of us. So why shouldn't we fight to make America honor its contract? That's a power move, family, to hold America accountable to its own ideals. That's what other folks couldn't do. All those peace treaties that was broken with them and the Native Americans, that ain't happening with us. You're like, no. We're not the Native Americans. We're going to hold you guys accountable to what we agreed. Okay? We're going to hold you accountable. So that's a valid desire. It's not a lack of ambition. It's a choice to claim ownership of our American story. We're citizens by birthright. Okay. So the Pan-African nationalist, the dream that he's pushing, the Peter Pan African nationalist dream that he's pushing has its own practical hurdles. Let's talk about that. One big Pan-African nation is if we're honest, even more far-fetched than reparations at this point. So if reparations is a nothing burger, according to these guys, 1.5 billion Africans getting together in a kumbaya moment is the absolute definition of bullshit. African countries, here's the fact. This ain't causing division. This ain't hating on Africa. This is pointing out an obvious fact. African countries today can't even they can't even agree on a single currency. Family, you got Burkina Faso, Mali, and all these places joining the Sahel alliance, leaving ECOWAS, and they can't agree on a single currency. They can't even open up borders amongst themselves, let alone unify into one mega state. Family, they can't agree on a single currency. They can't even open borders amongst themselves, let alone unify into one mega state. They tried a Pan-African Federation in the 1960s. It fell apart due to national interests. The AU is decades old, but still largely toothless. So who's really chasing utopia here? We're trying to get a policy enacted within the next, say, decade or two, not build Wakanda in Africa. Okay? Matter of fact, I'm gonna cook on that in a second. Next time. What the hell happened? A 13-year-old girl drives drunk, crashes a stolen car with 11-year-old passenger in seat. Oh, I know they're not Foundation Black Americans. I know for a fact. 13-year-old girl drives drunk and crashes the stolen car with 11-year-old passenger. I know. That was crazy. I seen that. All right. Okay, so it says numerous attempts to form Pan-African federations in the 1960s failed due to a combination of internal and external factors. Newly independent African nations struggled with disagreements over ideology, competing national. Let me share my screen so you guys can see. Okay, so this is now I never heard of this. I heard of the West Indies Federation, but I never heard of the Pan-African Federation in the 1960s. Wait, so numerous attempts to form Pan-African Federation in the 1960s failed due to a combination of internal and external factors. Newly independent African nations struggled with disagreements over ideology. Okay, over ideology. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Over ideology, competing national interests, and inherited colonial divisions. Wow, inherited colonial divisions. Nothing burgers. Okay. What is it? Okay, so you still doing that one. All right. 13. Oh shit, I ain't gonna click it. Yeah, I gotta find more about them 13-year-old girls driving drunk. How you drunk at 13? That's crazy. Okay. Okay. So now he's talking about this.
Sufficient. That's what Malcolm X says, that revolution is first and foremost about land. Because you have to understand what the way that colonization operates. Because we have to remember that we as Black people in America, we were colonized, right? Like the 13 colonies,
Nah, we were never colonized, dude. Again, this is another lie that they try to go with. We were colonized. We were never colonized. 13 colonies. No, that's under Britain. Okay, we were never colonized by the United States American government. Stop it. We were Britain had colonies in America. Stop it. There was no United States. There were no United States of America. So like Like these guys are just filthy liars, man. That's why I really believe that they're paid agents. Now we're colonized. Stop.
Were enslaved on colonies. We were within a colonial system, but the way that a colonial system operates is it takes over control.
I'm not gonna listen to that
It's a
garbage.
fact.
We were not
It's
colonized.
important when we
Whatever.
talk about the land and they take the land,
Okay.
okay,
All right.
to get their paper payments
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing
out
that.
on the other end, and there's nowhere for you to start. But there are
I'm not
no
doing
longer
that.
opportunities in the land. The ADOS movement, they see the writing on the wall as well, and they're like, "Fuck all this resistance shit. Fuck all this African shit. Hey, I'm an American. I'm waving the American flag, which is it's a signal of distress. Let me in. The boat is sinking. Throw me a lifeguard, meaning throw me a check, because I can't survive without it." And that's the difference. They're begging to be included in their enemy's project instead of organizing themselves collectively and saying we have to overthrow our enemies.
Family. When they use that word enemy loosely, I always ask them, who is our enemy? Who is our enemy? Always ask them, and they get confused, and they never could tell me. And I look at them like, dude, you are our enemies. Look, how you gonna tell us who our enemy is? I'm looking at them. It's you. You are our enemy, along with the other enemies. Like it's just one enemy. It's a bunch of y'all out there.
Project and build our own. That's a nationalist project. That's a nation building project.
Ashe. I'm up here looking at
Cetera.
some of the comments in the
building.
chat. I see my brother FBA Nigel. He called this hotepery, and he said, well, who controls West and Central Africa? So he's saying, we talking about Pan-Africanism.
That's definitely a
but look who's
hotepery.
controlling West and Central Africa right now. And so hold up, brother FBA Nigel. Hold on. He said, who controls? We talked about that, brother, who controls West and Central Africa, and we talked about how.
Wait. Before we go there, oh boy. So this guy Omawale, he insists that the condition of Black people worldwide is tied to the condition of the African continent. As long as Africa is weak or colonized, Africans everywhere will suffer. Therefore, he suggests focusing narrowly on Black America is short-sighted. Like, our family, these guys are. I'm convinced. Okay. Every political struggle don't have to be globally in execution. All right. Each node of the of the melanated world has to handle its local manifestation of white supremacy while supporting their own. Okay. African countries threw off formal colonialism, mostly on their own, with some diaspora moral support. Right. They didn't wait for Black America to be fully liberated. You hear me? Okay. Conversely, the civil rights movement succeeded without Africa being free of colonial rule. Many African nations were still colonized in 1964 when the Civil Rights Act was passed. So one of our greatest achievements, our greatest feats were accomplished without the help of Pan-Africanism. All right. One didn't have to finish first for the other to start. Progress is often parallel and mutually inspiring, not one after the other in a single chain. Okay. Haiti's independence in 1804 inspired abolitionists all over the world, in the U.S. and so on. U.S. civil rights victories inspired anti-apartheid activists, etc. All right. So by that analogy, maybe Black America winning reparations. Listen. So by that analogy, maybe Black America winning reparations could inspire Africa and the Caribbean to demand more from themselves and for their colonizers, IMF. You dig? Who knows? But we don't all have to form one team running in one lane to win. Also consider the current reality in Africa. Most African nations are politically independent states now. Their issues are often about neo-colonial economics, corruption, globalization, climate change, etc. Those are fights they have to lead. We can support if we want, but our fight is racist policies, wealth redistribution in the US. Okay? That is the one we have to lead. They got to lead theirs, we got to lead ours. So trying to tie them too tightly together can actually slow each other down. Different terrain, different tactics needed, right? So look at global white supremacy and how it works. It's not one big giant Death Star you blow up and everybody's free. It's adaptive, localizing in each society's institution. Beating it in the US won't automatically beat it in Europe or Africa, but it sets a precedent and vice versa. So we should encourage each other's fights. That's what I'm okay with that, but not insist one cannot succeed without the other simultaneously. Like this guy is pushing this fool. Okay, much of Africa today is not under direct colonial rule, so they be lying about that shit. They have their own governments, family. They face neo-colonial pressures at best. Yes, but Foundation Black Americans, we face internal racism, systemic racism. Okay, everybody got their battle. Hold your nuts, we hold our nuts. Okay, that's the bottom line with that. So now, who's in control? They want to know.
Controlling Western Central Africa right now, you know. And so, hold up, brother FBA Nigel. Hold on. He said, "Who controls?" We talked about that, brother. Who controls Western Central Africa? And we talked about how they're conquered nations. So I guess what he's saying is, how can we?
Let me read some comments real fast. I know I'm busy, family. I'm trying to cook this dude. So, August 21st says immigration has never benefited FBA ADOS voters. It is historically documented. Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, A. Philip Randolph was against massive immigration, delineation focus. Right. Let me make sure you are a moderator. Let me make sure you have your lineage rent. Thank you, August 21st. Go ahead and subscribe, like the video, and hit the notification bell so you know we live tonight. But great comments. And family, peace to you all. Okay, like the video. If you haven't liked the video, like the video. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed just yet, go ahead and do that. Shit, I hate when that does that.
They're not even conquered. They're European nations because
Well, the European nations.
This is what you got to understand. When the Berlin Conference happened and they did the partition of the African continent, and they created all of those colonial entities that you see there. The only thing that occurred is that the Europeans educated a class of black people, a class of traders, to run and manage those nations. That's the only thing that occurred, but those aren't African nations. None of those nations, none of those borders were created by African people. So if you're talking about Pan-Africanism and you're asking us to look towards, Pan-Europeanism, because that's what that is.
He's just rambling.
For inclusion. If you're viewing it as a request for inclusion, when people say begging, I think it's just indicative of powerlessness, because a big
right for what is old, right? I don't think.
Okay, so he said, I am Samuel Ma'at, said, I am both FBA and Pan-African. Saying that the demand for reparations is begging is the same as saying Pan-Africanism is nothing but a delusion. Right, so we're all of a sudden we're begging. Okay. But who's really in control, right? So somebody commented, right? She read it. Somebody said hotepery and neocolonialism, right? Somebody out there said they call Pan-African rhetoric hotepery. And that person asked a basic question. They said, and he struggled. They said, if Pan-African, make sure I'm not muted. Check. Okay, I'm not muted. They said, if Pan-Africanism is the answer, why are so many African nations still controlled by outside forces? Okay, so this tether admitted those African states are largely neo-colonial. run by black faces in service of Western interests. That's crazy. Like he's admitting that his people are bought by European powers to run their own people in the drain. Like, goddamn, like they're mass incarcerating their own people. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine getting pulled over and you're being stopped and frisked, and all of America is black Americans? Can you imagine getting denied by a bank loan and everything is owned and controlled by Foundation Black Americans? Like at that point, we just got to nuke the whole country. You feel me? That's what they're dealing with. So his solution was build a new Pan-African nation, destroy those colonial borders. Okay. So that actually underlines our point. If Africa itself is still economically under the thumb of Western powers, then asking Africa for a Pan-African coalition to liberate Black America is backward. I always said that. I said, why are we uniting with countries in Africa that they admit the governments are corrupted and weak? What are we doing? So Africa is still working on its own liberation in many ways. They're not free enough to free us, if that were even how it worked, right? So Pan-African nationalists have a monumental task ahead, essentially a revolution across an entire continent of 54 countries with over 1 billion people. We are a smaller population in one country, a super rich country at that, trying to achieve a targeted policy change. All right, so our fight is more realistic than 54 countries getting together and overthrowing their neo-colonizers, neo-colonizers, what the hell do you call it? So you got ECOWAS trying to be more autonomous, and you got Pan-African economic agreement. But hey, stop that. But no one of that directly deposits reparations to a Black American bank account. So it's a tangent. So it's tangent to our goal, like all that, what they got going over there. Like that means nothing to us. ECOWAS, the Sahel Alliance, anything Ibrahim Traoré do with Russia, that has nothing to do with cutting a check for us, man. So we're not against it. We're just like, hey, man, hope you succeed. But we're over here hoping we succeed. And the energy ain't the same. Okay. Pan-Africanists, they often critique us for appealing to the oppressor's government, Congress, etc. But their own plan essentially involves appealing to or overthrowing oppressor-backed governments in Africa. What's going on here? They're in the same boat, just a different theater. If it's hard for us, making up 13% of America, to influence the U.S. government, so imagine trying to unify 100% of a continent to kick out foreign corporations, corrupt leaders, and then also somehow leverage that to help Black folks abroad. Come on, man. It's a dream. It's a Peter Pan dream. Foundation Black America's family, we have leverage here in America that we don't have elsewhere. We are citizens with theoretical rights because a lot of them are infringed on. We have some representation and our presence is significant in the economy and culture. We punch above our weight influence. We punch above our weight in influence. We're the Mayweathers beating up the big bully. E.g., our Black culture drives global culture. That's our home turf advantage. It makes sense to fight on the ground where we stand in America, using the tools we have here in America, instead of banking on an external liberation force that hasn't materialized. They have no wins in their own casa. Another truth is many African and Caribbean leaders prioritize their national interests, rightly so. If anything, some are in competition for resources or prestige. They might give lip service to Pan-Africanism, but when it comes to money and deals, they often choose what benefits their country or their regime. So expecting them to champion reparations for Foundation Black Americans is unrealistic. They have their own reparations fight, e.g. CARICOM with Europe, and domestic problems to tackle. We shouldn't take it personally because they should be for CARICOM over our reparations, just like we should be for our reparations over CARICOM. It's just the nature of politics. And it's all the more reason we must champion our cause because no one else will do it for us. It won't be the top of nobody's agenda but our own. Okay, so now they're going to address how reparations is begging the white man.
I think that you said that at all, did you, brother?
I said reparations, it depends on how you're viewing the demand for
Lita Marie,
reparations. If you're
Buckhorse,
viewing it
DC.
as an act of resistance, or are you viewing it as a request for inclusion? If you're viewing it as a request for inclusion, when people say begging, I think it's just indicative of powerlessness, because a beggar is at the whims of whoever's going to put something.
Yeah, she gave him no pushback at all. He just talked trash about us, hate us, FBA all the whole time. And she incited that. The question she asked him incited him to talk trash. She gave him no pushback. Yeah, she's a demon here.
Into their palm, right? So when you're asking for reparations as a request for inclusion, it puts you in a position where you have to go out and proselytize and convince
let me unsubscribe.
white people to support legislative reparations.
Yeah,
There's no way
I can't support this type of hatred,
right? Because that's what it is. When you're talking about moral-based reparations, that means you're going to get reparations passed through legislation. America is a representative democracy. Black people in America are not the majority. So it means you have to build a coalition made up of black people, of white people, of Chinese people, of Indian people, of Mexican people. And we already know these other groups ain't going to do nothing that's going to put black people. Listen, if they were to pay black people reparations overnight, black people would be the leading group in the United States. So you think that you mean to tell me that white poor people and Mexicans are going to vote against their own interests? They're not going to. That means you believe in this black and brown coalition, or you believe in a white and black coalition. And it's like, that's, to me, that's delusional. That's what I'm saying.
So brother, someone, brother Amir L in the chat, he said, hold up. He said, what is the Pan-African Code of Conduct? It's this thing where we talk about being on code with each other. So he said, well, what is the Pan?
Yeah, they stole that from us. They're not on code at all.
African Code of Conduct.
I don't know what a Pan-African Code of Conduct is.
Exactly.
Pan-Africanism is not a church. It's not a gang. It's not a cult.
Exactly.
It's not an organization. Pan-Africanism is an objective.
And this is why you guys disagree on a simple definition.
There's various different ideologies and organizations that are working towards that objective, right? Organizations have codes of conduct, right? So I'm a part of an organization called Afrocentricity International. We have a code of conduct. It's written in our constitution. But Pan-Africanism doesn't have a code of conduct.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. I'm trying to see if there are any more questions in the chat before we close out. So Port City says the fight for Pan-Africa is one-sided. FBA put in our work for decades and still get disrespected by those we helped. So what are your thoughts about that, Brother Omawale?
I don't really know. I don't really know what that means when people say that that the Pan-African fight is one-sided, because what I'm trying to clarify for folks is that Pan-Africanism is a means of collective resistance. It's a means of global resistance, right? And at the grassroots everywhere, it's not just in the United States, but the grassroots everywhere, you see representations of Pan-Africanism. So when people say that it's one-sided, I'm not exactly sure what they mean. If it means that Black Americans have used their position with an empire to advocate for everybody, and not just Black Americans, I guess you could say that is true. I would not deny that. I would say that because I mean, America is the empire that currently dominates the globe, and we exist right in the belly of the beast, right? Oh man, like I've given so many lectures over the past 2 years, and each of these lectures have been longer than 2 hours, and I think that
Yeah, they always get lectures. They always do conferences. They always talk. They never get things done. They never get things signed. They just talk.
some of the questions that I'm trying to answer require prerequisite knowledge. So it's like I'm attempting to answer a question that's almost unfair to myself and to the person I'm giving the answer to.
The response to.
The response to, because I haven't provided the prerequisite information. But given the time allotment that we have, I don't necessarily have the time to provide all of the requisite information. But I would definitely push back on this notion.
Yeah, he is trying to be the new Prince of Pan-Africanism, but dude, you ain't it. It ain't given.
That Pan-Africanism is one-sided, because I don't even really know what that means, to be honest.
Okay, no, I understand, brother. I understand. So someone says, Brother Bruce Leroy says, I'm looking at his Last Dragon profile picture. Dr. Ma'at, our biggest problem as a collective is that we do not manufacture anything. How is individual reparation going to solve that?
I mean, we spoke about that. We talked. I mean, if you want to manufacture, you got to control. You don't control no resources. The number one resource is land. Like you got to understand that.
Yeah, he's delusional. He's delusional with his land stuff, dude. We got a homeland. I don't know where, and you think that's gonna fly? Like, no wonder he doesn't get any views. Like he's in denial that this is our homeland. Like he's a nut job. Like, pause.
When people talk about the means of production, there are really only two. There's land and people, because everything else comes from that, right? There's nature and people. Everything else comes from that. Black people don't control no land nowhere. We've been fully conquered and dominated. The only way to resist is to have a resistance that allows us to come together to meet this thing head on. And that's Pan-Africanism. You understand what I'm saying? So that's not
absolutely.
So like
what?
No, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And so I definitely want to check out this debate. You know, next week, Brother Omawali, I'm bringing on Brother Lord Abba. So he's going to be watching this.
Okay, yeah,
you know, he's going to watch this conversation, and his team. What did I just hit just now? I just hit something by accident. But his team, they're going to watch this. And so I guess hold on 1 second. There we go. All right, there we go. But his team, they're going to be watching this, and so I guess my question to you is what are your words? I know that you all kind of had this debate, and again, they're going to watch this, and they're going to come on next week and talk about how we don't need Pan-Africanism to achieve reparations. So I guess I know that you haven't been in touch with these brothers since the debate. But do you have any last words or any closing remarks?
Look, she keeps trying to incite him to attack us. You know, this is a crazy demon. That's all she did the entire interview was she made sure that he stayed on top of us, like insulting, saying the craziest things. Look at it. Any more last hate you got against FBAs? Say it now, because we're going to close out. This crazy woman.
Yes. And again, they're going to watch this, and they're going to come on next week and talk about how we don't need Pan-Africanism.
You hear her? Look. She said, we're going to have Laura Abba here next week, and he's going to talk about how we don't need Pan-Africanism, and he's going to attack you back for what you said today. So can you say something about him now? Look what she's saying. Can you say something about Laura Abba that he did not say yet? But can you say it anyway? Because I believe he is going to say it. He might not say it, but he just might say it. So just say something now in case he says it. Woman's crazy, yo.
To achieve reparations. So I guess I know that you haven't been in touch with these brothers since the debate, but do you have any last words or any closing remarks, regarding this particular topic
Yeah,
or question?
just two things. The first is that I would have never took this debate if I knew that my debate partner was a Moor. I don't debate any religious people, and I don't debate anybody who's a part of any like lost tribe identitarian movements. I would have never ever engaged in that debate. Let me just say that, because you are never going to have an honest debate with religious folks or anybody who's anti-African to begin with. Like, so
Yeah.
if I would have knew that he was the former president for like the Moorish American political party, I definitely wouldn't have I wouldn't have even been interested. The only reason I got in it is because there was a lot of misinformation being thrown out on social media, and that's kind of like why.
Okay, so I gotta play that debate then. It sounded like he got cooked. So maybe I play that. I find that debate and play it.
I stepped into it. But what I would say is that if somebody is going to say that they can achieve reparations without Pan-Africanism, then you have to ask them the serious question of how do they plan on convincing white people to support reparations?
Hey, look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. They are convincing themselves, all right? They're seeing our unwavering, strong stance on we're not bowing down, we're not cowering out. They see us standing on 10 on this pushing reparations and self-delineating and self-identifying. So again, Dr. Sandy Darity showed that white folks at one point, only 4% of white America was for cash payouts, reparations, and now some years later, 30%. Okay, who knows where that now? So these conversations, these debates, us standing tall, us getting into politics, debating politicians, and these social media platforms, we are convincing the entire nation that reparations is due to financially Black Americans. Reparations are as American pie. Okay, so but don't worry about it, brother. You worry about getting Africans compelled to do something in Africa, agree on one currency, which they are so far from, and even opening borders just amongst themselves, they can't even do that. So yeah, you should focus on Africa, like looking out for Africans, because I see you guys are so far from each other.
And they have to have an answer for that. And they have to, in their answer, show that they've studied the last 100 years of people who've attempted to do that and say what they're going to do differently. Because white people haven't changed. You know what I mean? So what strategy are you going to use to convince them to support your claim for reparations that hasn't been used? And when I asked my debate partner that in the debate, his answer to me was that he doesn't see race. So I asked him, I said, how are you going to get white people to support it? Because you have to. And he said, I don't see race. And I just found.
No, we don't have to get white people to support it. Like that's just his lie. We talked about that already with the civil rights movement. Majority of white folks were against it and they got pushed. Okay, there's other pressuring tactics. Yeah, so bro, just mind your business, man. Just watch how we do this, son.
That very interesting that he doesn't see race when it comes to white people, but if it's a Black person that's not from America, then he sees race. You understand what I'm saying? Like he can see Black people who don't come from descendants of American slavery. He can see race perfectly fine then. But when it comes to me asking him, how do you plan on convincing white people in a critical mass to come out and support reparations, he had no answer. And I think that that's the answer, that's the question that has to be answered if you're going to say reparations can be achieved without Pan-Africanism.
Well, let me drop a bomb for you, brother Omawali Africa. Oh man, people in the chat, they were saying, Dr. Ma'at, you need to be dropping the bombs for brother Omawali Africa, because you spit a lot of knowledge tonight, brother. And again, you know, I appreciate you for coming on the platform, brother.
Now this is her glaze. Oh shit. So this is her glazing again. She can't help but to glaze. That's what she does. Family, 6 o'clock on the dot. I'm in a drop top cruising the streets. I got a real pretty thing that's waiting on me. I pull up anticipating some good luck. No. But it is 6 o'clock on the dot. Let me leave you with just one song. All right. On the way out, it'll be the latest. It'll be the latest. You dig? Pledge allegiance to the code. 1 second. Let me get that set up. Like always, I appreciate you guys pulling up. Screen froze, whatever. So I appreciate you guys pulling up, man. It means everything to do it live and have that support from my lineage. You know what I'm saying? So let me leave you with this one as we should. I'll be back live 9 o'clock with something a little different. So the Friedman brothers had made a video, and the video was entitled "Should We Move to the South?" And I might do a critique on that, a live review critique. And then they also got a video that's entitled "Should We Friedman versus Adolf?" And family, when they say Adolf, when anybody ever says Adolf, they are automatically including the FBA. Okay. A lot of people, like, they hate to read that sheet so much, they won't even say FBA or his name. They'll just say Adolf to represent everybody. So I might do a review on that, barring nothing else comes up in my mind. But I'll make a community post. You guys let me know what we should talk about, what research I should get into, what videos should I address, or do a review. Maybe you guys watch something that's lengthy, an hour long, 40 minutes long, and you couldn't discern the information, whether it's good or bad. Yeah, those suggestions, blackthinktank@yahoo.com, email me there. Or when I make a community post, which I'm gonna do one in a few seconds, saying, hey, what should I talk about? What should I critique? What should I break down? If not, then I'm gonna go ahead and do some things I suggested just now. Peace to the lineage.
I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You showed us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget, I ain't forgive. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You showed us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget, I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Freddie Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh,
All right, peace, family. It was fun talking to you. Gotta go. Enjoy the rest.